We are live on YouTube. Hope you're live on. It is because it is a little bit slower. I'm gonna go with coming slow, but I guess I might be able. This is all test. This is all test. I do see a little bit coming in smooth over there. We've got a chat going on YouTube. I'm using a little different service a few minutes early for today's broadcast. So I'm just trying to see if the services are laggy through YouTube. If you're watching, try to get some feedback. I appreciate that. If not, no worries. We will be started soon enough. Hello, hello, hello. All right, so I'm kind of testing my audio here. All right. Sounds like we are running smooth. I can hear the feedback. All right, I think I'm happy with what I hear. That's actually pretty stellar. Boom. So we got started a little bit early with some preliminary checks here on YouTube. We're going to be going live here in just momentarily on TikTok and on Instagram. And we'll get started pretty darn soon enough. Boom. Live. We are live on TikTok, on Instagram, and on What's up, Chris? Good to see you here. So within the next 10 minutes, we're going to get reading some ancient blessings. I'm going around the world from my bedroom. I've actually visited some temples and been quite many places. I picked up their blessings of love and their goodness, and that's what I try to share with my life. And every morning I enjoy going over these blessings for myself, and I did that for about 3 years' time. And so now, with the ability to go live, as I share with the world. Ghosts. I like to think of them as consciousness. People want to classify a ghost. They have a difficult time classifying a human that they can look at. Where you have some understanding, build the mind, develop the perceptions of your senses, and accept evidence when it happens to you. Don't let anybody persuade you that something isn't real. And just because it is real doesn't mean you need to run around with your chicken like a chicken with its head cut off. And if you've never seen a chicken running around after its head got cut off, it's real. And chicken got no head or nothing. Some interesting stuff. Organization is a sweet thing. So we're going to read some blessings here. Let's see, what time is it? 6:05. Within the next 5 minutes, I'm going to start reading some blessings. They're going to be in ancient languages. And as ancient languages is what I have drawn to, is loving my neighbor, is appreciating how somebody else has views the divine creator. In India, they believe in thousands of these divines and thousands of these beings. They have many different names. And yet, in all these differences, every single one knows that. Let me click a button here real quick. Boom. We good. Boom. Boom. So what's amazing is that all of these thousands of different divines, ultimately, it goes back to the Divine Mother. Every single divine being that is conceived of in India, Hindus, it all is another incarnation of the Divine Mother. Even the Divine Father of creation, the fathers of creation, are no more than an incarnation of the Divine Mother. Thousands, thousands. And it goes back to one. They can be diversified and yet focused at the same moment. That sounds like quantum mechanics to me. Here's another thing that's really cool. They have these, we're going to read a couple of them today. They're called Ashtotaras. Some are 108. We're not going to read the 1008. But they do have some called I'll get the name wrong, but one is Sahasrarama. There's some other ones. And they literally list 1,008 names for the same divine consciousness. For the same divine being, for the same God, for the same one. On the same being. I think that's fascinating. I think that's love. I think that's respect and love for your neighbor. They didn't try to kill or say, no, your God's no good, your version doesn't count. They said, we're going to include the name that you honor, the same one we serve. We got a different name for them, but we're going to mention your name in our prayer. Now that's some love. That's some love. We got 2 minutes and we're going to start reading over these ancient languages. When people come in the room, they start typing whatever they want to type on the comments. You go ahead and let them. It's going to be just like in them old good old days. There was this one dude, and he learned a thing or two of how to talk to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother of creation. He learned a lot of very interesting languages and prayers of how to communicate. Communication through silence, love, putting oneself aside to serve a greater good. And people walked in that room and they said, "You're all drunk, speaking in these tongues that you're speaking in." I said, "Sir, there is no alcohol present." I find that our paths are very similar. Human nature is very similar. I'm not saying I'm that dude. I ain't saying that at all. I'm saying I've had some very similar experiences on my pursuit of love, of loving my neighbor. Some very, very interesting, similar experiences. I love you and I hope you're having a good day. And if you're not having a good day, may these words of power literally change your vibration into positivity. It is 6:10. And if you want to enjoy the ride, just close your eyes. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. Our guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to lead the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle. Blessed be the sky and sun and sea and earth. Teach us, give our wisdom, birth, sun and sea and earth and sky. Your powers gathering nigh, sea and earth and sky and sun, all together, four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call the thee, O Lord, in waiting, mighty Lord, thy covenant children, Lord and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause, having your arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arising with the powers of the void by hell. Like the blankness be darkened night and night. Ezekiel compasiana compasi, Gertia compasi, Viviana compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, Goa, and answer my most urgent plea most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renos Ezekiel was on Kultura, the head Herusha, Hansu Sirukai, Korkutishin, was not hot for the two to set the doors. I paid the two who keep shocking Snaparamen. Bashramataya Suwagum Bashramanataya Zwar, Nulanin and Uramadin and Ranin and Overlin and Arthur Doom Pomotion Strong Monishanaya and Tariasuakum Mishanaya for Yazwa. England Brown Unji Tarashi Batatono Suwakum Jitrashi Yatrashi Varanas Ba Ruda Dida Rugura Dida Ruda Dida Kring of Tony Tron, Shong of Clanking Kong, Hong of Chongking Chong, when Haya Bashramataya Suwakum, Haya Bashamanataya, Swaha, Ring of Clanking Kong, Unomokusana Marang, Om Namahas Matapashanam Ham, Uhaya, who will go ring wong ring phụ đang nghe mi a su wa không mang này ya gan mà ya ba ha I wa we we string of wong on hino kashi no kashi so wa kung jor te hi chim do chi ba te ha no na ni no na me ni na na ring of wong un chi chi pa so ya so wa kung shi sha yu ba ta ya so ha Reynolds dice que hubo some people right at Perusha and said I got quotation was Maha Ratu Flipas dolls I did that you really shocking and Saramen para Shokushu Haru Gelma Kabala Mambu Ala Pena Rabo Luganana Bariko Sara Stand Bala Sara Belulu Mosha Nebu Opoduni you can accompany Belulu Kukolo Kar the Barbari Shukela Kabalo Gelma Mosha Yukura Suluma Babo Guillermo Machado, Boris Lumo Popo, Maruka Raga, Ziku, Gumagam, Pranambu, Bakalamu, Zukin, Kibilanum, Shashu Mashana, Salvin, Parmatatu, Sisi Mashana, Huna, Rambitu, Kala, Arati, Gulu, Sego, Kinman, Kaikola, Sikofnani, Kiko, never Ruder, Karina, Talaku, Paruku, Much person, Sakari, Mashisharu, Mala, Pakadagu, Gotorma, Rata, Korbo, Ruku, Korios, Ruku, Parmaski. Kutu dari kubing lugar dan mati panu kuku nada lugar dan mati panu kapisu asal limu na barat satu sari masuk ke dalam sulumar dan rotombo pil paling nyata madu daga tuku mas di sore mas no sukore mas no sokor secara tadi kau para susu kalau bala pun ragi ho tinggu pada dimu aru kamu dulu pasti. We are each sort of no first whom is found perfect before the nothing of devil coming all sharing you with the creators. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering in the flame red is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration unto new life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau triumphant, and Esau Romulus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal nothing of shed in you. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifestor and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal nothing of shed in you. We are the protector of matter, and without us the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, night that of making the stand, the Jed and Jejetu. Salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Hooty. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. As the Hooty Samakarot Asara kept Oyanabo, Oyanarito, Sabo, Ruku, and Hetentu, Captain, never to shot, got Queen, so Hojaram Jetu, and Eshlatin at Mut Netari Tau, Wuti to Arnitu, Netar, Ayabarkin Abarnitu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with our whose plan we grow. Beloved Queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. As Ket, who loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace. So be it. Also, don't over us will confirm. Lady Olsek and Evel Saudi, Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. To our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kennemetonket, the water of life, the divine mother herself. Hear and save, O thou queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kennemetonket, the water of life, the divine mother herself. Hear and save, O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kennemetonket, hear and save. O thou lady of the amber skin, lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, O Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance. by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms, and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kennebec, the water of life, the divine mother herself, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kinematonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking seed, I am the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Kinematonket am I, and to my beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom in the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. I am the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely mine, is mine. Kinematonket am I, the loving light of the giving guide, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bowl and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. I am the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. I was sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. I am the grail and I the glory now. I am the flame and fueler of thy breath. I am the star of people, the Teara upon thy brow. I am thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Here, Lady Kennebec, and receive our prayer. Thee, thee I worship, invoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of my life. I am Kennebec, mistress of the whole land. I was instructed by Tahuti, and with Tahuti, divine wisdom, I invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. I gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. I am the eldest daughter of Kabanakkad. I am the wife and sister of the king Saw. I am she who rises in the dog star. I am she who is called the Netaret of women. I am she who separated Aru from Geb. I have pointed out their paths to the star. I have invented seamanship. I have brought together men and women. I have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With my brother Alsod, I made an end of cannibalism. I have instructed mankind in the mysteries. I have taught reverence of the divine statues. I have established the temple precincts. I have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. I have caused men to love women. I have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. I have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto me and pledge unto me your loyalties, as I pledge mine unto you. O Mother Kennebec, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kennebec, the water of life, who art all that ever was and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the sun, Ra, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. Oh, Isa, Kennebec, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Whom, the unknown one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death and into the next life. Wikikim Linus Kirilis Taxore Patumaticuli took me usually be alua message in message Alilu Science Emila or Plata Utomoji Isaya Isaya Ria Garia Gabiasha Biasha Jelica Jelica to be a plaka isaya ru ri gai di moting ku kim Sudikili Shamyena Zumria Isayana Zumria Yegayana Zumria Piashayana Zumria Silikayana Zumria Tupiraina Zumria Takaina Zumria Tatara Ina Zumria Tatatexi Yana Zumria Tataraku Ina Zumbria Lotesani Kanish Mashkapulutam Tununish Kitali Kimri Lutam Tununish Matukas Masalani Lutam Tununish Ishwar kami kunulu tam tunuli na zumri alu ta prasama ya arum and e bar na ni meni pa aga paes agar bor paes akabor akabar agabar paes aga paes terik Badani mini barun en ya korbor ya rimba egora ya kia sekaka kia saku kia soru tutulu ya Om Shrim Prim Prim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Shrim Prim Prim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Shrim Prim 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 Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Shrim Prim Prim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Om Hrim Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarupanye Shrim Prim Vatvaha Shubham Giga Tuki Sharka Sharek Sa Sharta Saramota Yatin Guru Kalama Sini Pudding Yarmina Puri Namsrani Kaya Shashuk Murku to Ziaran Kampasiki Kumpakalu Para Namar Para Shakara Para Alor Para Telor Para Maskim Para Ruku Para Ipa Para Ladatu Para Lasu Para Koru Para Koruku Para Kekoror Para Lilitu Para Utu Suratin Nazu Lala Suratin Nazu Itin Solatin Nasu Mula Solatin Nasu Dinke Solatin Nasu Maskin Solatin Nasu Paretin Nasu Sigar Kapasi Kirkapa Mun Sigar Barai ini Nagi Sashor Kishur Masha Sigar Barai Sigar Shuma Barnai Sasharma Zerka Namsa Yenin Dore Sharki Orku Akpartum Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Rame 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 Sastorna Tatorian Ram Ram Parnarne Om Benea Kariatlam Om Makarantaya Verama Pakratun Tari Yarde Mahitano Tandi Prasudaya Pakratunda Kaya Soya Kori Sampava Near Sam Kurumeda Vasarva Korgil Shursar Vara Sri Kuru Suran Suru Surajis Mana Mukure Sura Vanura Gupapi Mocha Surchu Tav for Charpuri Hintanu Chaniki Sumero Mor Morpuri Pigate Mohi Rahu Kore Sivikarche Kamani Sivikarche Karpisi Lupi Chargar Ram Yuta Kalibar Dharma Jani Putra Pavan Sornamaha Mahevel Rikaram Besharan Martin Vos Martin Kesan Kanchandaran Viraju Desa Kanan Kubo Kujikesa Ofosho Wudu Varje Viraje Karke Morni Jaren Kusor Jesa Kotsuban Kisrain Dantesh Pratap Mahachapan Dan Vigiban Guniati Chatoram Koshkari Dekua Tor Prabhu Charita Subikorasya Ramlakan Sita Man Masya Sri Kuru Sharan Surajnis Man Muku Resurafa Nau Lagu Bharvi Mau Jasu Chur Taku Kochar Burhita Intarun Charniki Sumero Puan Mor Bordri Piadehu Mohe Harahu Poles Vikor Che Handuman Yan Huns Che Karbis Luki Jarika Ramju Tatalu Partam Jani Putra Paparni Sur Nama Vikram Deshwanti Martini Barsumati Kersangi Kanchan Veran Viral Sube Sekanan Puno Puji Kesa Ufukuşra Udu Borje Veraje Kantin Borgunje Unvane Usori Jason Karsuvan Israel and Antishra Tap Mahacha Kwandan Vikan Kuniati Chapuran Kashkarite Kuwato Prabhu Tarita Resune Vekus Rasya Ramlakan Sitaman Basya Susharutari Siyahite Karvar Karutari Lankajarava Nimarutari Asurakare Ramachandra Keka Sanvari Lari Sanjivan Lakanji Yari Sriyara Guberhan Shiorari Ragati Kini Bahu Barai Tumam Priyani Parat Sambai Sahasparam Tumharu Yashkari Deuskari Sripati Karta Karate Sankari Pramari Mune Sanarat Sarat Sati Ayasali Yam Bor Bojan Erkapi Kuvoi Kaki Santi Kahan Tetu Korsu Kurabin Erkan Ram Melaye Rajpari Denhatu Haru Mantra Vipashin Marnalam Kaswar Maria Subcharna Yog Sahasra Juran Parbanu Veryo Tarki Mar Hor Fauchanu Prabhu Nutruk Merli Mukmati Charla Dilanki Karive Ashraj Nahi Dwargam Karjagat Kajate Sukanano Graha Tumre Tete Ram Dware Jumuraklare Warlakia Dano Pasare Suksulahe Tamare Saran Jumrakshak Karu Purdana Pante Samharu Petemun Lokang Ter Kan Paipu Pesashnikat Naki Arbe Mahapet Jabna Hamsul Venas Roharahi Sapera Japat Nerantar Handuman Pera Sankat Sehanuman Jurde Mankaran Chanjan Julta Saparam Tapas Vera Shakin Kapsiko Saja Orman Nora Chokulbe Sorian Mijarban Parpa Charon Yupartap Jugara Siri Jaga Ujiyara Saru Saket Jumrakware Asurni Kata Ramduare Yashtafuki Nabneri Taus Borden Jan Kimata Ramras Yantum Hore Pasasara Rapura Upati Kedasa Tumhare Bajanam Rupa Bejanam Janam Hetu Pasarap Ankara Kuber Porjar Bejanan Janam Hari Pakka Kahari Worketa Jetna Darki Harnimo Seti Sorve Sukari Santa Katni Desir Juf Sunira Hanumat Popper JJ Hanuman Busini Krikar Guru De Kiarnaki Shosa Popakar Kuhijo Hipan Imanta Sukohi Joria Prar Hanuman Chartis Holy Servi Santi Forest Tosira Sara Origera Garjetas Otati Mendera Parupat Nilai Sangkahara Mangkon Mortiru Ramlakan Sahi Hortaria Pasahu Sorbu Umaharaga Vashosi Sabashat Vashahum Rambu Finish Ninam Jarin Vipariam Wum Namaho Omeng Ring Ring Burum Nim Namu Bhagavati Patali Patali Pati Parihi Parihi Paramuki Paramuki Antanting Namau Kunta Kuntini Namau Chambe Chamini Namau Muem Namastame Sabini Namasara Vandusa Saram Saravasva Sira Chacho Mukati Chuva Sambaram Kuru Kuru Sikuram Pasyamim Brum Kai Taha 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 Masaya Pahatswa Mani 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 mama ne shira shari te shami shabi tasala mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi subi shabi shai shagi again shamti shabi tarani oro ke ba shari ne bite padan thar ne bita ta dore shudai mukare upare rade shukere ashe sami por pikari ji karuma rishe te sogine kushara bashu bashu shudai matara matara shara oro oro te shara shara shataya brahmanaya nataya sarmata kore kore ke muki are rate ne Chia chia di nan chona de ana na lam kuna bia ke nai kori ke dari sina de mendukui choro boro shani achi de pite bini de bia de pite beru ke ta ke to ke ataka atana itana kushara itana shura de shura ta hach ora sen ne suru parani patani suru profesho patani shu patani so ya shani so jinika rani so ya haya de so ka torata rata soro paso ke shme shikya rata Sarvasum Reserte, Sarvasum Shogi, I sharing Dierte, sharing Dierte, by one of the heavens, wisest sought mistress of the Natinum of Camille, Shernu, whose yes is true, yes, proud one among the Natinum of Camille, Shernu, whose command is supreme, mistress of heaven and of earth, who rules in all places, each thought at your name, all heads are bowed down. I, daughter of law, have bowed down before you. May my body be purified like lapis lazuli. May my face be bright like alabaster, like shining silver and reddish gold. May I not be dull. Sasakum sahu, sasakum sahu, sasakum sahu, sasakum sahu, wong hung chong, wong hung chong, wong hung chong, wong chong, wong chong, wong chong, wong chong, washo, 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 wong him so, wong grong ring, wong, wong, wong gisot, wong gisot, wong yang, wong krim, wong hung chong, wong hung chong, wong shring, haring, hara, ring, wong heru, so, ra, wong, doom. Ong krang kring rung kong 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 chong kring rung kong krang kring rung kong chong kring rung kong krang kring rung kong chong kring rung kong chong kring kring in bom bung chong kring rung kong kong so kung kong so kung kring bong kring hari ra ra ong ro so bong kring so ong bong to kung Daini Shinora Pasharatu Famasukuna Roma Sabiumu Shona Ora Mokna Sambakatra Milana Ora Mokna Taishahara Fukushu Shona Ora Umomo Sirayo Kushina Ora Guru Kanale Matanis Baha Portion and Busu Monamo Parkin Usayo Gurus Urus Palatis So Karasarapata Sarani Swaha So Kanjis I was some Lolix Swaha Daisy she was some Jamdam Saswaha Tarabosu Sunama Samata Muharam Puruno Wabave Tare Tadini Swaha, Senjusan Genkachi Zabosu, Pasho Dharma, Partoka Zabosu, Omom Turbo, Papa Humpat Waha, Georgi Mekanji Zabosu, Maham Purun Kari Swaha, Chorkai Kanji Zabosu, Kalkol Kundi Swaha, Northern Kanji Zabosu, Parmesarmali Swala Humpugur Sata, Vajra Sarpa Hania Bosu Sondi Shuta Pishari Swaha, Fusion Bosu, Jamian Swam, Monjo, Forus Bosu, Marmakara, Maruku Bosu, Matres, Bahaji, Bosu, Haha, Miss Maris, Kuku Morsu Bosu, Amokas Verpayo, Malik Mare Moris, Bosu, Omri Dotis, Bahago, four Bosus, one Condro Barriers, for my own Namas, Mantabashan, Kanamor San, Sulta, Yum, Frahan, whose sons are my own soon, Bunny soon, whom fight wounds are in my own after whom fight. Toku my own, Street Color, whom comes Waha, Congoria, show my own, Bashray, Axel, whom I send my own, Mararka, first was Nisa, Sapaja, whom Vam, Jago, my own, Maroka, Protes, Waha, so Fortune on by Christ, Waha, Congon, Zone, Congon, Stripes, or Jones, Waha, Janishi, Ujium, Chances, Waha, Chiku, Trust, Rara, Camaranas, Waha, so children of the Patanaki, Patais, Waha, Como Kurtanum Veo Parks Lagi Patais, Waha, Toronto Mr. Bunny, Waha, Titanum Saraswati, Waha, Taifukutunum Halias, Kalarias, Waha, each Jotinum Mahasreas, Waha, Karitai Mumduramari Yari, Waha, Taikini Tinomli at this Waha, or Shitinum Marcias, Waha, Tashum Hitinum Nigams, Waha. Antiarum Dea Sara Savitor Mandaya Mandaya Parkinariana Saji Sinu Sana Sana Vista. Quiero por Macol Kundola Pankati Hari Yaran Maya Papu, Dostran Kakara, Namaskaran Mantra, Ramitra Yartama, Rimmer Yartama, Sia Yartama, Rainbarna Vednama, Ram Kokarianama, Rapus Nenama, Ram Yarim Parariana, Primari Karianam, Primari Yartam, Savitranama, Ramar Karianama. Rabaskaranam, frame, three for sure, Yana Yarnam, Parasita, yes, as Namaskaran Yakofam, the Dini, Pressure, Palambiram, Tess of Kaja Yarte, Ring, Monga, also Hong Kong, Bong, Shimasha Kashapia, Episha, Mush, the Pishti, Akimati, North Kutushula, Tishuli Surbula, Tutuko, Epita, Mena, Duinati, Kiri, Tushunuri, Mutuma, Nakolu, Shunulini, Shunamanaku, Dini, Kikoli, Tushunuli, Tushromanaku, Tarish, Yarama Shaluti, Sharushi, and Pushu, Artisho, Puyu, Seating, Koko, Shabakam, Gibika, Shumana, Yadu, Special, Ranor, Markiki, Sporia, Easy, Arcade, Seas, Dinker, Garakampa. tinggi mar korse mit rohi sabo banana sham tribuna ispar pagi per pagi arasia ka kambar nur nu Shariulin kunushi shariuli ka kunushi shariulini x kunushi shariuli x kunushi shariuli te kunushi shariulini kunushi shariuli ne kunushi shariuli katin kunushi shariuli daduali kunulin kutina zuli yalu tap sama agama saratu isma sarati sharmushi likshudu iksi shalim nuti isi salme alani rabuti shima yara parati Tina Tina Olaki Linda Osikunushi Olari Mushi Yes Masarati Bites Masaratu It's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Kerabaroni Shumashpuri Yamasaratu Sikia Papagalo Molanaki Ashatapara Masaratu Bara Vishum Kemislar Yarnam Home Sum Kubera Yarnamha Dumuta Kubera Nebukorom Tepum Tree Pitatu Pumita Yamaton Dumuta Sekarum Yatina Netep Authority Neketa Sukori Ertesen Summer City to Sorata Isarami Sanari Namha Omiam Dryar Namha Gobisno and Zoram Tesla to Agnaya Metal Gobisno Sekasatana Onam Sexin Suexaka Karte Araneka Betane sorry set up Seruda Peg Mercola Kutuluta Tanada Agnium Namanari at Namha Umam Yamari at Namha Happy Yarma Umam Sarataraya Betan Happy Nukapi no Sekasatana Sek och det är kuinekert det är korrekortananekerta morvatu yanu yanlean kinari keraksasa som raksasarya namha barunarya namha inset baruna umbauta sermana ya metaninset looking set set sarna set saruna pay inset sunu duini kupera mautun reset Saziti Garana Capacity Garkia Capaciteo, Iomium Payor, Bertram Hammer City, Morcola, Moru, Morbatu, Garana Capacity Garkia, Capautu, Ratata, Kulutata, Rata, Zatu, Titakala, Yanu, Yanaki, Peo, Ompling Bermat, Vietnam, Paramat, Buma, Haro, Masara, Breakfast, Raya, Matakra, Lupaka, Praka, Eben Gekita, Shake a Prembra, Malu, Zatu, Titakala. Reshatin Nebu Mahachu Shaki Sama Svetum Kitsekis to do the Bradu Katmesu Om Rim Om Soja Yarnam Om Rim Shrim Shrikartam Om Rim Om Shrim Magari Yarnam Om Rim Shrim Bamburi Yarnam Om Rim Brontos Pati Yarnam Om Rim Shrim Shupuradnam Om Rim Shrim Shanshana Yarnam Om Rim Robert Nam Om Rim Ketubernam Chapukusum Samka Shamka Shakti Yamaha Tayo Tamarim Sabapam Tushmi Dipakaram Tadi Shankatu Shakam Kisho Rotarapa Sambapam Namami Sanam Sumapam Mukur Tapu Sharnam Taranika Pasam Putam Pedu Kanti Samaprapam Kumaram Shaki Astam Samakalam Pranimampuram Prayang Kukarika Sharmam Pera Patimampuram Somyam Puropetam Tamburam Pranamam Devaram Chari Shandam Chakurum Kachara Sanibamburi Putam Lokisham Namame Prayas Patini Makutam Nalapam Egarnam Paramampurum Sarvasas Planetarum Partavam Pranamam Nelanchana Samapasam Ravi Putam Yamakajam Chacharya Matanda Samputam Tam Namami Sanes Waram Matakaryam Mahaperyam Chandra Japi Martarvam Samitu Parpasam Putam Tam Ramamiam Kalash Pushpasam Karsham Tora Graham Sakborum Makam Kurang tam ketum pran mamia mam pramamorari repota kani panusha shibumi suta kurasha kurusha shukra shani vare upetu sarva grahamam supra partam kurma shanti ambur pos por amtat sati torpani ambur kod vasya di mari vidionyo prachura ram pratsa swaha hoy pratsa swaha Nansin yana prasitya sini yana napasamata saya kya kampa agavati yana nakapa Mashvita Nanasya Kupa Yagmagia Sakastera Kia Stragro Nebo Kurios Morkurios Yastro Tarku Yasina Bormasa C 14 Kapas Sahata Shitalas Kapa Dabo Satarus Kampa Yagashia Sasha Kolaban Yashia Markari Starry Yari Kursheri Yanana Yanania Yashrapa Mavacha Chakareni Yara Melo Yachi Ashtarika Nana Ziarma Papi Sarma Yabe Yade Gas Rur Ishmashu Yadur Yaya Resolution Shakaramani Yaya Tari Azaria Chia, Azarele, Chiu Patala Katmaria Katai, Siri Garu, Yakamba, Siri Garu, Yakamba, Siacha, Sierra Rakusi, Garu Kapa, Yashaka Payar, Korma Sabarue, Narkama Sabaru, Narkama Sabaru, Yan Goria, Yasin, Yan Gatampa, Yarnga, Yarngoria, Yarnia, Yasin, Yarnin Yakampa, Yakatala Makia Tarakampa. Paru kumun paru maru kumun paru maru kumun paru sekali yarda yagar yamak paurnes ya maru tuku ya tuku sorin tuburim sarin sakara sana kesana kana pelu kuku ini kamanu ini kamanu ya tu ya dara ya si patu palu paliku perkerku paga kempa pelsi exasa pa pasok paru noiseli ganushu kaki apsuki shirke kosh kosh te sormara ya guru kelamas niku ya nina puru examiku kaya shukmu tu Vajani purchase Tasto Mamchu Shasha Granato Makoni Purani Devi Vaki Purandi Ranu Pratham Shrasi Pishwar De Om Devi Kargi Yarnya Namha Yani Mahamarya Mahamarya Mario Orgin and Deshwari and Gupsur Tam Devi Party Mikupter Namaha Osara Sort the Aran Kate de Meta Kari Nana Kichimarni to Natuno Tono 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 Om bor bor vas vahatas vetar varnya barkota varsya de mai tiro no fracturaya ipsos ipsos kwana shon to toro rata toro ra to abrahda abra ung gang geng ong gong bang gong sling dong bang Mapakagada Dharma Rata Karma Duka Kudamo Duka Kudamu Sorry Masukaranu King Baradimu Sorry Masukaranu Waruka Kudamu Waruka Kudamu Dugarama Rata Karma Malapakagada Dagluga Duka Kudamu Sorry Masukaranu King Baradimu Waruka Kudamu Dugarama Rata Karma Malapakagada Om Frambakam Yasames Kumdim Pusi Borharo Morba Arukami Papanasmi Gormu Sherrier Vietnam Rain Boom Kom Mahakuchi Erte Shom Rain Boom Rain Shom Jirka Boom Mamarea Griporana no Kurwasi Kinola Kuraya Nama Shring Mombasa Dehu Supra Swaha Kring Kali Swaha Sarvapi Merde Mem Kali Yarnamha Om Nariyat Navirmahe Vasudeva Yatma Vishnu Prachuraya Om Devakar Nardanarya Virmahe Vasudevariya Mahitana Krishna Prachuraya Om Tarposharya Virmahe Sahaswacharya Mahadevarya Dharmahitanu Rupa Prachuraya Umakanantarya Vidmahe Vakrantundariya Dharmahitanu Ranti Prachuraya Om Karyarya Vidmahe Kanya Morya Dharmahitanu Durga Prachuraya Om Vedevya Vidmahe Kamaracharya Dharmahitanu Dadvi Prachuraya Om Mahadevya Char Vidmahe Vishnu Nya Vishnu Partnya Jati Mahitanu Lakshmi Prachuraya Santin Zhou Zhu Langan Shun Santin Zhou Zhu Wu Lantin Zhu Om Hayaguri Varyat Namaha Om Mahavishnu Varnar Ver Namaha Om Kesavar Yat Namaha Om Mahakushdani Yat Namaha Om Govindar Yat Namaha Om Pundar Sagar Yat Namaha Om Vistar Yat Namaha Om Visumbarar Yat Namaha Om Herar Yat Namaha Om Arika Yat Namaha Om Sarvagisar Yat Namaha Om Sarvadarar Yat Namaha Om Santanar Yat Namaha Om Naradarar Yat Namaha Om Narakarar Yat Namaha Om Narisar Yat Namaha Om Naruparavar Yat Namaha Om Naranjanar Yat Namaha Om Niskalantar Yat Namaha Om Nidapsata Yat Namaha Om Nirmadya Yat Namaha Om Silamadya Yat Namaha Om Saksiyat Namaha Om Sarvadanan Yat Namaha Om Sarvadaya Yat Namaha Om Srimat Yat Namaha Om Lokatrisar Yat Namaha Om Sivadya Yat Namaha Om Sarvesvapradaya Yat Namaha Vera Haraten Nama Veran Dararia Tamo Vera Petayat Nama Parat Nariyat Tamo Panaria Nama Panyate Nama Punyayat Nama Punyayat Nama Paraparia Nama Paramamarne Nama Parasmai Nama Parasaria Nama Parakarika Nama Parayat Nama Sarvada Makarika Nama Verusar Nama Vera Perakama Prakaria Nama Sarko Parti Vera Jayat Nama Niskarika Nama Sarvasaka Nama Umaskamala Chan Motrar Yuta Staya Nama Paraparaya Nama Purna Pusaya Nama Sasaya Nama Saraya Nama Parasma Paraya Nama Satarya Nama Datarya Nama Kurharya Nama Chitametraya Nama Jagamatya Nama Jamamratharya Nama Jivarya Nama Jayatarya Nama Jayatana Nama Japapriya Nama Japastutya Nama Japakarte Nama Priya Krate Nama Viparvya Nama Maria Nama Vispal Parya Nama Vispal Parya Nama Viskup Nama Virustarya Nama Virustas Ustarya Nama Sari Tandarya Nama Kesankararya Nama Shraya Pradarya Nama Shruti Marya Nama Shreya Sam Nama Visvaraya Nama Shutarya Nama Mananta Rupanya Nama Pranadarya Nama Prikapadarya Nama Abhyantarya Nama Vaya Ruparya Nama Sarvaksasya Nama Tamoharaya Nama Jana Sakarya Nama Jana Nama Purna Nama Kantra Nama Pur Sampuraparya Nama Jaratarya Nama Vakpatarya Nama Yogi Nama Yogi Sarya Nama Sarvatarya Nama Yogi Nama Mahambodne Nama Manisarya Nama Sraya Sam Nama Hapsarya Nama Paramahasarya Nama Vishkupri Nama Vidurai Nama Viragya Nama Swarajya Nama Sarasvati Kasana Kisarya Nama Jajmatya Sanyurtarya Nama Marimane Antara Titarya Nama Sarvasvaran Sararya Nama Pranato Kitara Ruparya Nama Garara Partet Nama Iti Sri Hayaguriva Sutarasmata Satanama Parayi Asha Sri Hayaguriva Kavakama Harmatrasya Hayaguriva Resianustrucharna Sri Hayaguriva Parama Devatum Sri Vagisvarariyatnam Hayiti Shamum Pinvirayarariyatnam Iti Satyum Samverandharariya Namurtanam Iti Kilakaram Om Namo Harya Grivariyar Sukla Parna Vidyar Mortarya Om Harya Suryatarya Brahma Vidyar Pradariya Swaha Mama Surya Griva Prasarta Sinjartar Devani Yogaryanam Kalasambordhi Samkasam Kamala Yartola Karnam Karangir Yartitavasam Karnikar Travasyarnam Janam Mutrakabala Yar Sankarkara Lastakaram Pushkarina Sondhara Vitra Tatkartaram Vakshabjarne Kartu Dharmana Santanma Sorditam Devar Sarva Borman Dharm Darya Distan Sardarye Haya Griva Sierra Patulalatam Kandra Maria Satra Srati Sorpatu Sabda Brahma Makasrurti Granam Grandamaka Patuvaranam Yarna Sambarva Shervam Vagisvara Patu Mukundu Danta Samarti Ostam Brahmarka Patu Patu Naryarno Daram Sivarma Serukam Patuka Ula Kama Prabhu Vidyarma Pitarkam Patukantam Kamanarmako Mama Burjo Kaptor Burjo Patukaro De Yendram Mandarnana Jana Mahotariam Patu Visvama Tukur Satari Pariam Madhyariam Patu Sarvama Patu Kertum Parakartin Kursim Kursi Salvisvo Medali Pando Pango Bali Trariam Nabi Me Parmardo Mayat Beers Urfa Patu Jantarna Patu Tripa Grama Patu Patu Parangula Rari Parvakam Sarpaka Patu Patu Romani Kesapa Tatu Nandigarta Patu Baryam Lakshmi Paribrahma Putrane Basarkutombi Me Patu Bandnu Soren Para Ma Visvampara Marga Parunat Marasampadu Vayu Marma Horgunataram Divagataram Mama Sasidana Darupo Mejaram Raksatu Sarvada Prasyaram Raksatu Sanvama Arya Yaram Bora Para Patunariyam Sikama Papa Vidya Linti Sirtu Varyam Varyayam Sen Mario Vatuko Varyam Sitara Visarayam Rajagar Guru Raksata Kalanya Evamna Vyasarero Sosixar Vikasvaro Pavara Yora Yora Mabaria Yam Sarvasa Parakara Lavate Dantasandero High Griva Prasadata Iritam Kirtitam Divyam Kavakam Deva Pujitam Iti High Griva Mantra Attaha Paparde Mantakande Ora Pasan Hitariam Sri Hai Grivaka Bakam Sampanaham Ubero Pranata Srita Rajaron Danas Paradona Chales Mepriatum Mo Dana Yo Danika Rio Daxin Yo Dami Rata Daya Bantu Dara Prata Divya Laksana Panutina Oshana Varaksarka Daya Lakshmi Samaradu Daya Lakshmi Parajita Daya Ruputara Borita Masamaksano Sarka Edis Varunera Lambunir Hinam Paripadakani Yatani Punakara Iskamunir Parava Navartaka Samaratu Navasangya Pravartaka Manyaskata Persa Mahaguna Verda Yashiku Yashna Sakta Yashna Buryajana Sakta Raja Kalura Martiso Rajar Rajo Pujita Visrita Vesapetia Viyargamana Marnasa Vichayo Pimaru Bandu Banduru Jana Vatsala Veru Sapriya Tarmo Vyaragi Visapatorum Murta Sarga Viato Sarananda Sarvasaki Samanvita Samandarata Saranya Sarta Parni Haraka Supritu Sulava Somo Sarta Kyato Randara Samarkam Priya Saksa Parva Sriva Rajyata Svaharna Sampritu Akirlanda Pravartaka Bjorkana Sampritam Tasvatana Priya Kala Pramavasi Ahar Ravi Vivarchitu Darputi Ruda Mape Parvo Nerva Van Harna Inora Supisravana Kalaka Pravartaka Astalachma Samaryoga Vyarto Mela Pikaraha Lokaradio Loka Parlo Loka Parnio Sulak Sana Sulava Surbarga Surtus Kopratapne Priya Santa Sutan Guno Beta Suspato Suranka Pikaraha Sarka Marsno Sumati Sorta Kane Karaka Sankar Hastar Dar Das Rema Param Jorti Parapara Samarikuna Samana Sarano Tina Vasara Paroparkari Papagna Turundi Yasana Nebara Kaka Sarvaguno Beta Surindra Sambe Varpa Disvargiato Pe Diar Baria Arnarkana Sakiorta Protocale Bedret Stutram Suserbur Vietenedene Navram Noti Porusa Sriam Devendra Samni Parniti Sri Berustram Omacharya Kuberaria Visravanaria Danadanya Divataria Danadanya Samriti Merdiari Daparia Swaha Om Shrim Krim Krim Shrim Krim Vishvararia Namaha Swaha Om Rim Shrim Krim Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mama Kriyanam Pararia Pararia Namaha Om Krim Shrim Lakshmi Krim Sarha Swaha Om Prinacharya Kubereya Vishrapanarya Danatanya Akashanarya Sarvaloka Vasikaraya Danatanya Haripatarya Danatanya Samruddhe Meri Derita Parya Swaha Om Shrim Shrim Kuberaya Namaha Om Yasharacharya Virmarya Laki Desarya Dharmahitana Kubera Prachoraya Sikya Kampasya Kampasi Dingerki Kampasi Ninganan Kampa Sikuti Magamfra Sikya Kampasya Kampa Sikya Kapasiana Kapasi Dingerki Kapasi Dingeran Kapal Agakumashkar Sana Sikya Kapasiana Kapasi Sikya Kapasiana Kapasi Dingerki Kapasi Dingeran su la su ora ni mo si che pasiare che fa o man bram bramaram ser hari bramim partum bermana ye me mahe haranya karparia der mahitano brahma prajurat om chatur mukai vil maha masro daria der mahitano brahma prajurat om mem krim shrim shrim soso shara kamam brahma om brahma shashanam brahma purushan vihi matapo shor baha guru brahma guru vishnu guru shiva guru devo maswara guru sakshat param brahma krishna shri guru namaha Usagna Ketvikam Kapina Horror Ready up him can the boss if you do the sort of half past the other two ordem stuff and then beside the man and muse of you to Toramenti Martu for Ru Carmius Karune Canus Canamenti and the Bep Sara Karune Barusa Kariu never would have himself. I am a papa to rekin him for the portion on F Chabu. Troam priam tuo tuo se vosi floridi el redi vingetorvin garnier motamar serche per piga torranori tormanero motskelton skor da period to frin feo fedle portin ortin frikita fri verte trikios vita en kasi kors webdate vi kalk per dead part of plan preotikar froti frofin vikar fiskardin Sierkir Gurfosung Skjord Beorvik Skjord Skefis Ningar Greens Garfino Foro Horan Horan Korning Posting Kuroski or Nibi Free Bonfi Erik die Fling Desierto Spiver Dar Svitria Vitri Rock York Yor Nerfantex Ertol Verker mer svår kontroll från filmmotor legally via retur musspelning för heim eller vad korkoning karabiner och golmer och dulma bol bästa år in vill beson hon om bergen mer osvi bäst nord i sundri kodas tår norfin nagla på ora nori oderlingos desken pulsering pulsimon eris lune sol auto os inspirio kiperkios arniximel virtinskio artis hovidis orion vidioritar vol greiching pingul mosos neturin nerineti nultris trius tribisti etero vol in norne tendi för bombor nur in möjt ner Bigoin Gardor Vindor Torin California Valley Torin Torin Tech Litum Dori Ori Von Vari Pili or Seri or Berli Lufo Skipir Virgius Orfin or the Erikins here for Frosti thinking Norial Brazier Weird and Discord Greater Big Great Embryo volunteer reads clans team the offering earning bid bring prospect scopes was for league win Looney wins run was also new working frio Loki. Avinaria Maparnaria Vishnu Maria Manasa Maria Visariam Gathros Nam Butadariam Sitan Vistavaria Tararia Samsara Sakartarha Iviat Horni Makarnde Porimala Pari Borgaskarnde Stripati Padarvar Vierne Babar Valia Chierte Vandesariar Bella Parkarmen Nafta Tabahamna Mama Kenas Bam Samudro Hitaranga Vagarna Samudro Nadaranga Urhartaranga Nagarmi Tanurcha Tanurcho Kalamiotra Mitrasa Storte Torste Bavar Narbabrati Kim Babatiaraxkara Matsvarti Biara Tara Ravatarvata Varta Sarta Basurtam Parmespara Paripario Bavarta Baba Pardierto Hamdamurdara Gunan Mintiara ra pandara pinda govinda govinda govinda. Baba jala dimatara hanmandara. Paramandara mapanaria. Bam. Narayana karun maria saranam karmarni. Barco Coranoritis Arpari Marias Varanasara Roja Sarabasatu Itis Rima Param Hasapari Praja Karasyar Sri Govinda Parkia Patapuja Parsisiasya Sri Mata Karapaka Kortosa Pari Sutram Samtwarnam. Peniogo Sriti Putragamatros Siapa Pramorsi Pratishanda Sriti Putragapata Bisham Swahasaki Parkirakam Sriti Putragapinja Farm Japaveri Ugari Sari Neyasa Om Kasiapa Pramara Sat Namhasarasi Pratichanda Sandamamuke Sriti Putragapata Yainama Ringo Bishari Yanama Goyas Wahasakari Yanama Parayopa Kelakari Yartam House Nampor Venioga Yartamha Sabangi Yatisari Nes from Gustio Picam Nama Ring Toshani Piam Namaha, Manai Piam Nama, Pamaniam Piam Nama, Ring Tanisia Piam Nama, Konkara Plasapiam Naman, Kariania Sukromadi Yatnumha, Ring Sopisaras, Pamsiki, Pasan, Pamaki, 3 years, Promasolia Petitis, 99 Sukrum, Bordo Pusumi, Fitik Panadayan, Petroga Devi, Scoyas for the Pini, the day Paras, and Pomjakamin. Ampriti amiga ya garam smart pamem kasamiga ya pushpa piyam pi pamika to pamkrapiam namika yam darsam taman ya yam neberti yam swami supakara pujam smart pami chapamara mantroma mamale mahamari of sabar mantos for pinika to porius rania satamani sidata papa guru mantren om rim sida guru presida rimam nastat soiti putar kamantrom krom rimam tarke rime ye vasaya vasaya rimdum bakleam rim from vaha sedangkan yang sukamata yatnamha tim supasi sarasa swam sikaya pasaram kapakai nim triyo yoposu kromasolaya peti disrangina sumbo sumayarti tigmi mukinayan di putrema devi skaris for pini tibatin diveti para sum chukami kompuja aprida mika ya dam smart kame kumbesomika ya pupa pijami pupa mika ya jupang kurapi Namika ya jabam siwami yang para mika dam sama nebi yang Ibartami Sumslomi Subakra Pujam Smarpa Smarpa Biat Kio 3 Pamukras Kramar Kramam Siliar Babatu Medevi Prapasaran Maestro Japan and Talama Tromo Malpam Malesavada Pam Priti Subapasam Kurusimi Patria Soberam Kayate Me Om Principia and Namha Ingines Helpine Hogor also Corres Arti or Pomo Official of Totos of Tipu Martli Tasca Nutomeo at Martirski Papina Egypt's people Allah Hergar Kindiar Merio meaning Murpurium Dada Verdi before war Alberto Shuk from Spirit of Fira Post of Mok more journal or Pornau Force for Mumik for the work Pumiru Makaimani or Verdi Marpem Meruran Pure Morni Ban or was orta bors mega bp of forces indiana celia nas follow onia job porso bat ne opening up was kununga in grass work your board bors near borbo of your book whereas me board me ranch for bus for scan or nana salos train by board was kurunum loki so babs or nan sarni mana yardi mokoi home nam chorbu sorry we see a war sorry Martin Invisia Barningen Sartip Stochnon Invisiu Havor Sakri Kotu Kitchen Religion Kula Rastol again and Gon Koko Pat Kotus Kuno Kom Nim John no Kono Korpu Morkin Ertu Orni Jan Dark Artur och Gatan Forum att Joy trots att säga PRV Iarbor Hort Horting Probo Afro Bo Ops Migron at if Vol Martin Skorbo och Torkorbo Tablir Tori Torni Vorbo Bor Bain Veterkis Vontorkori Onze Brer Votmo Borsa Major of Morkor Mojo for Tontenheimum in Virgin Polo Restola in Logo Pop Gotoski Verskerti Vorkura
Short of scripture or brains broke weak work or planes region purpose mod social mod zero or brain worgo roin durin and nor bear mantrikin more home corpu vergo each or cruise shame durin psyche home war blow warrior bo vikinga near es upo serter mesfer or horki peter pushmo morlo bronco hapo in yori lo koli Berandamnem diem nom voice for nin wagorium rum rebels prefer din martin embrace mar orc ota baratok mogo pila fix abnonista teterun tarantic torn bregeterun egalen dernit tom alefent wonders and in doors or wig where for Greek Norwin also red as sapphire to further entering moon and comfort loon comfort, 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 comfort. Out of it, word, verse, and teen, words, weak, word for win, words, also raise our suffers to forward elephant for Ashlyn Moon and Compo Rune, Rose Boy, War Voice, Gory Lois, Rick or Weak, What, Where, Read or Road, Rosie or Rose, consentively or tourist talk rum prenis nesit penitus cur es via energus lenturis ipse quorient dominus ortes arbis est et narbis quoris non difficile ser impossibly possibilis gori dominin dos omnipotens rex adjournem dominos dominanteium in quoius manum nos victoria constita tomnebulum contractio procoprius meris vium feminis nebo poseor tulo territoris magnificentis Arvardin Arvarin Arvarin cum saxorum in forsum montum oporum in danata balum in quantorum Draconis, Dimortum Dim Manga Shartena Sharatormo Goshamo Samusumo Ozor Shamo Ozai Neumut was built to spill in the Ossicunusialaimo Shikin Cordum Ossimo Calatum Cutum Mossi Paritum Calcritum Namaritum Ashur Cashatur Cashaparni Elini Tumu Biararni Elia Uistaria Usisu U Eria Eli Amaria Abrusana U Indiricuola Salalu Mushahuara Kuunitarna Alu Upia Uhukikia Upusume Mastikia Umartu Elilinugusia Topisiarti Zizanima Lani Rabuti Shimada Barti Nier Dietala Tiredao Upu Ush Salvam Karshartia Ukarshartia Sharetisha Umushtia Ismasarati Sharmushilu Chururichi Sharinuti Shalulu Zalu Sishanursa Lutap to Sharibu Amatli Worki Iya Hima Za Luleta Tusha Apushu Kishpiki Matanti Risharmiki Rusha Porturu Epertorsha Suru Kolamutusha Mala Serena Hibidibu Eranimo here. Sitting compositing compositing Lulu and compositing Lulu and compositing incorporating compositing got another sorrima compositing Nida sorrima compositing and Lulaza compositing in Lulaza compositing in Lula compositing and Taudiela capacity in measure capacity in near share capacity in nama in Kampa Sinikan Martin Kernel Kampa Sinikan Siskier Kishmarks Akbat Darling Bolama Kampa Siniker Baba Bor Corte Corning Nerke Kampa Seringar Nearing Dur Garden Tinker and Dordari Yard Natin Sokurna Katar Gan Nerkanpa sitting Garana, compositing Gargia, compositing Garu, compositing Garnabu, compositing Garista, compositing Garshamashu, compositing Garnakor, compositing Garmadu, compositing Ganini, Prata, compositing Gariki, compositing Garanunaki, compositing Ganan Lola, Karaka, compositing Ganin Lola, Koraka, compositing Ganini, the Bila, Sharaka, compositing Ganini, Koraka, Gishir, in Papa Pararaki, Kapa. Sitting Garanura Dinker Karalen Ner Kakamba Kamu Urtuksul Halasur Kitim Sulmulasul Ger Sulmaskim Sulasiare Composite Composite in Garin Lalo Korkorake Composite in Garin Lolarin Korkorake Composite in Garin Bipile Sharek Singing Korkorake Composite in Ganin Rinker Kolel Kala Gerin Composite in Garana Composite in Gerki Compapa Rarata Arta Martarta Papa Rarata Nerne Asakara Sakti Morna Tanam Takari Sidi Morna Tat Utuksu Kurdi Morna Tela Surkigapi Morna Tekim Suli Bim Morna Kerkalazu Garbi Morna Tatin Kerzurkirpi Morna Terin Mirna Pierna Hashpi Albar the Barni Beriesh Hashar Piarti Marnu Hashartu Shar Yor Tortu Tarni. Umananatayartam Humarsayartam Humagarayartam Humagalukarayartam Humami Vikmarayartam Humami Sarayartam Humaripantayartam Umbino Pariyartam Humvisnu Pariyartam Humvisnu Tarayartam Umvitamariyanam Humvisudarayatam Humsasaryatam Humsaturustaniyanam Umasamanditariyanam Humamarkatuna Karinenam Umami Tikarayatam Humakarapaspariyartam Umakarapasutyayatam Umakaruparyanam Umbalayartam Humpasukaryanam Umbaramparayarkaryartam Umparikarayatam Humpasawaraniyartam Humpasumpataniyartam Humpapasitaryatam Humpasparasatinertam Humpakimakaniyartam Humpamoruparyatam Humpamikarayatam Humpatindarayatam Humpasapanamashayatam Humparaparyatam Humikodaparyatam Humikodaryatam Humikismoyantam Humanamayaryatam Humnekesopiyartam Visumbarayartam Sakamparaniyartam Sakamparaniyartam Samupariyayatam Samdaraniyartam Parakasarasartam Pamasariyartam Paramadariyatam Parakatayartam Parikipasyayatam Parikasyatam Bausarasartam Parikapataniyartam Bavipatarayatam Kaskariyatam Lokotalisayatam Sivariyatam Parayayatam Punayatam Punyayatam Punyakatariyatam Parasayatam Parikariyatam Skalayatam Parapariyatam Kotukariyatam Satayatam Satayatam Tatariyatam Pariyamanyatam Sabupujayatam Sabakarayatam Unersayatam Nerajanayatam Umevatariyatam Sarayatam Sabatayatam Jananjayatam Tayatam Payatam Utamaharayatam Ravisvarayatam Nikolaniyatam Palariyatam Markarinam Sakarakayatam Chukuru Harayatam Chipariyatam Jayadayatam Japapriyayatam Visvarupariyatam Viskuru Stariyatam Verus Pams Yayatam Sariyatam Pranadayatam Visnu Pariyatam Tariyatam Tarayatam Radavasayatam Rabusayatam Bhujankaryatam Bariopu Patharyatam Sarisupariyatam Saguru Pariyatam Karpusumatayatam Parpitakaryatam Samudamniyakaryatam Fani Ravi Pusaryatam Nagadrayatam and then strike is something that shooting the two hours news is Kabusha Radem Peru, ships as Kuja or Katam Sekim Yabunati Japimunu, and Skomari Pasha and Nemperachas and Eminence, Parashas of Voltem Sutin not a percent as a problem canoe truck the room names competent Haruna point William Buwagor, happens to know observe with what the Truthman Mahachata Yaras and Napin Cap. Nuka Petasen for Taita Mr. Abu Mahit Autotan Namo. Factor said that protecting after that may turn at them in the water new ship as getting a key up you teach you the upper bed for you that Makaru, and I take up to second may you have a jari, or I shall no thinking a heap, have you teach you the upper capital Makaru, and then perhaps Sharade, happy, me must also happy, so who happy in the morning, might get to cop robbery or second rubber for the Rotaimer Nation, the Peru, Hermanero, Rutare Romanatu, the Numeru, so it's a choice of the Bioic. Peace might have broken in the Revenus Mamora break, get the captain voice already of the Carab. Sari Caru Sevens to Carum, Correas, Carinis, one of the two make a two is a conscious and to other packet. Rather, parent can to us shoot at it, shoot test nothing to do with. I did luminescence and a lot of it definitely that opposition can do or set what to have the cat room can have a cab. Offset Nabu Dominic min headroom pets have had headroom and touch shall I get to watch it more second. When Bennett the daughter to the shut tapu up what second toy, or a tapu am in the tapisua of what my head second resu second toy, a man named mutant, second pass became a set per pass to a second was a segment min head. Or I who could not shoot about the sort of thing here in the arcs of the versus take cemented, so it's a moose a goose a person who been escaping the best cemented some models and our pets and men who second metal patch up at the capital Hormari of the serpent. The Casu was the Scotty as you points in upon the second mark and me also two of them mana Peru setting the Misha Caru Nekin Sar Cadu, Pasti Raya Covet, Tarek, Remetium, Debep Nebrasa, Deki, Nabu, Nepitim, Tim Sapari, Mato, Ayu Mu, Utur, Neve, Never, Neve, Cautious of the Palab, the Maderi, the Pertuit, the Batifas, Menimunu left. Sepak abu jujals kat abu merf montroi so bush kom na mas pasnu je patos en ek ter ek te gem netter kenem stu ma kenem tu nurin kenem stu ne por tu trome sushu ti a kartin jota artu arte te fine pet ausat when in the salis and edi so je en excellent ek go color so that nas kem curry poi kem jane me wara me go free George and jane me yet he said you'll move if I did you other go up to you no object in the corner for the feet. They have few and solid capital to signalize it. The that you are the alarm so to next shoot a move bishop to next shoot ram and head no pin for me food son get feet up to that take none food point that makes so think you are the art no that money woman that sanani who wabu din get their mind in Japan and Harry. Jota Mam Hota Pamiti Walker, the Mambo, I get them to excellent to Mediac. Subdue cannot have Pami to one corner Maru. I get them to excellent to Mediac. Subdue cannot have a baraki want me to one bed. Human Mahat or Army that never do one head. Total subtlety, Hota Benari, Martin, Canoe, Tazu, no million, the red petty chips, Mary, Wokan, Hota, never I told you upset them so I can come in more. Man can no so cash, no so Opera Perem Camutek Messon to never make a Perkiman Nugrasek never tap in the train doid, Perem Shishani never chuck I come Takusha Sectoy and Satu Ekapam in the Buba, Yaus of him, hold up the Oms of him, that and put him a suit of you, the beauty of the direction to move the new throne, Nukuda Perem Numu, Nukushani Perem Kunin, Fiona Masam Rami, boy, all that can Kapam 10 more totally go to top Skiparamas. Guardam jete tsunami ono que musiku shomore tek sai partigo pre ora a super cam ne meter kan tak su exaka teknik de kurem parem nu tu pu after an part tu waek unu tam kiu kopsu forse toy promo tu 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 ne pre al somot in win bet more tu ne man ames markem su en pet yeset senetek ne tadi tap tap en sak per nu tap pro on trap senek ti kwa makai au per anu Suchin Duai for them kept up in Abu and the critic Casudis in the old weapon excellent and next time or Homer Hoy at the TM second minute pet and drum in hand and so then nutrition cake who should in this get it out cry my and jet who in naturally war and Heru test who my suture up to pleasure I had to neck pressure and Jack you get kept wrong to war for Hana Patumamit Masaru was attempt to wreck never a nation operation or cook the yes come on and neck and sack up to fumu to move on that or wrong. The miracle crawl Nebu Pesreka Neka Misharik kept the true Nebu Victor Neb, Shepherd got up and Kinkarek Nebrek and the abuse could keep the cult of no shot up and every week and into the wash that you was sort of an Porsche, and so much as the mind of repair and as an evening set of when he said, couldn't he said, you rise up at Bushana Basharini, said he got Anum Sukunu, Caprin, Capru, never cake brush, Caprin Prembra. Nuestra familia es una,มันกระเป็นบรรกาเปียร์ที่unaเป็นกระเบียร์ที่unaจะถอยสุดสุดสมัยกระกระเบียร์tu ayu terari tentara sebidonatin abae kabae kabae sebab persi orang konon yang Fransa tu ni Israel mau susah buat segala positif sebab kadang yang pernah membukti sekarang dia kerja ratu amu petentoi mentu kerana kan mauru amu absen tunya dia kerana boras roy roshan tu amu amen sekarang kan amu absen tunya ya kerana boras roy somla sekarang kuat kuat sekarang kerana ya kuat kemudian terus somla sekarang kuat mereka terus terus persiaga berikan sorry kabar kan kerana baik kan baik kan kabar fik magnet ruang nasional mebet shishabet intiada nak ikut semang membership ketika kiu hatam sekarang nasional itu ana mengikuti usaha kami and menudusan dan kaisan dan nisa pada katina kap kuah taknya regional uno dua parameter wana makanan pen sabta nak kiu pun maksimum gor kesot kapan yang shuna tu ni piati ni penadi wabna peninu wabras asaras para kerana tu di absem uniform sikapsan tumapsan jara jara mapas kara pos tapos pasada saria kapruasan tu kapa multa plura porunchu tu ni piati na trend tu imas. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Newt, go, Newt. Ezekiel compose, Yana compose. Kansu, kapra. Parsimito kishapo panahon ng siyang truwinahan. Parsimito kishapo panahon ng siyang truwinahan. Parsimito kishapo panahon ng siyang truwinahan. Abracadabra, abracadabra, abracadabra. You're going to follow that link that I sent you on your laptop, on your computer, not your phone. TikTok failed. I don't mind broadcasting for a while, though. We are on TikTok, we are on YouTube, we are also on Instagram. So if you are watching on Instagram, if you are watching on TikTok, I recommend you move to YouTube, youtube.com, Setra, Setchra. That is me. You can type in that in your web browser, and you're likely to pull up my book. It's published. I've got my YouTube channel. It's full of videos, full of information.
do you do? Check out TikTok or Instagram, and you got a bunch of questions. I got a ton of answers throughout my channel. There's a whole bunch of videos listed. But I'm gonna get some feeling back in my ankles, and then thanks for joining my fan club. And then I'm gonna grab myself some coffee, and then I'm gonna read a story. I feel like reading a story, so if you feel like hearing a story, I'm going to read one from the Grimm's fairy tales. It is 7:30 right now. So in 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 7:31. Boom. Mark that. 7 plus 4 is 11. I'm going to do that, get myself some coffee, and then I'm going to start reading a story. So if you want to stick around, I love sharing stories. Am I a shaman? Yes, I am a shaman. Just going to a Hindu temple, and January the 1st of 2023, after I've been going for some time, at the end of the day, the president of the temple has given his speech, and he's talking about humans and different things the humans do. And he starts talking about divine beings. He said shamans are divine beings. And he literally pointed to me in the crowd. And he said, there's one sitting right there. And everybody turned around and they looked at me. And in that moment, I knew everything that happened to me was not by chance. Every choice, every decision that I took, every opportunity that I acted upon, every bad inclination that I denied was perfect. There's no more guessing. There's no more wondering. I knew. I don't fit in with everybody else. I'm not Mr. Popular. There's a handful of people that understand me because they live the path. not because they went looking for it, but because they were born with it. That's my family, and that's who I'm looking for. I could care less about anything else along the way. I was told from a young age to love my neighbor. I'm gonna keep doing that. I'm gonna keep helping strangers. I'm gonna keep doing the good thing because I'm efficient. I'm good at that. When you're good at something, you don't need nobody to pay you to do it. Excel. That's what I chose to do, anyways. And I got this huge altar right behind me. A 3-level heaven, earth, underworld altar. I prefer to call Earth Geb. Geb's a pretty cool place. Earth, whatever. But I am a minute behind, and we have a story to share. I can't hear a word you say. That volume is on 0. I'm not even turning on the camera. You need to be on YouTube. You need to make it work. Figure out how to make it work. I'm done with TikTok. I can't hear anything. It's all on 0. Just like every comment. You know what works wonderful about my vision? I can't read the comments. They're too small if I wanted to read them. Instagram, it's too dark to save energy because if I leave the screen brightness up, screen goes away real fast, battery dies out. Doesn't that make life nice? You know what I found? I went like 2 weeks. I didn't wear my glasses once. I left them off. You know, every single person in the whole wide world looked nicer. Every fuzzy portion in the TV screen was clear for me. Every wrinkle in anybody's skin looked smooth. People look thinner. The world seemed like a nice place when everything was nice and blurry because I'm in my own world. I'm in my room, and you have a window. I open my window. Doesn't mean I'm going to read any old post-it that lands up in front of me, and neither should you. Learn how to focus your life. The world's full of distractions. You'd call them pleasures. I call them a bunch of junk. Anyway, seeing as I am 4 minutes late for my own reading, The Gold Children. The Gold Children starts on page 368, and it is from the Grimm's Fairy Tales. And Mr. Jacob Lovell Carl Grimm and a Mr. Wilhelm Carl Grimm. These guys right here. All right. There was once a poor man and a poor woman who had nothing but a little cottage, and who earned their bread by fishing, and always lived from hand to mouth. But it came to pass one day when the man was sitting by the waterside and casting his net, that he drew out a fish entirely of gold. As he was looking at the fish, full of astonishment, it began to speak and said, "Hark you, fisherman! If you will not throw me back again into the water, I will change your little hut into a splendid castle." Then the fisherman answered, "Of what use is a castle to me, if I have nothing to eat?" The goldfish continued, "That shall be taken care of. There will be a cupboard in the castle in which, when you open it, shall be dishes of the most delicate meats, and as many of them as you can desire." "If that be true," said the man, "then I can well do you a favor." "Yes," said the fish, "there is, however, the condition that you shall disclose to no one in the world whatsoever he may be, whence your good luck has come. If you speak but one single word, all will be over." Then the man threw the wonderful fish back again into the water and went home. But where his hovel had been formerly stood, now stood a great castle. He opened wide his eyes, entered, and saw his wife dressed in beautiful clothes, sitting in a splendid room, and she was quite delighted, and said, "Husband, how has all this come to pass? It suits me very well." "Yes," said the man, "it suits me too, but I am frightfully hungry. Just give me something to eat." Said the wife, "But I have got nothing, and don't know where to find anything in this house." "There's no need of your knowing," said the man, "for I see yonder a great cupboard. Just unlock it." When she opened it, there stood cakes, meat, fruit, wine, quite a bright prospect. Then the woman cried joyfully, "What more can you want, my dear?" And they sat down and ate and drank together. And when they had had enough, the woman said, "But, husband, whence come all these riches?" "Alas!" answered he, "do not question me about it, for I dare not tell you anything. If I disclose it to anyone, then all our good fortune will fly." "Very good," said she. "If I am not to know anything, then I do not want to know anything." However, she was not in earnest. She never rested day or night, and she goaded her husband until in his impatience he revealed that all was owing to a wonderful golden fish which he had caught, and to which in return he had given its liberty. And as soon as the secret was out, the splendid castle with the cupboard immediately disappeared. They were once more in the old fisherman's hut, and the man was obliged to follow his former trade and fish. But fortune would so have it that he once more drew out the golden fish. "Listen," said the fish, "if you will throw me back into the water again, I will once more give you the castle with the cupboard full of roast and boiled meats. Only be firm, for your life's sake. Don't reveal from whom you have it, or you will lose it all again." "I will take good care," answered the fisherman, and threw the fish back into the water. Now at home everything was once more in its former magnificence, and the wife was overjoyed at their good fortune. But curiosity left her no peace, so that after a couple of days she began to ask again how it had come to pass, and how he had managed to secure it. The man kept silence for a short time, but at last she made him so angry that he broke out and betrayed the secret. In an instant the castle disappeared, and they were back again in their old hut. "Now you have got what you want," said he, "and we can gnaw at a bare bone again." "Ah," said the woman, "I had rather not have riches if I am not to know from whom they come. for then I have no peace." The man went back to the fish, and after a while he chanced to draw out the goldfish for a third time. "Listen," said the fish, "I see very well that I am fated to fall into your hands. Take me home and cut me into 6 pieces. Give your wife 2 of them to eat, 2 to your horse, and bury 2 of them in the ground. Then they will bring you a blessing." The fisherman took the fish home with him, and did as it had bidden him. It came to pass, however, that from the 2 pieces that were buried in the ground 2 golden lilies sprang up, that the horse had 2 golden foals, and the fisherman's wife bore 2 children who were made entirely of gold. The children grew up, became tall and handsome, and the lilies and horses grew likewise. Then they said, "Father, we want to mount our golden steeds and travel out in the world." But he answered sorrowfully, "How shall I bear it if you go away, and I know not how it fares with you?" Then they said, "The 2 golden lilies remain here, but then you can see how it is with us. If they are fresh, then we are in health. If we are withered, we are ill. If they perish, then we are dead." So they rode forth and came to an inn, in which were many people. And when they perceived the gold child, they began to laugh and jeer. When one of them heard the mocking, he felt ashamed, and would not go out into the world, but turned back and went home again into his father. But the old rode forward and reached a great forest. As he was about to enter it, the people said, "It is not safe for you to ride through. The wood is full of robbers who would treat you badly. You will fare ill, and when they see that you are all of gold, and your horse likewise, it will assuredly kill you." But he would not allow himself to be frightened, and said, "I must and will ride through it." Then he took bear skins and covered himself and his horse with him, so that the gold was no more to be seen, and rode fearlessly into the forest. When he had ridden onward a little, he had heard a rustling in the bushes, and heard voices speaking together. From one side came cries of, "There is one!" but from the other, "Let him go, 'tis an idle fellow, as poor and bare as a church mouse. What should we gain from him?" So the gold child rode joyfully through the forest, and no evil befell him. One day he entered a village wherein he saw a maiden who was so beautiful that he did not believe that any more beautiful than she existed in the world, and as such a mighty love took possession of him. He went up to her head and said, "I love thee with my whole heart. Wilt thou be my wife?" He too pleased the maiden so much that she agreed and said, "Yes, I will be thy wife, and be true to thee my whole life long." Then they were married, and just as they were in the greatest happiness, home came the father of the bride, and when he saw that his daughter's wedding was being celebrated, he was astonished, and he said, "Where is the bridegroom?" They showed him the gold child, who, however, still wore his bear skins. Then the father said wrathfully, "A vagabond shall never have my daughter," and was about to kill him. Then the bride begged as hard as she could, and said, "He is my husband, and I love him with all my heart," until at last he allowed himself to be appeased. Nevertheless, the idea never left his thoughts, so that next morning he rose early, wishing to see whether his daughter's husband was a common ragged beggar. But when he peeped in, he saw a magnificent golden man in the bed, and the cast off bearskins lying on the ground. Then he went back and thought, "What a good thing it was that I restrained my anger. I should have committed a great crime." The gold child dreamed that he rode out to hunt a splendid stag, and when he awoke in the morning, he said to his wife, "I must go out hunting." She was uneasy and begged him to stay there, and said you might easily meet with a great misfortune. But he answered, I must and will go. Thereupon he got up and rode forth into the forest, and it was not long before a fine stag crossed his path exactly according to his dream. He aimed and was about to shoot it. When the stag ran away, he gave chase over hedges and ditches for the whole day without feeling tired. But in the evening the stag vanished from his sight, and when the gold child looked round him, he was standing before a little house, wherein was a witch. He knocked, and a little old woman came out and asked, what are you doing so late in the midst of the great forest? Have you not seen a stag? Yes, answered she, I know the stag well. And thereupon a little dog, which had come out of the house with her, barked at the man violently. Wilt thou be silent, thou odious toad? Said he, or I will shoot thee dead. Then the witch cried out in passion, what? Will you slay my little dog? And immediately transformed him, so that he lay like a stone, and his bride awaited him in vain, and thought, that which I so greatly dreaded, which lay so heavy on my heart, has come upon him. But at home the other brother was standing by the gold lilies, when one of them suddenly drooped. Good heavens, said he, my brother is met with some great misfortune. I must away to see if I can possibly rescue him. Then the father said, stay here. If I lose you also, what should I do? But he answered, I must and will go forth. Then he mounted his golden horse and rode forth and entered the great forest, where his brother lay turned to stone. The old witch came out of her house and called him, wishing to entrap him also. But he did not go near her, and said, I will shoot you if you will not bring my brother to life again. She touched the stone, though very unwillingly, with her forefinger, and he was immediately restored to his human shape. But the two gold children rejoiced when they saw each other again, kissed and caressed each other, and rode away together out of the forest, and one home to his bride, and the other to his father. And the father then said, I know well that you had rescued your brother, for the golden lily suddenly rose up and blossomed out again. Then they lived happily, and all prospered with them until their death. That's cool. That's What time you got there, little brother? Just type it in. Cool. Yeah, just keep it in the background for now, because what is it? Is it 2 o'clock where you are now? Got about an hour, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, yeah. Then that's why this course is going this morning. So you focus on what you got to do on that side. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You were kind. this is extraordinary and damn near I say legendary. As you're packing stuff, you're very welcome. Right. This is while you're looking at the screen, I want to put a couple things in the bag for you. This is really cool and really special to me. It's a bag that I got. It's Myrtle Beach. It's Myrtle Beach. It's a particular beach I've been to, and like it's special to me. So that bag's gonna go to you. This is gonna go to you. I'm gonna send you a wicker basket. Figure that out later. That's not for you. Where's the? Oh, that's what I wanted to put in the thing for you. So I'm gonna put that in there. That in there. I don't know. It might cost $100 to send a damn box, but I don't care. We're gonna have the money. We're gonna send it. Got this leather bracelet. Got a couple buttons. That's going in the bag in the box for you. I got another bracelet. This other one. That's going to go to you. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's see. I just put one in the bag for you. Let's see if this fits my ankle. Not that one. Let's try the other ankle. Usually, your weaker side of your body is going to have a smaller fit. Let's see. If neither of them even fit my ankle, then I'll just give you both of them. But if one of them fits my ankle, then I'll keep one and give you the other. But I'm thinking I'm just going to give you both. Yep. They just both come into you. So one's nice and done like that, all proper. And then this other one is just all straight. Something is like you want me to have one and you want one so that we like each have one. That's what you want. I can feel it. Okay. Then we'll do that then, okay? Put it on my, I feel like I want to put it on my left wrist, but it's going on my right one. So I'm going to take in the moment, I'm going to give you the pretty one that's all braided up. And I'm going to keep this one that's just all straight lines. I've got this leather strap cord here, and something says that it goes to you. So I'm going to put that because you could probably use that a lot more than I could. Have all these little goodies and stuff. Like all these little pieces, like they matter, but you pack or get ready or whatever you do, don't let me slow you up here. And for those at home that are unaware, there's somebody that has been very much calling V, and V has been very, he wanted to learn, and he's been progressing at an exceptional rate of progress. I turn away students because I am working And when I work, I get really irritated at pauses. You could equate every comment to somebody as a pause. I can't even read them, so I have no clue what they say. I don't care. It doesn't even bother me none. If you really want to contact me, you'll know how to contact me. Though I like to work in smooth conditions. I like things to have progress. When things hit bumps, what happens? Friction. Friction. Friction's good in the correct place. And this individual V from half the world away, he has been making lightning, blazing progress. I say something, he doesn't get booty hurt. He doesn't get booty hurt. He moves forward, takes it, understands it. We just move forward. We're working. Ain't upset. This is not about emotions. That is the wonderful thing that you can work past. Is you can work past those negative emotions and you can focus on a solution. This is what I have found to be effective. You want something real that's going to benefit you in your life today? Then the next time somebody gets all booty hurt, starts giving you a rough time over anything, or you give yourself a rough time over anything, find something to be happy about immediately. Stay happy. Stay positive. Why? Why stay positive? Why is it important to stay positive? Because if you stay positive, then the flow of energy continues. If the flow of energy continues, then the problem doesn't stay there. It's going to move forward with everything else in your life. Your life is going to move forward past the situation, beyond the problem, the specific, oh, I wanted this here rather than there. Focus on the most important thing in your life and chase it. Chase it like an arrow flying through the sky. And in your regards, listen or not, I'm happy to be packing these things up for you, bro. I thank you as much as you thank me. I saw that comment. Uh, you were like, I was like a kid. I'm gonna go back and read. Yep, when I was like a kid, it was also there like I loved it like a kid. Uh, just loving. I love you so much, bro. Yeah, just like kids, man, just total fucking, just kids having fun, and that's what life is about. That's what life's about. When I was a kid, my mom, she'd be cleaning or doing whatever she'd be doing in her room, and I'd be doing whatever I'd be doing. Go outside and play, got my Ninja Turtles, got my video games, got whatever I got. I entertain myself. Mom's in her world, mom does her thing. I'm in my world, I do my thing. So I find that that's a pretty effective way to be in life because then people, you don't get angry at them or anything like that. If you're looking at the screen, bro, so are these the same size or different size? Well, I think that might be correct. Well, I tell you what, bro. I'm gonna do this because I just feel it's a quantum thing. It's a quantum thing. And if you are becoming the no. Let's see. I can utilize a small piece of something so that you may be the larger one. I choose to be little so that you can be a giant. For people out there not understanding what I'm saying, I'm talking about quantum relativity. What the fuck is quantum relativity? Well, why don't you go crack open a few different colleges and professors' brains? Okay, quantum relativity. We are the same particle. One looks up close, one looks far away. I like to be the little one in the room because I'll carry just a little bit and have everything I need. I don't need a lot. I don't need the big stuff. So if I keep the little one and I send you the big one, because I'm gonna be little and I'm gonna make you big. I'm gonna send you that energy, all that extra energy that I don't use, I'll send it to you. So I can be little and you could be a giant. I'll keep being Jack. And keep sending you energy. So you get the big one. I'm not gonna go back on anything because I know yesterday I gave you the taller one of the amethyst, or the shorter one of the amethyst crystal. Unless I feel different later on today, I'll change that. Other than that, I won't. Yo, for real, exactly, man. So it's the energy, man. The energy flowing back and forth. That's it right there. Let's see if this fits better on the left. I'm gonna pull some tarot in the next 5 minutes. If you would like a tarot card pulled, you can send a message in the chat log. If you would like a card pulled, you don't need to give any details. Say you want one or two pulled. You got angels decks and fairy decks, and Egyptian decks, all sorts of stuff. So we can do that. No charge, no gimmick. Say you want a card, I'll read your screen name. I'll draw a card. It'll be for you. People usually say, "You're pretty good at this." I usually just say, "Thank you." I'm no good at selling stuff. I suck at selling stuff. I could have the best darn gadget right here for the best price that you'll ever find, and I won't be able to sell it to save my life. I just know how to do what I do. And like a kid at school, it's like show and tell, man. That's the best part of school, man. Show and tell. What you got? What you bringing? Check this cool stuff out. You're like, what you doing? Well, I got this bracelet here, you see, and trying to get it to slide on my wrist correctly. We might change that up, but we got that necklace. There's something that goes on that necklace, but it's your necklace. It's just brass. It's nothing fancy. It might be copper under the brass. But yeah, my buddy V, that's halfway across the sea. He really appreciates this stuff. He made some progress, and I'm like, damn, I'm going to send him. He got his own bell now, bracelets, necklaces, beads, all sorts of cool stuff. All right, let's pull some cards. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's see. I'm looking up into comments if anybody wanted any cards. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing there. Boom, I don't see anything there. Good day, Dr. Matt. I see you there. If you would like to chat, I will bring you on the program. You just let me know, Dr. Matt. Other than that, I'm going to pull some cards, but if you are here, I'll be more than happy to do that. Let's see. See if anybody wanted a card pulled. Don't see that. Don't see that. Don't see that. Boom, boom, boom. Awesome, awesome. We got 66 Shaggy 77. I love it. Great name. Great name. I did some research on the 67 numerology. It's actually pretty cool. 67 is like, it's saying that we need to focus on the family. 67 says we need to focus on the family. You got the children of the world screaming 67, and in numerology it says, spend time with me. Wow. They couldn't say it to their parents. They couldn't just say, Dad, go play a ball with me. You have the children of the world utilizing numerology, and it is flying over every single person's head. I love you, Shaggy. Thank you. You're what this road needs. Be more of you. Be more. And when I say be more, be fearless. Live in your own world. Walk around. Enjoy your life. Let people judge away. Which I have a big feeling you do already. And thus I honor you for that. So we're going to pull 3 cards for you. The universe speaks in many different ways. If we but just open our eyes. It's clouds with faces. It's not some anomaly. It's called creation. wow, that cloud looks just like a horse. Maybe you got a stag looking out for you in heaven. I'm getting a particular deck that I haven't used in a couple of days. So I'm just reaching and grabbing that guy there. Or lady. However you want to see it. We've got one of 3 cards pulled for you, Shaggy. And so as we're pulling these cards for 6-6, Shaggy 77, 66, Shaggy 77, this is a world reading. This applies to a lot more people than just them. So I tend not to ask questions, because if somebody has an earnest need of the heart, then truly it is affecting many people around the world. I put a card in the deck, shuffle up the deck. I had a card shuffling up the deck. There's this card I've had on the side for a while. I'll explain this out, and it's actually pretty interesting. Okay. Talismans. That's where I need to start. Is talismans. Talismans is a mother is cooking food for the family, for somebody, and she is pouring her love into the food as she's cooking it. That's why she can tell you exactly how she made it. You can do exactly what she did, and it does not taste the same, because her love literally transferred from her body into her food, into the food she was cooking. She was around it that long, so she transferred her very energy into the object that you consumed, and you literally tasted love itself. It tastes that good. So I have this card here. I'm staring at it for a week. There's meaning in this card. So while I'm staring at this card, that energy is radiating out of me. That energy is pulsing out of me. I'm not just creating a talisman, but I'm using it to reverberate energy, because naturally, without trying, your energy field extends maybe about 4 feet away from your body. Depending how you're feeling in the energy, it might be a little bit more, a little bit less. When you start working on shamanic work and you really know what you're doing, you can extend that field of energy. If you really know what you're doing with stone and bone and wood and all that good stuff, you could make your energy extend to the entire planet. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you, Instagram. Thank you, YouTube. I don't even have to pay to be on the air. I get paid to be on the air. Damn. Anyways, that card that I had, good energy I'm sending out. I threw that card in the deck. I shuffled it. I flipped it over. I did all of that. And then I was like, right as I was going to put it down, the top card goes, whew, but it didn't fall off. It stayed in my hands. So I just tapped it and flipped over that card. And that was the card that had been up on my altar for the past week, which translates into very good fortune. That's why I was like, yes. Because people want me to read their future. They want me to tell them, what's my future? What's my future? Fuck that shit. You don't want to know what your future is. You want to know why? Because it's going to suck. You live in a human world where a lot of bad stuff has been made and they just trying to fix the bad crap that they already made. And that's why we have so many problems, because they just keep creating more problems. You don't even want to mess with anything. Sakar Natar means the divine plan. You go back ancient Egyptian, Kemetic long enough, and you really study the real stuff that's going down. If you go into the Hindu temples and you really learn what's happening, you become I don't want to read people's futures. I'd rather create a new destiny for you. I'd rather put you on a better path than you were before, and I know exactly how to do that. It's not that complicated. So I know how to do it. And all I want to do is bless people. All I want to do is give good things away. I want life to get better. Look at that one. That one just popped out. All the other ones, that one was just, wow, I'm coming out. So, wow, holy shit. Let's start from the last one we drew, fairy deck, and we'll work backwards to where we came. This one jumped out. It said, go with the flow. Just let things happen. Just go with the flow. You're going to survive it. The whole reason why we want to control elements in our lives is because we think our survival is at jeopardy. The survival of the conditions of our life, the survival of having a roof over our head, the survival of a friendship. Just let the chips fall where they may. Let the flow happen. By letting the flow happen, you can learn that, you know what? That shit had a dead end over there and it filled up. That's not a great route to go. When I opened my mouth in my life years before, I stopped everybody from who they were because I was too busy going, do it like this, do it like that, do it like this, do it like that. I kept getting in the way of their flow. So I couldn't see, I couldn't know who they were. I was too busy talking and tripping them up to see who they were. That's like a lion trying to hunt, and some stupid human walks up and says, hey, what you doing there, lion? Fucking gazelle runs off, you motherfucker. Okay? So just let life flow. Watch people. See what they do without your interference and discover who you're actually around. And start there. When you do that, when you let it flow, let it go. Then we're going to come to the Four of Scepters. Now, this Four of Scepters, there's the meaning. that the enterprise you're engaged in now will be a complete success. Success. Square is a building on the earth. Round is nature, square is man's construction. You know what plans succeed are the ones from the heart because they're innocent. They're not hurting anybody. There's none of them bad traits in there. It just wants to help everybody. That's where you have success in there. By letting it flow go, by letting it flow, that means you're not keeping a hold of anything. You're not holding on to it. You're letting it, everything's going to shift. The ground's going to shift beneath your feet. That's okay. You're not going to fall in or get hurt. Just let it flow. Let it go where it's supposed to. And it's going to create a very natural success. You don't know what the plan is. You don't know what the design is. You don't know anything, but you're just letting it flow like water. It's just the river is running, the dam is pulled up and removed. We're just letting it flow. And it's going to bring some very easy, wonderful success into your life. And that brings us to number 25, my brother's favorite number. Gozanze Mao. Gozanze Mao. Om Sumba Ni Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Var. Om Sumba Ni Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Var. Om Sumba Ni Sumba Hum Vajra Hum Var. The Wisdom King who defeats the 3 poisons. Now, if you have not been watching this channel, this is a very amazing card to have pulled this morning. And he's staying out. Because it is the year of the fire horse. If you take the word fire and apply it to a shaman, which a lot of people actually are shaman initiates and going through the trials, they just don't recognize what they're experiencing because they ain't around anybody else who's like them. The year of the horse translates to that's a Chinese year. The horse translates to the horse head of Vishnu, which is Shiva, which is Hayagriva. Hayagriva, the horse head, which is divine wisdom. If we transfer that horse and that wisdom over to the Egyptian side of things, we get to Tahuti. Thoth, the recorder of records, the hall of wisdom, all of that. Mercury, the messenger of the gods, all of that. That's what we're accessing right here. It is the fire shaman learns so fast that nobody can keep up with him. No teacher can keep up with the fire shaman. It's the year of the fire horse. We speak blessings and connect with Hayagriva and Tahuti every single morning before we get going for 9 hours. Or at the beginning of our 9 hours, I should say, on the technical side. And Gozanze Mao, the Wisdom King, who defeats the 3 poisons. The Hindu goddess Parvati is at his feet, as is the Hindu god Shiva. It says, relinquish your selfish thoughts. That's pretty much in line with go with the flow. Let that shit go. Relinquish. Think about what you want and who you want to do things for. That's keep saying it. Keep saying it. See those who are around you. Choose who you want to support. Choose what you want to build and create in this world. It says find a balance with those whose ways of thinking is different from yours. Whoa. Wisdom does not command us to attack. We're able to follow the king of the world who said his greatest commandment to his people was to love your neighbor. He never said attack them. He never said force them to serve your God. He didn't say that. He said love your neighbor. That's the greatest commandment. Second greatest commandment, just in case you forgot. The very specific word, and you can look up any Bible as old as you want to get, you're going to find they all say the same. He said, love your God. He did not say for you to go change your neighbor. He said, love your neighbor, love your God. There was no war command that he issued forth, and anybody committing those atrocities is an enemy of my king. They are not following my king. They are full of blasphemy. Their actions are disgusting as excrement itself for 2,000 years. Anyways, let's go on. What is this wisdom king telling us to do? Find balance. Find balance with people who do not match your vibe. Find a balance. I call that balance respect. I don't have to want to hurt you. I don't have to tell you anything. I just respect that you are different than me. So my love says, you do your thing, I do my thing. We don't have to hang it. We don't have to. Maybe I got some good stuff you like, and I'll leave my window open. Maybe I drop some good things you can use. Great. I don't care. Whatever. Let's just do our own thing and have a good life. The wisdom here from Buddha says you might be exceedingly capable and able to handle various jobs at once, but might you not also be a little selfish from time to time? Do people really want those things that you think you're doing for the sake of others? Take a step back and look at the whole picture objectively. Try to put yourself in their shoes. You cannot change people just because they think differently to you. Recognize the good points in others and find a way to walk with them, not control them. There's some more to read here, which I will, though I got to say, to the best of my way to walking with and fulfilling these words is the clothing on my body. It's how I walk with my brothers and my sisters, the whole world. So many different symbols and faiths. And how can you be Jewish and Egyptian and Christian? How can you be all of those at once? Love my brother, love my neighbor, love. That's how. That's how love. Just like my king told me to do, love my neighbor. First word, love. Well, at the age of 5, consciously, I started working on that. No, not for some girl, but to figure out how to treat people correctly, how to not make them hurt like I already been hurt. Traumatized before the age of 5. From the age of 5 on up, consciously, I don't want anybody else to feel that way. So I didn't want to say the wrong word around a single person because I didn't want to make them feel like the whole world was gone. A deeper look at Gozan Zermayo is the incarnation of Ashuku Naiurai, full of righteous anger. The name Gozanze refers to the 3 worlds, the past, present, and future, where he quashes The three poisons for the sake of humanity. The three poisons are attachment, insatiable craving for money, insatiable craving of possessions, and an insatiable craving for sex. Aversion, selfish anger, and ignorance, being unable to see things as they truly are because one does not know the truth. Guzanze Mayo erases our thoughts of darkness and helps to quell our anger. He also possesses the ability to defeat demons with the incredible strength that wisdom kings are known for. The blessing is a warding against disasters, inner virtue which clears the path to enlightenment, and victory in battle. Larry, Larry, Larry. J, J, J. I say that's a pretty powerful reading. For all those who don't know, my grandfather, he well and gone from this earth. So is my mom. My grandfather's name is Larry. His father is my mother, Rosemary. And if you got children out there in any form, know that they're protected. Love is not complicated. Love looks like life. You know what it looks like when somebody hurts somebody else. That doesn't support life. It doesn't build life. That's not a build of character. You don't hurt somebody to build them up. That's not accurate. Somebody make a dedication to become a Buddhist or Buddha or a monk, or change your life and say, yep, I want that hard train and I want it, give it to me. I'm gonna do everything I can to, and now I want the heart. I want to excel. Well, then that's a different choice. That's a choice. But to say that you're helping somebody and you hurt them emotionally or physically and you throw that, no, that's not love. That's not love. That's control. I'm gonna show you what control looks like. That's control. That's why no human can live up to perfection, because perfection is man's control. You can't live up to man. You'll be destroyed because you will constantly be inefficient to what man wants you to be. But where you are perfect is the very being of nature that you are. There is nothing wrong with you. You were not born into this world with errors. You were not born with problems. Nobody just has a real good idea of how to love. We were told to do it. We were commanded to do it. And the very people selling you that book are the very people funding war. Holy sheep shit. And you go every Sunday. Didn't learn a fucking thing. Still learning the book. I'm not talking to you. If you're watching, I'm not talking to you. This is people out there. If you're watching this, it's because like you think like me. You have a heart like me. I'm connecting with you. I'm not like we're a family. We're a family. And the only way this world can get better is if the family helps them learn how to be more like family. They just ain't had no other better idea of how to be loved. And if you really look out in the world of who you're helping and you put your eggs into the correct basket, one good turn deserves another. We do enough of those in this world. I love that reading. That was a great reading. I'm happy. I am happy. I am happy. That is some divine wisdom, all right. I tell you what. I tell you what. Love. 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 Somebody asked if they could donate. That would be amazing. Let me write that information down. And yeah, that would be something. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. If anybody is here too, let me get that. Let me get that. I did pull myself out a marker today just in case. But you got a Venmo and another one here. Let me pull that up. But that would. All right, so I'm just pulling in the info here. Boom, boom, boom. We will get to reading a story in just a little bit. Well, all right, we got that. Pulling that info. We got Venmo. I can actually access it easier on one of my other phones. Though at the current moment, they are broadcasting, so if I move those around, they'll mess up on me. But we'll get that information up. Oh, cracky, I do have it there. Well, that's one of them. This may go through. You might be able to. Let's see. It's interesting. All right, so you can try to go through Cash App. I'm trying to pull up the other one here because we should have Venmo available. Cash App might, you can try it, but that would be money sign CFSC as in Charles, F as in Frank, S as in Sam, 9989. Charles French is the name on there. If you'd like to make a donation, that would be very kind of you. I appreciate that. That was somebody was asking. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put that up or cared to do that. That's cool. Okay. And then we can put that away. Cool. All right. Done with that. Done with that. If that goes through, great. If not, we'll get Venmo eventually. We do have GoFundMe and stuff, but I guess I got to pull these links on this phone. I'll make adjustments for tomorrow to do that. And in regards, moving forward, is there anybody watching that would like a card or two pull right now? I feel like pulling cards. Last reading was pretty nice. Thank you, Shaggy. Appreciate that, Shaggy. Yeah, you're super cool, bro. Shaggy will be here every single day for 9 hours a day. This is what I've been doing. This is what I appreciate doing. Usually I got bro with me, and he's in the chat and everything. You can hear him talking. So though he's got some stuff he's got to wrap up, and then he'll be coming on to the onto the live with us. You're so kind. If you are on TikTok or if you are on Instagram, we are live on YouTube. That would be YouTube/Setra, SETCHRA. As our channel is primarily moving to YouTube, and we'll be getting a channel on X soon enough. It's my Grandma Daisy. She had this. She's connecting with me after she had passed away. This lady comes up to me at this one particular like fair or whatever's going on, and the lady's like, "Your grandma, one of your grandparents, one of your elders are trying to get a hold of you. One of your ancestors trying to get a hold of you." I don't know, but she said, I knew it was my grandma right away. Grandma Daisy. Daisy was really awesome. So we got this 8 of leaves. So dude's like crouched down, got his crossbow. Somebody gonna be coming. We got the 9 of acorns. Dude's pretty ready for action. And then we got this king here. He just be chilling. Like, I know what I got going on. How do I need to flick my wrist? So let's see what the message is here. We got the 8 of leaves. It says your analytical mind may not be able to explain certain events and leave you open to pessimism, feeling you are a victim. There may be troubles, delays, and unforeseen events. Be careful. Take great care of yourself. Be thoroughly prepared for every medical or school test. Or earlier said let it flow. So there's going to be some people who let it flow. And they're going to get rewarded. The reward is part of the flow. Some people with a different set of mind, it's going to be a lot of confusion coming their way, and they ain't going to understand it. They got to be prepared for every test, for the test of life. I said, be ready for every medical or school to every test, it doesn't matter what field that test is, be ready for life. Because it's going to come real fast. We got the 10 of acorns. There we go. Resolution provided by someone important and just. Happy events, unexpected turnarounds in the sentimental and professional sphere. Be honest and have faith. So even for those people who are going to have a really, really hard time going with the flow, even they are going to get a resolution provided from a friend on high. Sounds a lot like God doing a lot of heavy lifting these days. We got the King of Hearts here. Says, a man of power who cares about your fate, your father, brother, spouse, or sincere friend. Card indicating protection and far-sightedness in the objectives you set yourself. If you feel like taking a chance, this might be the right time. Have a go. Is that idea got some flow? Worry or not, there's some blessings coming into this world. And that's some pretty awesome stuff. That was really cool. For the people that weren't here, we just pulled 3 cards, which was a beautiful. I mean, we pulled 6 cards, so 2 readings, 3 cards back to back, and here's what pops off. Okay, it says, "Let it all flow, let it go." Wisdom King comes in and says, "Look, just find a balance. Find a balance with those who don't mesh with you too well. Just no need to fight." And then this one says, "Be pessimistic or happy or not. And it doesn't matter. But you got somebody fighting for you in your corner. Somebody is going to make sure things turn out okay for you, regardless of what you think is going on. And you got a benefactor with a far-sightedness, and they care about your goals. They care about your heart. Sounds a whole lot like God showing up these days. I like that. I like that a lot. If you're on Instagram or TikTok, we are live on youtube.com/etc. Feel free to join us over there. Up for another story? I love reading stories. Hmm. We'll go with the Grimms. They always have good stories. Thank you for joining me today. For those who are here, something recently kind of developed into my life was the fact that I was creating food that I wasn't exactly knew was there. What am I talking about? Robin Hood, Robin Williams, and Peter Pan. You got all the kids. They're all sitting at the table and they're all eating away. And they're telling Pan, they're like, "Come on, Peter, just imagine it's there. There's food's right there. Eat it up." And he can't do it. He can't figure out how to do it. He has no clue. I found out how through the ancient systems and the ancient ways. I found how to transfer my energy to a divine being. See, as a human, I was stuck just like you, people feeding off of my energy. They leech my energy, leave me tired, sore, pain, emotionally hit, all alone. But then I learned about Ma and Pa upstairs, and I was like, I'm gonna send all my energy to you guys. Because I don't want to give it to no humans anymore. I don't like what they're doing with my stuff. And the more I sent my love up above to the Divine Mother and the Divine Father and all their children, oh, you think God was the one and only? You hate, hate, hate being alone. And you think you're reigning king and God and most celestial thing out in the universe is all alone? It's a great big family out there. And that's why the big JC said, I want you to be one of my plural brothers. Because he found his mother and his father. And when you go crying to mama, she ain't gonna let just some old anybody pick on her kiddo. That's when life started changing. That's when the miracles started happening. And I realized I was just preparing the food. It's just preparing the food for the divine family. Given the power to where no moth or rust could consume. And then I got some invisible friends helping me out there. Nobody could touch. Nobody can find. Nobody can control. Oh, I could make a binding spell and I could control the spirit you got. Oh, that's my family member and I feed them every day. I read their names every day of my life. You ain't got nothing. I'm gonna give all the love to God that I got. And He gonna set everything right. Because vengeance belongs to the Lord, He said. So I didn't worry about all that wrath or hurt like man does. Man goes and fights. Oh, you hurt me. I gotta hurt you back. Last I checked, my king said, don't you lift that sword against nobody else. I'll do that dirty work myself. So why the hell would I think I'm a better fighter than my king? I ain't. I just let him fight my battles for me. You could scream whatever name you want and put whatever colors you want on. You could live wherever you want. Well, I said it before and I'm going to keep saying it. My king said, love my neighbor. Love your neighbor. He did not say to attack. My king is not your king. Look at those who are around you and see if they serve the king that you serve. Because if they don't, then their actions speak loud and clear. There's no changing. There's no adjusting. There's no teaching. They are not your child. You are not their parent. You are not their king. Get that through the thick skull of your heart. And maybe you could put your feet together and actually embrace heaven itself in your heart. Leave all those people to their bad emotions and bad feelings. Let them serve their king all on their own and let them get their own ends. Just like the card said, strike a balance with those who do not see things the way you see them. It did not say to attack. It did not say to strategize of how to attack them, of how to make them lesser, how to hurt them. It just said strike a balance. Well, my balance is do whatever the hell you want well far away from me. I'll give you a room. I'll give you a window to my room. And I'll even put in the wiretap myself. There you go. 3 channels. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. 9 hours a day. All you want to look and listen in. Don't mean I need to interact with it. Don't mean I even need to acknowledge more than half of them. I'm not looking for friends. I actually became happy being alone. Then what the hell am I doing on here? I'm sharing everything I learned with anybody who would have love in their heart to listen. You use it, great. You don't, I care less. Don't follow me and don't follow any other man neither. And I ain't saying to follow women either. Follow your heart. That's what your king says. Love your neighbor and love your God. That sounds a whole lot like follow your heart to me. And that did not sound like he's saying you put your heart on somebody else. He did not say you graft your heart onto somebody else. He did not say that. He did not come and say, we're starting a new religion and it is called, everybody gets to sign up here. He didn't say that. He never said that. He never said that. And yet we live in a world of people saying, follow Jesus. And yet they spit in his very face and are the ones who stabbed him in the fucking ribs. They did it himself and they still do it to this day.
My King lives and he sees and hears everything. My God is omnipotent. You think you're attacking an individual. How sad. How sad that you do not love. For all those that do love, God, I love you. Thank you for being my family. Thank you for learning something. Thank you for choosing something different. Thank you for all the moments that you suffered rather than hurt somebody else, because that's what I did too. And that's my family. So thank you for existing. We're not the majority out there, and we don't need to be the majority. Guess what? The founding fathers of America, who would have been hanged for treason, decided to band together like a tugboat, and they turned this country into a place of freedom. Now they could do and say everything they want to here in this country. Just like I get to make my own decision and choice. Just like you should too. Liberation belongs to you. You're a slave to no man. You're a slave to money. I say, give up on money. I say, allow love to outrank money in your life. Let love rank highest, and watch how many people you no longer keep around you, and watch how peaceful your life comes overnight. Now that's real talk. Now that's some real shit right there. This story is very, very, very short. It's called The Ungrateful Son, and the book's look is right there the whole time, just right there. I love this. These guys, Yoko and Wilhelm Grimm. Oh, that way. Some amazing individuals. Very short story here. A man and his wife were once sitting by the door of their house, and they had a roasted chicken set before them, and were about to eat it together. The man saw that his aged father was coming, and hastily took the chicken and hid it, for he would not permit him to have any of it. The old man came, took a drink, and went away. Now the son wanted to put the roasted chicken on the table again, but when he took it up, it had become a great toad, which jumped into his face and sat there and never went away again. And if anyone wanted to take it off, it looked venomously at him, as if it would jump in his face, so that no one would venture to touch it. And the ungrateful son was forced to feed the toad every day, or else it fed itself on his face, and thus he went about the world without knowing rest. Trying to hide food from his dad and got screwed for the rest of his life. What if it was just a stranger in some stranger's clothes? Got another story here right next to it called The Turnip. Sounds pretty cool. I'll show you the picture. There's a picture in here. Let's look at the picture first. Good day, Linda. Good to see you there.
Thank you for the hearts and the likes and all that stuff. Thank y'all very, very much. There were once two brothers who both served as soldiers. One of them was rich and the other poor. Then the poor one, to escape from his poverty, put off his soldier's coat and turned farmer. He dug and hoed his bit of land and sowed it with turnip seed. The seed came up, and one turnip grew there which became large and vigorous, and visibly grew bigger and bigger, and seemed as if it would never stop growing, so that it might have been called the Princess of Turnips. For never was such an one seen before, and never will such an one be seen again. At length it was so enormous that by itself it filled a whole cart, and two oxen were required to draw it, and the farmer had not the least idea what he was to do with the turnip, or whether it would be a fortune to him or a misfortune. At last he thought, if thou sellest it, what wilt thou get for it that is of any importance? And if thou eatest it thyself, why, the small turnips would do thee just as much good. It would be better to take it to the king and make him a present of it. So he placed it on a cart, harnessed two oxen, took it to the palace, and presented it to the king. "What a strange thing is this," said the king. "Many wonderful things have come before my eyes, but never such a monster as this. From what seed can this have sprung? Or are you a luck child, and have met with it by chance?" "Ah, no," said the farmer, "no luck child am I. I am a poor soldier who, because he could no longer support himself, hung his soldier's coat on a nail and took to farming land. I have a brother who is rich and well known to you, Lord King, but I, because I have nothing, am forgotten by everyone." Then the king felt compassion for him and said, "Thou shalt be raised from thy poverty, and shalt have such gifts from me that thou shalt be equal to thy rich brother." Then he bestowed on him much gold and land, and meadows and herds, and made him immensely rich, so that the wealth of the other brother could not be compared with his. When the rich brother heard that the poor one had gained for himself with one single turnip, he envied him, and he thought in every way how he could get a hold of a similar piece of luck. He would, however, set about in a much wiser way, and took gold and horses and carried them to the king, and made certain that he had got so much for one turnip. What would he not carry away with him in return for such beautiful things as these? The king accepted his present, and said he had nothing to give him in return that was more rare and excellent than the great turnip. So the rich man was obliged to put his brother's turnip in a cart and have it taken to his home. And when there he did not know on whom to vent his rage and anger, until bad thoughts came to him, and he resolved to kill his brother. He hired murderers who were to lie in ambush, and then he went to his brother and said, "Dear brother, I know of a hidden treasure. We will dig it up together and divide it between us." The other agreed to this and accompanied him without suspicion. While they were on their way, however, the murderers fell on him, bound him, and would have hanged him to a tree. But just as they were doing this, loud singing and the sound of a horse's feet were heard in the distance. On this their hearts were filled with terror, and they pushed their prisoner head first into the sack, hung it on a branch, and took it to flight. He, however, worked up there until he had made a hole in the sack through which he could put his head. The man who was coming by was no other than a traveling student, a young fellow who rode on his way through the wood joyously singing a song.
When he who was aloft saw that someone was passing below him, he cried, "Good day! You have come at a lucky time." The student looked around on every side, but did not know where the voice came. At last he said, "Who calls me?" Then an answer came from the top of the tree. "Raise your eyes. Here, I sit aloft in the sack of wisdom." Raise your eyes here. I sit aloft in the sack of wisdom. In a short time have I learnt great things. Compared with this, all schools are a jest. In a very short time I shall have learnt everything, and I shall descend wiser than all other men. I understand the stars and the signs of the zodiac, and the tracks of the winds, the sands of the sea, the healing of illness, and the virtues of all herbs, birds, and stones. If you were once within it, you would feel what noble things issue forth from this sack of knowledge. The student, when he heard all of this, was astonished, and said, "Blessed be the hour in which I have found thee. May not I also enter this sack for a while?" He who was above replied as if unwilling, "For a short time I'll let you go in if you will reward me and give me good words. But you must wait an hour longer, for one thing remains which I must learn before I do it." When the student had waited a while, he became impatient and begged to be allowed to get in at once. His thirst for knowledge was so very great. So he who was above pretended at last to yield, and said, "In order that I may come forth from the house of knowledge, you must let it down by the rope, and then you shall enter it." So the student let the sack down, untied it, and set him free, and then cried, "Now draw me up at once," and was about to get into the sack. "Halt," said the other, "that won't do," and took him by the head and put him upside down into the sack, fastened it, and drew the disciple of wisdom up the tree by the rope. Then he swung him in the air and said, "How goes it with thee, my dear fellow? Behold, already thou feelest wisdom coming and art gaining valuable experience. Keep perfectly quiet until thou becomest wiser." Thereupon he mounted the student's horse and rode away, but in an hour's time sent someone to let the student out again. That It's amazing what people will do to try to teach you something, but if they really know it, they're going to share it right away. I watch some videos and they say, "In 30 seconds, we're going to tell you how to change your life forever." And then they make you listen to fucking 30 minutes of bullshit. Well, here's the 30 seconds of how it works. Have a great day. Goodbye. If it really worked and you really appreciated it, probably be back, drop off a donation, and say thank you. If you're selling some snake oil, then you're going to make sure and take their money before you give them a product, because you know it's a bunch of shit. Fakes, posers, and frauds. Learn what real stuff is and see if it holds up. Because guess what? If it's real silver and I heat that with a torch, it's going to get red hot. It's going to melt. There's going to be some type of change to its appearance.
because I'm going to be hitting it with a whole lot of heat. But guess what? That silver, when it's done, it's still silver. Nothing changed it. It's not impure. It's still silver. Water, boil the hell out of it. Guess what? It's going to turn into steam. That steam going to collect on the roof. And that's going to materialize into some physical substance. Whoa, that water just materialized back into water. It was still water through and through. It might have went through the freezer. It might have froze, but it's still water. Oil, go ahead, try to mix it with some water. It might blend for a moment, but it's going to separate because oil's oil and water's water. Some real is, it don't matter what it goes through. It's still what it is, what it is. You can't change it. You get something impure because you had to mix the metals together. So you had these elements and those elements. So you had some impurity from your mixing pieces because you had to create it. It wasn't real. So I'm talking about real substance. Love will not change. Love is love. Love will stand. Love will run away if it must. Love will defend and protect. Love is love. And love does not look like death. Death looks like the product of man, not the kingdom of God. So look at what you're supporting. You serve every single day to build death. Look at what you're going to work to support. Look at who you are encouraging. Look at who you are helping. And then you will understand the world you are literally creating. To each their own. To each their own. Awareness set me free. Awareness gave me the opportunity to say, I don't like that. I gave them a bunch of money, I helped them out, and all they did was turn around and they hurt people with all the stuff I did for them. I want to help people, so I'm not giving to people so they can go hurt people. I'm not doing that no more. I'm done. Fuck that shit. I'm out. I'm out. I'll give all my riches of wisdom to everybody who can understand their environment, because it's not about fighting nobody. It's about love. And love means let them live how they want to live. I don't have to be all up their ass and control them. I don't need to turn them off or on. That ain't my life. My life belongs to me and my choices belong to me, and I get to choose what I want. If I like old ancient Egyptian stuff, if I want to go, rah, 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 dinosaur, I want to play in my room, or I want to get my PlayStation, play some video games, or I want to do some real investigative research and get into quantum mechanics and journaling and all that kind of stuff and see how fairies and runes and trolls and giants come together in a world of elves. Okay? Who cares? What you doing at home? Who gives a shit? Are you having a good time? I hope you're having a good time. I hope your heart is secure. I hope that you have no problems. I hope you wake up and you have a great day from the moment you opened your eyes. I hope you were happy to open your eyes. I'm happy to open my eyes every single day because I'm a happy person. And I had to live through hell emotionally and mentally. My mother, Rosemary, died at the age of 56. My daughters died at the age of 12 and 14, way too young. Way too young. 3 beautiful women, way too early. And I found something to keep me happy every single day of my life. And it doesn't require anybody else's presence. I don't need to hurt nobody else. I got enough tears to cry out my own self. It takes a real man, it takes a real woman, it takes a real human to cry rather than to hurt someone else. You just want to take them emotions that you can't handle
and then you beat somebody else with them like a flail. Every day, that's what you do. Not you, but y'all know. That's what. Don't give those people your energy. Don't cut them off of your energy. Cut those people off. It's real simple. I'll give you a trick. This is how you do it. The next time you think you got somebody in your mind right now, that's all. They're in your mind. Okay, this is what you do. You put a brown door in front of them with a frame, and the brown door, it's got a golden handle. That door's creaked open. It's all black around it. This is all in your mind. You just put that door in front of the face of the person who's coming into your heart and your mind right now. That door's in front of them. Now what you're going to do is you're going to close that, just with your mind. It's not even your body. You close that door. Now at the top of that door, you draw yourself a black X, squared out. At the top of the center of the door, square out black and put an X. Door's closed. That person no longer has energy. They no longer have access to your energy, to your space. You have closed them off from your quantum room. That's your room. You get to decide who comes or who leaves, who stays. It's your room. And all you got to do is close the door on a motherfucker. It's that easy. You don't need to burn nothing. You don't need to do nothing. You just close the door. I told somebody this. They were heavily Christian. They didn't listen to me for a good long while. And then one day out of nowhere, they said, that person, they're no longer in my dreams. Because they closed the door. It's quantum computing. You are the bioengineered machine that costs $1 quadrillion to own and operate. And your sole interest is staying every single day it wakes up. That's how you get it running. And when it runs out of juice, you just unjack from such the beautiful bioengineering marvel that you are. You quantum compute every single day. Here's one for you. Math. Magic. Mathematical application generating incarnate creativity kinetically. You do it every day of your life. We got enough. That's poetic era. I love Scandinavian, Norse. And a lot of people don't know, and many people would argue, but Odin himself traveled over and turned India into what it is. He went over and spread his stuff over there. There's thousands of Indian languages. And I found this one. I read it in the morning, and I read it after I go over all the Norse names. And it's an Indian language, but it sounds Scandinavian. It sounds, it belongs to Odin. When you start actually looking into the ancient languages, like languages that were spoken 3,000 plus years ago, you start seeing similarities. The exact same spelling from ancient China to ancient Kemet, ancient Egypt to India. The same word, the same spelling. And we're talking about words of power, man.
and they show up cross culture, like, and they share a similar meaning. Like, I believe, man, I believe my king, he said, love my neighbor. So if I love my neighbor, I'm going to learn something from them. I'm a watcher. You're a watcher. We observe, we witness the eyes and hands of God Himself. We're recording data all morning long saying, go with the flow. Don't get in there and cause a problem. Just go with the flow. Be the observation, observing, be observing, because we are recording for the omnipresent. It's funny, everybody be like, don't be a rat. And I'm like, I was born the year of the rat. I have to tell Ma and Pa. They're up above. That's all I can do. I don't fight nobody. I cry to Mom and Dad. Oh, please, I'm hurting. I'm hurting. Just make the pain stop. I'm hurting. I don't know why. And God, Mama, they take care of it. The Divine Mother, Divine Father, they take care of it. The problem stops and goes away. I don't know why, how, or when. I can't understand it to save my life. But I really don't care. Because we're all a bunch of children. Think about it. They call it Mother Earth. Right? Whatever religion you in or anything, they call it we call it, humanity calls it Mother Earth. Majority of them do. So if a planet is mother, then we must all be children. Shouldn't be telling each other what to do. It's not. That's why I say follow your heart. Your heart. Not mine. You learn stuff from me. You learn stuff from people. That doesn't mean that you owe them your life and the dedication of everything you do. That does not equal that. Love does not ask nor desire servitude. Greed desires servitude. Pride desires servitude. Lying, scheming because of lust. Lust desires servitude. Every single thing you do to earn a dollar bill in your pocket is serving the 7 deadly sins. That's what you do when you value money for the well-being of somebody's emotions. You are valuing, you are honoring the 7 deadly sins. That means the greatest evil in the world is your king. It's not me, it's not my judgment, it's my observation. I don't work for money. I was homeless and lived in the woods for years. I've survived a little. I didn't want a single phone. I got 4 now. Plus a little tablet thing. I didn't want these things. I don't want these things. I don't pay for these things. The world wanted me here. The world wanted me speaking. Y'all wanted this experience. I was in the woods. I'm happy to leave this world. I have done my work. I got nothing else to live for. My mom died, my daughters died. I could care less. All I got is love in my heart, and I just want to help people. Other than that, let me go crawl in a hole and die. There ain't nothing for me in this planet. But that's what money is. Money. It's serving the 7 deadly sins. You honor people out of pride and greed, lust, and every single vile act that has caused the pain in this world to be what it is. So I say value love beyond all of that stuff. And do what you want. Everybody will do what they want. I will value love to my dying day. Every day. That's what I will live for. I will live for love. Everything else, it's not from above. It doesn't belong to me. I worked in the Renaissance Festival community for a while. And there's a little saying that we developed, not my monkeys. It's a good saying if you want to adopt it. Not my monkeys. I fuck with dragons. You want to see my altar? Huh? Do you? Yeah? Okay. I'll show you my altar. It's a cool altar. Let's see, we can move these guys over first. Let's see, YouTube. Just need a flashlight here. And then we'll come back and we're going to read from the Poetic Edda. Viking kind of stuff. Let's see here. fun. Very good, very good. Boom, boom. Let's see what this guy is. Looking pretty decent. So one thing that we are doing here on YouTube is we are doing completely free tarot readings, oracle readings, information. If you would like a card pulled, just type it into chat log. All you need is say you want a card pulled, like me or card or tarot or whatever. I'm gonna pull you a card. Be that simple. Every single time I do, people are like, "You're really good at that." I'm like, "Well, thank you." So I continue to do it. We do have Venmo available. We do have GoFundMe available. If you do appreciate it and feel inclined to donate, awesome. We can provide that stuff. Otherwise, I'm happy to do what I do. Bell ring, bell ring. I'm looking at some of the chat messages back up on YouTube at the moment. I did because I mentioned that somebody said they wanted the bell ring. So if they still here around, I hope I did it while you were here. Edward, we got a card. We'll pull a card for you. Boom, Nicole, we did that bell ring. We got more bells, but okay. So okay, first I'm gonna pull a card for Edward. Then I'm gonna pull a card for Lionel 33. And where's the kid? I can Friday. Oh, okay. Another bell. Shot to another bell. You're welcome. I do like ringing the bell, and it is technically a legit like Liberty Bell, and with the crack in it and everything. Like, let's see, here we go. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so Edward, let's pull a card for you. Edward, would you like a fairy card, or would you like a Japanese card? I usually don't ask, but maybe we'll do, so I'm saying let you choose Japanese or fairy. Actually, I have not drinking alcohol in a while. I enjoy a good Guinness extra stout from time to time. However, to be very specific with the question that was asked, do I enjoy rum? Actually, whiskey was like, I loved whiskey for a good long while. And then I tried some rum a couple years ago, and I was like, it's my new favorite. No shit, no shit. So that was funny. All right, ska. Number 2, you got it, bro. You got it. Japanese it is. All right. Boom, boom. Let's go with that. All right, this one's for you, Edward. And anybody carrying your kind of energy, kind of person, this one's for them too. So we got this guy. For Do Mayo. Now, one awesome thing I love about these Japanese guys is people are like, oh, those demons are real bad. Look out for demons. But these Japanese dudes, these like they're like demon. They were demons. They did a lot of really bad stuff. The majority of them. And then they're like, they had this change of heart, and they're like, actually, I want to fight for good now. Now I want to protect good. I want to, and the Divine Mother, the Divine Father, they're like, you know what? Yeah, sounds great. Do you and take care of them humans. They're like, will do. All right, we got Furdomayo. The mantra is Namaha Samantha Vajraharnam Kanamohosranam Svotayo Hum Tratham. Namaha Samartha Vajranam Kanamohorasarnam Svotayo Hum Tratham. Namaha Samartha Vajranam Kanamohorasarnam Svotayo Hum Tratham. The leader of the wisdom kings and incarnation of Dainichi Naorai. He's got a sharp sword and a Kensaku rope. Now I find it immediately awesome that we pulled up another Wisdom King earlier. We got the blue one. I got this blue bracelet on, and I got this red bracelet on. Anyways, moving forward, I like this. It says, keep a strong heart that is not easily swayed. Others are drawn to your power. Realize what true consideration is. Don't be swayed. The wisdom from Buddha says that you possess a fierce heart that stands firm and is not easily swayed, coupled with a strong will to take action. You often take the initiative, letting your actions speak for you. This may cause others to find you intimidating at first glance, but you are also loyal, always considerate, and kind to others. They say that truly kind people also possess strength, and in your case, you possess a real strength that allows you to fully see your decisions through, with your feet firmly planted on the ground. A deeper look here is that Fudo Mayo is the incarnation of Dainichi Naorai, full of righteous anger. In his left hand, he holds a Kensaku rope used to capture things. He uses it to pull us close and guide us on to the right path. The sharp sword in his right hand is used to cut away thoughts of darkness. Fudomayo may look frightening with his expression of rage, but he is actually a very kind wisdom king who cares for humanity. Of the 13 deities who care for us in the afterlife, he is in charge of the seventh day, meaning that he is the first Buddha who is by our side when we pass. A warding against disasters, inner virtue which clears the path to enlightenment, and recovery from illness. I got the goosebumps standing up on me. I like that was a good one. That one is good. Now we got Lionel here. Let me see. Hold on, I can't lose it. Let's see. I was scrolling up. Let's see. Lionel. I know Lionel was there. If you are still here or not, I'm gonna read it. Let's see. That one. Come on. What amazing. That was great. That was great. Okay, so if you're wondering what happened, one phone was gonna fall down, and then I saved it, and then another phone was gonna fall down, and I saved it. And then the third phone that really kind of doesn't matter all that much, that nobody's really watching right now, that one fell. So I was like, yeah, that one didn't really matter. So that was actually pretty funny. That's why I'm laughing. As kids, we break things, we drop things. Typically, we're always learning. And so, at least for myself, if I'm in the process of still learning, I shouldn't get too upset with the way things are going. I know Lionel, boom, you'll take a fairy card. Oh, great, wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad I saw that. I'm looking at the comments to see if anybody else asked for a card because I'm not going. Well, I don't. Let's see. An ancient fairy. Thank you very much, Versace. Thank you very much. Like legit, believe it or not, but my mom, I had an experience in completely sober, and I was talking to somebody, and I hear all these bells start ringing and chatter just in my mind, nothing external. Other person still talking. I'm like in two worlds at once. And I'm like, my mom had already been passed away for many years at this point. And I was like, Mom? And she said, Yeah, it's me. I'm a queen of fairies. And without words, just completely passing information to my heart, all the voices, all that chatter was all the fairies of her kingdom. So that's why I have bells on my wrists and, you know, all around because it reminds me of my mom. So you make that comment, and I thank you very much. It was my mother's name was Rosemary, and those memories are precious. And I thank you for bringing that up. Okay, fairy card for Lionel. Lionel, like Lionel from Thundercats. This morning, I've been starting my days out. I'm 40 or 41. I don't think I'm 42 yet. I stopped counting. I want to lose track of my age till I'm after 50. Why count? What's the importance? I feel like a kid. If you're on Instagram, it's going to kick us off. We will jump right back on to the live, but we are available on youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA, if you'd like to join us over there. Much more efficient chat and whatnot going on YouTube. But yeah, this morning I started out with Pink Panther, old school, like 15-minute cartoon episode. Pink Panther, Super Mario Brothers. There's a third one in there. And Zelda. Yeah. Because I connect with like at this point, like I didn't play the Zelda games. I got into Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy was more my flavor, difficulty. However, it's pretty cool because Link like makes everything be really tiny. And he just needs a little piece. He pulls it out and can animate the whole thing. On the alchemical side of nature, you pack a lot of energy into a small object. Just like if you were present earlier and experienced when we pulled a particular card, you can charge energy into a small object, and then you don't even have to take up so much room. Think about Hermione. Her purse, it was like a freaking house. You only need a little bit of something pure. You only 100% pure gold, not 99999.9% gold, but 100% pure gold looks like a far cry reality from all that other fake shit. 999.999 is not no one followed by a couple zeros. And all you need is just a little bit of something real to animate the energy in the room, in the atmosphere, in the building that people are drawn to. Let's think about this. Oh, everybody always comes to me. They tell me everything. Well, I don't know why. They just dump all their problems. They all just suck their energy out of me. I don't know why. Okay, you're doing it without even trying. So, if you focus your energy and you throw it into an object that actually has some resonance of sound, and then you ring that bitch and walk away from it, guess what? People ain't chasing you, they're chasing their goddamn bell. There's your $5.99 for watching a 40-minute stupid video that told you nothing. That's how to do it. Just give the gold. Because if you ain't got it, then you're going to make a big old show with a bunch of shit and words that mean nothing. And that's how you can see whether you're buying something real or whether you're investing in a bunch of snake oil. At least I know what a snake looks like. And you do too. You do. I believe in gravity. Because when I miss my step, my head hits the ground. And I don't like that too much, just like you. So I respect the fuck out of gravity by recognizing its reality is always present in my life. I can never escape it. I am not I'm not going in a rocket out into space. And if I do, it's because you took my dead body somewhere I didn't want it to be. I wanted it to go in the ocean, not space. I want it in the ocean when it's all done with. I didn't pull the fairy card. I'm sorry. If you're still here, Lionel, romantic partner. Look inside yourself. Don't worry about that financial flow. It's coming. You don't need it from somebody else. The magic of nature is going to rule. With new opportunities that are going to be full of peace of mind. Honor your feelings. One more. Which will lead to parenting and children. Now let me take you all right back through that. Gosh. Okay, it's forcing me two more. It's like you gotta pull through. You gotta read the two more. So that's a message. That's a message. Which is going to raise your standards and will affirm your own self-reliance. Let me walk you through this again. This is Pretty powerful. That romantic partner you want. We all want it. I'm in that bucket too, right? Not really. I'm kind of happy being Peter Pan. That romantic partner that is desired so much is inside of yourself. The romantic partner is divinity embodied, and that's you. The best communication with the least amount of resistance and the clearest communication is going to be through you. Your mind is the portal. Your senses see the portal itself. You live in a multitude of dimensional realities simultaneously. You feel invisible emotions, and you can strike a tree and feel pain in the same moment, a physical pain in the same moment, and be thinking a different thought all at the same time. That's three different worlds at once that you're actually fusing into your own mind. That's your quantum reality. We are all part of quantum reality. The romantic partner you seek is inside of yourself. This is going to lead you to discover magic of nature. All with a peace of mind, just like going with the flow, like we were talking about earlier today. Financial flow. That's you wanted that partner so you could have financial flow, right? That's gonna go. Don't worry about it. It's coming too. That's gonna be part of all of this. Just honor your true feelings of how you feel. Yours. Other people's feelings, that's their monkeys, not my monkeys. Your feelings, how you feel, how you, not about others. This is going to create new opportunities. This is going to allow us to be parents to children. You do not have to give birth to be a parent. You don't have to have somebody by blood that's older than you to be a child. This is going to cause you to raise your own standards because now you got a little one in tow. Plenty of orphans in the world. But you're going to see through all of that, that true love's inside and how strong you are. And you'll raise your own standards so you can help somebody else grow too. And at the end of that journey, at the end of the year 2026, you're going to own self-reliance. Because you would have saw that now you got all the love inside of you. Now you could conquer the world if you wanted to. Now you could help somebody grow at the same time in their own life. "2026 is going to have a lot of divine support. You just got to ask for it, but not with words, not in some formal place, not to any person. You're in with your own heart. the emotions that you feel on a day-to-day basis, that's the astrocognitive space that you share with others. If you're thinking pain, hurt, problem, negative, then that energy, that's the information coming to your brain. But for 2026, it is the year of the fire horse. It is the year of divine wisdom being spit, just as humans would say. And it don't matter. It don't matter what you want to tap into or not. That's what's coming in 2026. May divine wisdom rule the day. May divine law and order conquer every single event going on in our world. Ra 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 arsimitoki shabukanana shimtruina. Hi arsimitoki shabukanana shimtruina. Hi arsimitoki shabukanana shimtruina. Abradabra, abradabra, abradabra. I'll teach you something else. Right hand, physical, masculine, putting out energy. Left hand, metaphorical, spirit, feminine, bringing in energy. White, sending out new life, like a snowman. Black, everything going into nothingness. I am good on that side of things. I am always open to learn more. That is my dedication. That is my life. And thus I respect. I am no slave. And I fight for love every day by defending it, not by attacking. It's my staff. Yeah, those are Egyptian hieroglyphs. Scandinavian Norse runes, Japanese system called Kuji-in. That was a prophecy I received that actually came true 2 years after I carved it. I did a rune casting. It was so powerful. I carved it into my staff. Got my wand on here too. This, okay. Now, I'll share some stuff with you. Quartz crystal records memory. It records information. Having this quartz stone around me literally records the energy being pulsed out. Like a mother sends her loving energy to the food, that's creating a talisman. Like the card that was on the altar, creating a talisman. Power into an object. If power is going into an object, that means energy is going into it. If energy is going into it, then that is obviously memory. It's energy that existed at one moment, and instead of just letting go woo into the sky, saved it into a crystal. It transfers just by being there. If you had machines to see these kind of things coming out of your body, I ain't trying to make nobody believe. Though, piezoelectric effect. In a wind-up watch, you apply pressure to the tiny quartz crystal, and then it goes with energy, and that's how your wind-up watch winds up actually working with no battery. You have a tiny piece of quartz crystal in the center of your brain. There's a way to make pressure happen to that crystal so it pulses inside of your brain. Breathing sequences. On the shorthand side of things, you're gonna breathe, raise up the tension, pick everything up. And when you hold your breath, that's when you squeeze like midstream, like you're stopping going to the bathroom. Do that for 3 seconds, hold that pressure, release that pressure, and then start exhaling. Do that 4 to 5 times in a row, and you will start that piezoelectric effect in your brain. What I did here is I got these stones all the way in a circle, and I got 2 big ones right there. So my whole staff is literally going with energy. And at the beginning, at the center of all of that, is the very most precious rose quartz stone. So that energy at the center is being surrounded by more energy, which is constantly going with memory of information. I made that. Feathers in your hair allow you to connect with the animals. If that's the hair, if that's the bone, if that's the feather, then you can connect with the animal. You can send a message with them. And they'll get close enough to somebody, and somebody who's really connected with their self that will pick up that message. No paper, no nothing. Quantum mechanics in real time. Very welcome. Superdelic Media. Very cool name. Just to let you know, we are on YouTube. We are live on YouTube, youtube.com/Cetra, SETCHRA. If you want to connect with us there, we would certainly enjoy hanging out with you over there. We are on Instagram and on TikTok. We will be moving to other platforms, though, in the near future. But yeah, 9 hours a day, every day, no holidays. Who knows what happens in the future, but so far, that's what we're doing. That's what we're keeping up with. And usually we got brother here, chat with, and keep up some good lively conversation. But he is out on a quest currently. And so when he gets back from his quest, we shall continue with his hanging out. But until then, we'll read some more stories and talk about some more information. But truly, it is if you want a card reading or something like that, let me know. I'll pull some cards for you. I love to read stories. I think it's about time that I read a story. Let's see. Very good, very good, very good. All right, cool. I would like to say thank you, Edward. Edward, and if you're here, Shaggy. But thank you, Edward. I don't know. You've been here for a while, and I see you've given some positive comments or whatnot. So I appreciate that. Just the way that I work. Uh, Nicely familiar and nice at some point. Like I I recognize family for family, and I know sometimes worlds just got some help from time to time as well. And so just thank you. That's very kind of you. I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm gonna take a few of my sips. I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna get to reading this story because I do feel like reading, and I'm not too. Ooh, Galfargirning, the tricking of Gylfi. It's a Norse story. So about the next 2 minutes or so, I'll start reading. Okay, then you know what, Edward? You're freaking cool, bro. I saw that comment out of the rest. Let's see if I can pull it up. Just in case. Let's see if I could do it. So I push the right. There we go. Yeah. Oh, I gotta push the right button. Okay, bro. Since you are now a managing moderator, boom. So if you know how to do shit or whatever, or somebody's making being a fool or whatever, boom, you a moderator. You can assist on the way of good because some people come in, they talk real bad stuff, and I'm not looking at it. So it's always nice to have a couple of eyes, have a brother, whatever the case. I move forward with positivity, and I communicate along the way, and usually things get on pretty okay. And I found that sufficient communication prevents destruction and prevents collapse, and that collapse is what we're all done with. We have learned how to move past that, and we were feasting off of some divine wisdom. Let me go get that coffee. I'll be right back. One thing that I'm inclined to share here is Chief Seattle. Chief Seattle. Seattle. It's very interesting how this book came to me. And here she has a really good message for the world. And I want to read it, but for the life of me, just wanted me to show that image. So that's who I always see kind of in my head. The reason why I put feathers in my hair was because I went down to New Mexico. The Blackfeet Indians connected with me, and they told me to put the feathers in my hair. They gave me the feathers to put in my hair. Yeah, they did. Tribal love and tribal breaks every single aspect of everything. Love breaks dimensions. Love breaks time. Tribal recognizes tribal. because it's love of life. Love of life. Of all the spirits I've ever reached out to, contacted, or messed with, or anything, I didn't mess with any of them. I worked with them, truly. But out of all of that work, the greatest evil I ever encountered was human. They had flesh. I've never experienced badness from spirits. I had a brother, he's since disowned me many years ago, though I remember one occurrence where there was a spiritual presence and energy in the room, and he ran out terrified, absolutely terrified. And I walked in like, "What's up?" And there was like, "Nothing up," because they were family to me. They were terror to my brother because my brother was up to no good, truly was up to no good. He was selfish and hurting, and those spirits came around and fucked with him because he was in my room messing with shit that he shouldn't be messing with. And that's why he got a bad feeling. That was before I ever knew of any of this kind of stuff. I was a Jehovah's Witness back then, you know. Hey, can I come in your door and talk to you? Shit, fucking get that crap out of my life. Oh my God, I'm glad my mom died, went to heaven, and pulled me out of that hell. Icelandic story from the Prosa era, 1300, 1300s. Let's see what I'm getting into. Am I reading a whole dang chapter here? Or something is just going to go on and on and on and on and on. Maybe I'm just going to read a whole bunch. Maybe we'll cut off half at a certain point today and mark our spot, and we'll pick up tomorrow. Because it seems like a really long piece. I do not think I'm going to read that much consecutively today. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Oh, okay, we going. Well, I'm not looking anymore. It's long enough, so we will read a good amount. Gong time, you got it. Thank you, Edward. I'm glad I made you did that because your name pops out in blue for me now. So I see your name in blue. I don't know about everybody else, so the all caps on yours, boom. Like if you do all caps, Edward, like yours is gonna stick out a little bit more. Wait, well, I saw that one way faster. So I got you. Gong time. Let's do the gong. Right, I'm real. King Gylfi was ruler in what is now called Sweden. Of him it is said that he gave a certain vagrant woman as a reward for his entertainment one plowed land in his kingdom as much as 4 oxen could plow up in a day and a night. Now this woman was one of the race of the Aesir. Her name was Gerfjund. She took 4 oxen from the north, from Giant Land, the sons of her and a certain giant, and put them before the plow. But the plow cut so hard and deep that it uprooted the land, and the oxen drove the land out into the sea to the west and halted in a certain sound. There Gefjun put the land and gave it a name and called it Zealand. Where the land had been lifted, from there remained a lake. This is now called Lake Malar in Sweden, and the inlets in the lake correspond to the headlands in Zealand. Thus says the poet Bragi the Old. Gefjun drew from Gylfi glad a deep ring of land, so that from the swift pullers steam rose. Denmark's extension. The oxen wore 8 brow stars as eyes as they went hauling their plunder, and the wide island of meadows and 4 heads. King Gylfi was clever and skilled in magic. He was quite amazed that the Aesir people had the ability to make everything go in accordance with their will. He wondered whether this could be as the result of their own nature or whether the divine powers they worshipped could be responsible. He set out to Asgard and traveled in secret and assumed the form of an old man and so disguised himself. But the Aesir were the wiser in that they had the gift of prophecy, and they saw his movements before he arrived and prepared deceptive appearances for him. When he got into the city, he saw there a high hall so that he could scarcely see over it. Its roof was covered with gilded shields like tiles. Theodulf of Hevernia refers thus to Valhall being roofed with shields. On their backs they let shine. They were bombarded with stones, Svafnir's or Thing's tall shingles, those sensible men. I've got to light some incense. I feel like I gotta light some incense. Well, I don't have any incense. I used all my incense. So, if you have any incense at home, would you burn some for me, pretty, 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 please? And I will allow that to exist. All right. In the doorway of the hall, Gylfi saw a man juggling with knives, keeping 7 in the air at a time. This man spoke first and asked him his name. He said it was Gangleri, and that he had traveled trackless ways. He requested that he might have a night's lodging there and asked whose hall it was. The man replied that it belonged to their king. And I can take you to see him. Then you can ask him his name yourself. And the man turned ahead of him into the hall. Gylfi followed, and the door immediately shut on his heels. He saw there many apartments and many people. Some engaged in games, some were drinking, some were armed and were fighting. He looked around and thought many of the things he saw were incredible. Then he said, "Every doorway before you go through should be peered around, for you cannot know for certain where enemies may be sitting, waiting inside." He saw three thrones, one above the other, and there were three men, one sitting in each. Then he asked what the name of their ruler was. The man who had brought him in replied that the one that sat in the lowest throne was king and was called High. Next to him, the one called just as High, and as the one sitting at the top was called Third. Then High asked the newcomer whether he had any further business, though he was welcome to food and drink like everyone else there in the High One's hall. He said that he wished first to find out if there was any learned person there. High said he would not get out unscathed unless he was more learned, and stand out in front while you ask. He who tells shall sit. Gangleri began his questioning thus: "Who is the highest and most ancient of all gods?" Hai said, "He is called Allfather in our language, but in old Asgard he had 12 names. One is Allfather, the second Haran or Harian, the third Nikor or Hninkor, the fourth Nikurs or Hninkur, the fifth Fjordnir, the sixth Orski, the seventh Orni, the eighth Bifliardi or Biflindi, the ninth Svidar, the tenth Svidrir, the 11th Vidrir, the 12th Jorg or Jorg." Then Gangleri asked, "Where is this god, and what power has he, and what great works has he performed?" Hai said, "He lives throughout all ages, and rules all his kingdom, and governs all things great and small." Then spoke just as High. "He made heaven and earth, and the skies, and everything in them." Then spoke Third. "But his greatest work is that he made man and gave him a soul, that he shall live and never perish, though the body decay to dust or burn to ashes. And all men who are righteous shall live and dwell with him himself in the place called Gimle or Vingolf. But wicked men go to hell and on to Niflheim, that is down in the ninth world." Then spoke Gangleri. "What was he doing before heaven and earth were made?" Then High replied, "Then he was among the frost giants." "What was the beginning, and how did things start, and what was there before?" As it says in the Vosper, "It was at the beginning of time when nothing was. Sand was not, nor sea, nor cool waves. Earth did not exist, nor heaven on high. The mighty God was, but no growth." Then spoke just as High. "It was many ages before the earth was created that Niflheim was made, and in its midst lies a spring called Hvergelmir, and from it flow the rivers called Svol, Gultra, Fjorm, Fimbultul, Slidar, and Hrid. Sirg and Rig vid Leter, Gjord is next to Helgates." Then spoke Third. "But first there was the world in the southern region called Mospil. It is bright and hot. That area is flaming and burning, and it is impassable for those that are foreigners there that are not native to it. There is one called Surt that is stationed there at the frontier to defend the land. He has a flaming sword there and at the end of the world he will go and wage war and defeat the gods and burn the whole world with fire. Thus it says in the Vospa. Surt travels from the south with the stick destroyer of fire. Shines from his sword the son of the gods of the slain. Rock cliffs crash and troll wives are abroad. Heroes tread the road of hell and heaven splits." Gangleri spoke. What were things like before generations came to be and the human race was multiplied? Then spoke High. These rivers are called Elvatgar, when they had to go so far from their source that the poisonous flow that accompanied them began to go hard like the clinker that comes from a furnace. It turned to ice, and when this ice came to a halt and stopped flowing, the vapor that was rising from the poison froze on the top in the same direction and turned to rime. And this rime increased layer upon layer right across Ginnungagap. Then spoke just as high. Ginnungagap, the part of that faces in northerly direction, was filled with the weight and heaviness of ice and rime that there was vapor and a blowing inwards from it. But that southerly part of Ginnungagap cleared up in the face of the sparks and molten particles that came flying out of the world of Mosville. Then spoke third. Just as from Niflheim there arose coldness and all things grime, so that was facing close to Moshville was hot and bright, but Ginnungagap was as mild as a windless sky. And when the rime and the blowing of the warmth met so that it thawed and dripped, there was a quickening from these flowing drops due to the power of the source of the heat, and it became the form of a man, and he was given the name Ymir. But the frost giants called him Orgelmir, and from him are descended the generations of frost giants, as it says in the shorter Vorspa. All seawolves are of Virdolf, all wizards from Virmed, all sorcerers from Svartfordi, all giants from Ymir come. And here it is told by the giant Vafthrûdnir where Orgelmir came from, together with the sons of giants. First, that wise giant, when from Elvargar shot poison drops and grew until form them came a giant in whom our ancestries all converge. Thus ever too terrible is all this. Then spoke Gangleri. How did generations grow from him, and how did it come about that other people came into being, or do you believe him to be a god whom you have just spoken of? Then Hai replied, not all do we acknowledge him to be a god. He was evil and all his descendants. We call them frost giants, and it is said that when he slept, he sweated. Then there grew under his left arm a male and a female, and one of his legs begot a son with the other, and descendants came from them. These are frost giants. The ancient frost giant, him we call Ymir. Then spoke Gangleri. Where did Ymir live, and what did he live on? The next thing, when the rime dripped, was that there came into being from it a cow called Ordurma, and 4 rivers of milk flowed from its teats, and it fed Ymir. Then spoke Gangleri, what did the cow feed on? Hai said, it licked the rhinestones, which were salty, and the first day as it licked stones, there came from the stones in the evening a man's hair. The second day, a man's head. The third day, there was a complete man there. His name was Bori. He was beautiful in appearance, big and powerful. He begot a son called Bor. He married a wife called Bestla, daughter of the giant Bothor, and they had 3 sons. One was called Ordine, the second Vili, the third Ve, and it is my belief that this Ordine and his brothers must be the rulers of heaven and earth. It is our opinion that this must be what he is called. This is the name of the one who is the greatest and most glorious that we know of, and you would do well to agree to call him that too. Then spoke Angleri. How did they get on together? Which group was the more powerful? Then Hai replied, Bor's son killed the giant Ymir, and when he fell, so much blood flowed from his wounds that with it they drowned all the race of frost giants, except that one escaped with his household. Giants call him Bargelmir. He went up on to his ark with his wife, and was preserved there. And from them are descended the families of frost giants, as it says here. Countless winters before the earth was created, and then was Borgelmir born. That is the first I remember when that wise giant was laid on a box. Then Gangleri replied, what did Borda's sons do then, if you believe that they are gods? Hai said, there is not just a little to be told about that. They took Ymir and transported him to the middle of Ginnungagap, and out of him made the earth, and of his blood the sea and the lakes, and the earth was made of the flesh and the rocks of the bones, stone and scry. They made out of the teeth and molars, and of the bones that had been broken. Then spoke just as high. Out of blood that came from his wounds and was flowing unconfined. Out of this they made the sea with which they encompassed and contained the earth, and they placed this sea in a circle round the outside of it, and it will seem an impossibility to most to get across it. Then spoke third. They also took his skull and made out of it the sky, and set it up over the earth with 4 points, and under each corner they set a dwarf. Their names are Ostri, Vestri, Nultri, Sultri. Then they took molten particles and sparks that were flying uncontrolled and had shot out of the world of Molspiel and set them in the middle of the firmament of the sky, both above and below, to illuminate heaven and earth. They fixed all the lights, some in the sky, some moved in a wandering course beneath the sky, but they appointed them positions and ordained their courses. Thus it is said in ancient sources that by means of them days were distinguished, and also the count of years, as it says in the Vospa. The sun did not know where her dwelling was, the moon did not know what power he had, the stars did not know where their places were. That is what it was like above the earth before this took place. Then Gangleri, this is important information that I have just heard. That is an amazing large construction and skillfully made. How was the earth arranged? Then Hai replied, it is circular round the edge, and around it lies the deep sea. And along the shore of this sea they gave lands to live into the races of giants. But on earth on the inner side they made a fortification round the world against the hostility of giants. And for this fortification they used the giant Ymir's eyelashes, and they called the fortification Midgard. 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 They also took his brains and threw them into the sky and made out of them the clouds, as it says here. From Ymir's flesh was earth created, and from blood, sea, rocks of bone, trees of hair, and from his skull, the sky. And from his eyelashes the joyous gods made Mirgor, Mirgor, 4 men's sons. And from his brains were those cruel clouds all created. That's the kind of stuff that I find massively interesting. I was reading from the Poetic Edda on the Scandinavian side. the history of our world. And people would dismiss these things and call them fanciful tales. But what I wind up hearing is quantum mechanics in action. They are explaining truth. They're explaining reality at a quantum level. They're not just stories. In that Bible, your king says, love your neighbor. That's his charge to you. That's his charge to me. That's our command. We are commanded, if you choose to follow that king, he said to love your neighbor. He's told me to love my neighbor. If I love my neighbor, I believe my neighbor. If I see something my neighbor's doing, I want to learn from them. I do not want to attack them. I want to understand them so that either A, I can build with them, or B, I can help them get to a point that I'd be able to build with them. I would seek understanding. I would seek clarity. I would see where things matched and I would connect there. And then I would see how we're a part of all one nationality of humanity, and that is our tribe. That's the new world. That's really the new world that we literally are building right now. Every single person you give your love to, you show your kindness to, every moment of your life that you live is to honor your king, to honor love, to honor yourself. Your king did say, you could check the words. He said, I want you to be a king with me. And nowhere in them books and them words did he say, I want you to be. He never told you to be a slave and stay a slave. He wanted you, he said, I want you to be a king with me. I want you to be at that feasting table with me while the world's going through all that crap over there. That's what he said. He didn't say go fight. He said, I got angels for that. He said, vengeance belongs to him. So don't you mess with trying to fight. And what's this world doing? Creating bigger bombs, faster and more efficient ways to kill. Did they not learn nothing from our own recent enough past? Nope. They just chose to follow their own God, their own king, which has a face of death. My king has a face of life. I don't know about the people you hang around, but just observe their actions and you'll see who they truly support. And then all them fancy words lose all their fake power. Love empowers, love builds, love doesn't tear down. Actually, that's actually pretty good information. So I'm gonna express and teach you a little something. Okay, so you could pull it up in a book or you could pull it up on a phone at any moment you want, right now or later. The word worship. Go ahead and look it up for in the dictionary. That means
Intense love. That's what worship translates into. Intense love. Intense love. Now, I encourage you to look up the word hate. H-A-T-E. It means to strongly dislike something. Now you can search that Bible that you love so much and you can go find the words because they're in there. I looked it up in many versions and they're all there. It's in the same book. Your Lord and Savior King says you must hate your brother and your dad and your sister and everybody else you know, Aunt John, Johnny, everybody. You got to hate them if you want to follow him. Now let me relate something to you. I hate dirty dishes. I strongly dislike dirty dishes. I don't break them. Now that's malicious. To be malicious is to be destructive towards something you don't like. I wash the dishes and then they're not dirty. It's okay to hate something. It's acceptable to hate. It's healthy to strongly dislike something that's dirty, unhealthy, not good. Absolutely. This is a healthy and an okay, acceptable reality. Look at the definitions of the very words you speak, and you will gain power over your life. Continue to follow the crowd who really has not looked at technical information and go ahead and jump off the cliff with the rest of them that you never saw coming because there's too many in front of you, too many behind you, and you're all hoopling and hoppling after whatever it is was between your legs that you wanted. Words are power. Sarcasm, a spell. I mean, the grade school stuff here is spelling bee, magic, a spell. It's what you cast. Mama turning food into love. Tastes better when mom made it. I did everything mom did, but it don't taste the same because you don't have that kind of love in your heart. You ain't even had the experiences to know what that love is, let alone embody it, let alone put it into some food. Woo! Now put all that together. Intention, focus. How many dimensions are you focusing on something? Are you only building something in one dimension? Lust, pride, jealousy? Or do you see someone who's building with those kind of ingredients? Because damn, I know they don't taste good and they look bad when they're put together. So I run away. I don't need a conflict. I don't need to fight. I don't need to sit there. They may be a dirty human. It's not my job to go wash humans. That's not my job. I'm happy to wash dishes. I like washing. I do. Jesus, he washed the feet of his disciples at the end of the long day. Could you imagine walking all day, every day, and not having even all you got sandals? That's it. So you got mud and dirt and crust all up under your toes, nails, and everything. Because that's the thing is, at the end of the day, you're at the end of the day, you don't want to scrub your feet. There's not that much water in the place. Nobody wants to walk down to the lake or watering hole or well and get water at night and get bit by a scorpion or a snake or something. So washing your feet was like the last thing anybody did and usually didn't do or mess with. So when I put that together, I said, how can I wash the feet of people in the real world today? Because people aren't gonna let me just go wash your feet. It just don't work like that today. I mean, people go pay for that stuff, whatever. You can follow me. And so the reality that I settled on was dishes. Dirty dishes. Dirty dishes equal dirty feet. Washing feet is the same as washing dishes.
back then to today. And that's why I said I love washing dishes. I hate dirty dishes, and I love washing dishes. Wow, hate and love can coexist in one actual act. Whoa, that is some focus. Oh, you do this kind of thing all the time. You just do a little bit over here, a little bit over there, a little bit over here. Just put it all together in one jam. Just unite it. Wow. Multidimensional application. It's quantum physics, magic, mathematical application, generating incarnate creativity kinetically. Magic. It's quantum nature, and you're living it. You're the walking multi-billion-dollar bioengineered machine, and you own that. You own that. That's why everybody wants to turn you into their slave, into their puppet to make their money, which is just being a servant to their pride, greed, lust. They are called seven deadly sins for a reason. They produce death. I look at a world that's not confused. They made a damn clear decision of who their God is. You've been noticing the same thing I've been noticing. Oh, thank you for the heart. So, Kaylee Moose. V, if you're around wherever you are, get my attention or whatever. At this point, I am looking for you. I've had my bro here. He's been jumping in and out. He had to go here, do that, went on a quest, came back, success. And so I said, we keep moving forward. I've learned how to keep moving forward. You might divulge, you might separate paths from somebody for a moment, and that's okay. You got two different fronts you're working on. Just because they got something else to do doesn't mean that what you're doing is not good or not valid or should stop or that they should stop. I think it's a beautiful thing being able to collaborate with somebody for a moment, to get some new ideas into my reality, to inspire someone else, and then practically just as fast we never see each other another day in our lives. That's acceptable to me. That's real to me. That happens. But I know my little brother's out there. That's the one dude that just don't separate. I call him my little brother, but he's V. He's really bigger than me. All that makes great joke. That's a live joke made in the moment. I can't wait to share that with him. Thank you for the smiles and the hearts. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much. For those who were not present earlier, so on a quantum aspect of thought of things, balance. Balance must always be achieved. If balance is achieved, then everything runs smooth. So I've really achieved what I wanted to in this world, in life, and I'm happy doing my little thing. And my little bro, who would legitimately be younger than me, is legitimately younger than me. Chosen family. kind of thing. I said this morning, I said, I'm gonna build you up. I'm gonna be the little one, so you could be the giant. But really, but he's the younger one. He's a little, so like little John. I be calling him little brother, but he really be the giant. Uh, my email, if you would like to email me, is cetra@yahoo.com. The name of my channel, setchra@yahoo.com. I got a book with the same name, and that one is at amazon.com. You could plug that in there and buy yourself a copy if you like, hardback or softback. It is a legitimate book. Published and all that good stuff. Got the TikTok, got the Instagram, same name. For all those out there that wonder what Cetra means or stands for, Set was the Egyptian chaos, the dark. Ra was the light, the righteous. The CH in the middle, it's your own chi. That's your own energy. It's your own life force. Every single one of us has a negative and a positive. Every single one of us on the left side of our body is feminine. On the right side of our body is masculine. These energies and polarities exist within every single breathing person. And if we can balance the positive and the negative, we can hold a stable charge so as to generate energy as Nikola Tesla's towers could do, just as what the pyramids did. Here, you want something that's going to blow your mind? All right, let's go. Let's have fun real fast, real fast. Pyramids worldwide. They're at the bottom of the ocean. They're all in America. They're in Europe. They're in Africa. They're everywhere in China. They're all around the world. Pyramids, okay? Now, Nikola Tesla figured out what you could do with the energy popping up at the top. Now, at the beginning of the Bible, it says, before God showed up, the whole world was encompassed with a light. God showed up and cut half the lights off. We never had two stars circling our planet. So how was the whole planet lit up with light at once? Because worldwide, every single pyramid was active at the same time, emitting electricity, just like Nikola Tesla was on to rediscovering, putting back into the world. So if every single pyramid on the whole world was lighting up like Nikola Tesla's towers, okay, then the whole world would be active at once as one electrical grid. That would be electricity flying through the air worldwide. This would be accommodating the human genome so that you would be able to live an extended life and practically become a giant. And God shows up and knocks half the lights out. It floods on the world because there's giants here. Okay. My favorite thing to say, believe it or not, I'm going to get a refill on my coffee. The ancients have all the secrets and they tell you the truths. Everybody in the world is going to use information to dissuade you from reality in front of your face. They will give you drugs to dissuade the reasoning capabilities of your mind and leave you like a moron drooling on yourself. Get off the drugs, get back to nature, and join me tribally, as our nationality is humanity. We all got white around our eyes, pink underneath our pink fingernails, and go ahead with me. I don't care what the color of your skin is. The bottom of your foot gonna all look an awful lot close to mine. We all the same. It's about time we start supporting life. I see an invitation. Oh, I see. Hold on. I'm seeing that you're trying to do something, Edward. I wasn't seeing your messages till now. I see you trying to, like, I don't know, bring somebody on, or I sent a link. I didn't click the link. So I don't know if you were trying to bring somebody on. No, I don't follow religion. I follow my heart. My heart is the direction. I was given a command to love my neighbor, and so far to date, I found no other person that does nothing but just love their neighbor every single day of their life. They always seem to have some motive or some other kind of fleeting thing that's happening, and they seem to be feeding greed or lust or one of them seven deadly sins. So, no, I don't follow anybody else or their notions or what they think they say they do, because I don't see that. So, I must embody what my king told me to embody. I love my God. I honor my mother. I honor my father. And I love my neighbor. My war is not with nobody. I have nobody to correct. I have nobody to lead. My king will fight my battles for me. I don't need to mess with those things. I can be a kid in my room and play and have fun. He told me he wanted me at a dinner table. He didn't tell me he wanted me fighting or arguing or doing anything like that. He told me to go have fun. He said the kingdom of God, of his father, was right inside of me. That's what I read. How about you? So that's where I went, looking for the kingdom of God inside of me, not outside, not for all these things, not for none of this. I didn't go looking for none of this. I went inside. I put it all on me. So if I got anybody to blame or give fault to, it be my own darn self and ain't nobody else. I could stand before God Himself and say, I made that decision and I did that. I can own it. This is why I stood up for it. This is why I felt love was important to win that day. And that's how love motivated my actions. I got one story, and that's the truth. It's my history and it's my life. My mom told me don't mess around with telling lies because if I tell a lie, I got to tell another lie to cover that lie up, and another lie to cover that lie up, and another lie to cover that lie up. And that ain't going to serve me no good. So I didn't make time for no fake stories. And when I start reading things that go back 3,000 plus years, and they start making quantum mechanical relationable sense, I rather listen to the fairies than humans any day of my life. And that's why I like reading stories, sharing cool information. Try to get a hold of my buddy here, my brother. Might have went out. What you got? Oh, thank you, Edward. You're amazing. You're amazing. Would anybody present? Would you like a card drawn? I do tarot. I do oracle. We're gonna read some stories here in a little bit. Maybe we'll read a little bit more of this. Uh, some of the Grimm's brothers, Grimm's fairy tales. Amber wants a card. You got it. Okay, Amber, we're gonna pull you 3 cards. You got it. Just give me one moment, Amber. I got my brother on the phone. My brother's usually chatting on one of the lives, and I'm getting more fluid with YouTube. We get more set up with YouTube than the other platforms we've been on. So I've got a fairy deck. They've been speaking pretty good today. I've got a Japanese deck. And the third one I'm going to draw from, which actually you'll be able to make the drawing yourself, which is going to be cool. But this is my own published work. And if anybody does want a copy of it, all you got to do is send me an email with that you want a copy of my book, and I will send you a free PDF copy. If the book benefits you and you really want a hard copy, you could go to Amazon and buy it, or you could send me a donation for thanks for the PDF copy. I could care less. The book and the information is helpful and it's full of solutions. And I received this language and developed this language before I got into tarot reading. And my language is nothing but solutions. They're all solutions. Yeah, it's a situation that's kind of icky, but it presents a solution. And so when I got into tarot reading and the cards, a lot of times the tarot and the different oracle systems, they'll present the situation, but no solution. The oracle system usually has a solution. Um, but and so really, whoa! In the moment I did, I received an oracle language. That's what it is. It's oracle system because oracle systems provide solutions. Well, that's some wonderful, enlightening information. Okay, great. I'm so happy. So happy, happy, happy. Happy, 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 happy. Happy, happy. Oh my god, dude. What an amazing. I got, oh, that's funny and amazing. Okay, we're gonna make that work. I met this individual and they said thank you so much. And I said thank you so much. I said, you know, we just gotta stop saying thank you. We're just gonna say I love you. Just because we'd be saying thank you and welcome back and forth for hours if we kept at it. And I have been too many years without that kind of friend, brother. And it's nice. It's a nice new part of my life that I'm grateful for every day. And so this dude, I call him V, and he's with his grandma right now, but he'll be here in about an hour or so. And yesterday I got a box out. I started putting stuff in there. I said that's going for you. I grabbed this necklace, that's going for you. I've got that to get, that's going for you. And dude's like, he's in Europe, I'm in America, and I'm just like this dude's seen to it that I got a roof over my head. As anyways, I was like, I gotta send you a goodie, a box, and he came up with the name or whatever, a shaman care pack. I was like, oh, yes, put it on yarn and string, and I had a fringe from my skirt that I wear every day, and like I value it, I keep it. I was gonna braid it or use it for something, but it was in a bag I was clearing out for him, and I was like, I'll throw that in too for you. I start to undo the knot because it's a thing when energy, when you knot something, you have sealed energy together, so it's locked together, energy that cannot be separated. But if you unbound that knot, then you release the energy within your presence. It's a quantum magical reality, believe it or not. And so I started to undo the knot, and right away it came to me, no. And I was like, I gotta undo the knot. And then like within 2 seconds, it started to get more complicated. I complicated the knot, and I was like, okay, fine. That's for his energy to receive. And so I haven't put anything in the box yet. Well, I did this morning because he was here, but it's sitting under my table, under the altar table, and where I'm at. And so I'm gonna, when he comes back on, I'll wind up putting more things in there for him because I got plenty. I can share and spare, and he his appreciation is payment enough. Like in all reality, is the way he feels to receive these items. He is so excited to be getting the bell. He's like, no, you got to keep your bell. You can't give me your bell. It's like, I got a bunch of bells. This one's coming to you. And I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I didn't get to celebrate Halloween or Christmas. I was born December 23rd. And then I got with my ex after I got out to religion, and her dad died on Christmas Day. So I still didn't celebrate my birthday for years afterwards. And my mom taught me just in our own experiences when she could afford to get me something that I earned or worked hard for, or whatever the case, she'd get it. And other than that, we're saving up to get it. And so Christmas didn't necessarily happen for me on a specific day, but when those circumstances could align, when I had earned it, when the time was correct, it wasn't forced because of somebody else's schedule. It was natural to the nature of our life. It was natural of what we were going through. Somebody over on TikTok said, what about self-actualization? mean self-realization? You could have actualization all day, but if you don't realize it, no disrespect intended. But yes, 5. I was 5 years old when I hit self-realization. You can believe it or not. So I can't tell you how to get to self-realization because I was 5 and this turned on. And then after, it was only within the past 2 years that I realized the Hindu temple. I realized what self-realization was, and I was like, wait, what? I was 5. What do you mean you had to work all this time to get there? I understand. I do. But this stuff just came natural to me. And so I talk about what works. So I don't try to sell you something that you don't need. Cards. I'm sorry. Amber, are you still here? Amber, are you still here? I hope Amber's still here, but I think she left. Yes! Okay, Amber, I'm pulling the cards out right now. That's what happens. I get to talk and talk and talk and talk. I could run off the deep end. And that's why memory is so important. Where'd you go? You're right there. Cool. Okay, we got the Japanese ones. We're going to pull a fairy, do some fairy shuffling here. I'm not going to change subjects. Ran my mouth off wherever it needed to go. Rain Young. Rain Young. Thank you. That was a good good subject matter to bring up. I appreciate that. But yeah. Boom. We're going to keep those 2 right there. I'll leave that one like that and that like that. Oh, okay. First card we got, I'll read it. There's 2 cards that popped out. One was up front, like up top. We can see that one is higher consciousness. And then a separate one was upside down, being hidden. So we'll find out the meaning of all that in a moment. But higher consciousness, Amber, I would like to bring out that this is 2026. We are officially, it's not just by the year 2026, it actually hits around February, I believe it is, and as the actual new year. And it's the year of the fire horse. Fire horse is very powerful. So, to explain it, fire horse. Horse is translating into divine wisdom. Fire is the rate of progress. So it is rapid divine wisdom. It is year of massive divine wisdom that can guide and direct everything. I love you, Stamina. Thank you. I like those comments. Great comments, bro. When you're talking about, yep, most def on there. Short side topic. As we are getting more and more used to YouTube, we will bring on people for guests so that we can like talk actively, do the reading and whatnot bring people on so that we can chat with you. This is our first day, really kind of got somebody moderating, and we're progressing. We've been doing TikTok and Instagram for a while, so we're gonna get better and better and better and more efficient in any regard. Thank you very much, Stamina, for the positive comments and so forth. Anyways, moving forward, we have the next 2 cards, which I find pretty amazing, and we'll get into detail, but Komokutin, which is number 36, and Kukuzorbosu, which is number 22. Now, 36 is translating into Tesla, something on that wavelength of consciousness, something on there, that wave. They keep the fire. And Kogo's Orobozasu is really kind of connecting to the ice, the water, the fluidity. So the flow, we'll get into those details. Though, Amber, would you please pick a number, two numbers, pick two numbers, any two numbers between 1 and 129. Or 126, between 1 and 126. No, 129, here's 129. I was right, I thought I was wrong. 67, and one more number. All right. And 120. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, so we got that one pulled up, prepped. And let me get the next one, which would be, ooh, nice. Okay, so we're going to work backwards on our cards, on our drawing. We're going to work from what you just picked, and then we're going to go back to the Japanese, and then we're going to get to the fairy. So the two words, number 67, going back to the language of my own oracle system, is imparting life lessons. The word is not so important, but it was nabazu, which is imparting life lessons, assisting a student's evolutional spiritual development. There's so many words here that are beautiful to be read, but they don't need to be read. That's exactly what's happening here. That's exactly what's happening. The other word is, there it is. It's one of my favorite, and it's an acronym for rebel that I came up with. Reoccurring erratic behavior, escalating love. So it's actually designed spontaneous erratic activity of good deeds. So instead of like putting all these good deeds to one person, it's like doing a whole bunch of good stuff for a bunch of people and they didn't even know you did it. To help people grow by doing seemingly erratic good deeds. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Right. That's where we're starting. Now we got number 36 on the Japanese side. We got Komo Kutin. The mantra is Om Virupaksa Nagait Patariya Svaha. Om Virupaksa Nagait Patariya Svaha. Om Virupaksa Nagait Patariya Svaha. He is a protector of the West with eyes to see the true nature of all. Let the quiet flame of passion burn brightly. Don't let past failures take hold of you. Fortune in realizing your errors. Write down your thoughts. The wisdom from Buddha is that inside you right now, the flame of passion is quietly burning. You may for some reason be hesitant to let it burn brightly. However, before the eyes which see the true nature of all things, you will come to find the reason you're hesitating on your own. Perhaps you remember past failures, but you should know that you're lucky for realizing the error of your ways. Use the failures of the past to better your future, to help you understand. It might be a good idea to observe your surroundings closely and write down what you see. Komokutin is one of the four heavenly kings and a deity who protects the West. Of his messengers, he has a dragon whose power lies in his eyes, as well as a demon that the souls of those who die suddenly, without having been given rights, are said to become. He is a general who serves Tashkakurtin, the protector god of the Buddhist way. He is said to have the best eyesight of the four heavenly kings. Komokur, meaning wide eyes. As such, he not only protects humanity, but reports to Tashkakurtin. This is why he is the only one of the four heavenly kings who holds a brush and a paper, as opposed to a weapon. The blessings are protection and the improvement in penmanship and calligraphy. Right in line with wisdom. That's where the divine wisdom is going to win the day. Observation, paying attention to your surroundings. It's not you doing anything, it's you being aware and seeing what is actually surrounding you. Because it may not seem like things are falling and crashing around you, but if they were, you would not stay in that environment. Number 22 here is Kokurso Bosusu. Namo Kaskarbariyo Malik Marley Mulis Vaha. Namo Kaskarbariyo Malik Marley Mulis Vaha. Namo Kaskarbariyo Malik Marley Mulis Vaha. The provider of unlimited wisdom and good fortune. Now is the time for self-discovery, a sharpened ability for memorization, education and learning, further your specialization. The wisdom from Buddha is that right now you are connected to an unlimited storehouse of wisdom. With your memory at its sharpest, now is the time to learn. There are many opportunities for knowledge around you. Find which one interests you the most and pursue it to the fullest extent. There are some things which you only need to learn once to understand. However, this is not the way with all things. Some things take repeated study and practice over long periods before you can truly understand their nature. I'm going to jump in between the information on this card, and I'm going to recommend that experience, no matter how little or insignificant, experience is the anchor of all future memories to attach to. So if you're learning something, if you're studying something, just go get it could just be a tiny bit of experience, but as long as it's authentic and real, it counts. Now you can actually, anyways, move on. A deeper look here is that Kokuzor in Kokuzor Bozusu means unlimited storehouse. The storehouse is filled with wisdom and good fortune, and Kokur's Bozusu has the power to take from the storehouse as he wills in order to grant humanity their desires. It is also said that he has been particularly blessed in terms of memory, and that those who chant his mantra 1,000,000 times will gain the power of unlimited memory. Nothing they learn will be forgotten. The Chintamani gem he holds represents blessings, and the sword represents wisdom. Gokur's sword Bozusu brings salvation to humanity with his unlimited wisdom. The blessings, of course, wisdom, which is prana, memorization, and being granted what you desire. If we rolling, I think we rolling wisdom out the wazoo. And over the fairies, we got higher consciousness and a hidden card at the end. You're receiving guidance from your true self, your higher consciousness, which is one with divine universal wisdom. You're listening to love rather than fear. This card is a validation that your recent feelings, thoughts, dreams, and aspirations are coming from spirit. You've been asking for divine guidance, and your higher self has answered your prayers. Your spiritual path has helped you hear this voice because you've taken the time to listen. Perhaps you've begun a meditation or a yoga practice, a breathing, exercising, and this helped you quiet your mind. Or maybe you've put your foot down to the universe and have adamantly decided to improve your life. Whichever route you've taken is working very well. Now the fairies ask you to keep having conversations with your higher consciousness. This will involve carving out time away from noise and stress. You may need to take frequent nature walks or join a spiritual support group, perhaps go on a retreat. By quieting your life and your mind, the voice of your higher consciousness becomes increasingly loud and clear. It guides you perfectly through all life's areas. The affirmation I'm going to say 3 times, and you can repeat it with me if you want to for yourself or not. But actually, I'll say it 4 times because the first time you're going to listen if you want to. Anyways, 4 times I'll say. I easily hear and understand the inner voice of spirit. I easily hear and understand the inner voice of spirit. I easily hear and understand the inner voice of spirit. I easily hear and understand the inner voice of spirit. And all of that, the hidden card, the hidden, apologize, sorry, not sorry, the hidden fairy card. Follow your dreams. I just have to read it. I just have to. There we go. Meditate on your heart's desire. Rearrange your schedule so that you're spending time in ways that are truly meaningful to you. Sometimes it's difficult to know what you truly desire. You have so many outside influences as well as personal fears tugging at you, demanding, pay attention to me, pay attention to me, pay attention to me. You wait for a free moment that you could devote to your dreams, goals, and aspirations, yet that moment never seems to arrive. The fairies ask you to take charge of your schedule. First, they ask you to meditate on your heart's desire. Make a list of 5 priorities in your life. I'll say it one more time just in case. Make a list of 5 priorities in your life, and then write down a schedule in ink so that you'll spend the necessary time engaged in these activities. It's not important what you specifically do during these times. What's most important is that you invest time and energy in that which makes you happy and fulfilled. I'm going to read the affirmation 4 times. So you can say it 3 times with me if you want. I deserve the best. I take charge of my schedule and my life. I deserve the best. I take charge of my schedule and my life. I deserve the best. I take charge of my schedule and my life. I deserve the best. I take charge of my schedule and my life. That's how you take your energy back. That's how you make your dreams come true. That's peace. No war. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. Love, 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 love your neighbor, love your neighbor, love your neighbor, love your neighbor, love your neighbor. Don't fight with them. Observe, watch, pay attention. What are you around? That will be what you become. Look at the results of people's actions, not their words. That is how you know who you are around. People have fancy words to cover up horrible, disgusting acts. I'm done with words. I speak them all day, but it was many years ago. I said, I'm done with them words. I'm going to live what I know I should be living. And I could care less what anybody else thinks. Because the last time I checked, Jesus Christ, that big great king up there, did not say that worth is a popularity contest. Where the hell did we get that memo from? Because it did not come from my king. And that did not come from God. He did not say you be Mr. Popular. That was not it. My mom expressed love to me. I was born, I was 10 pounds. Within days, I lost 7 pounds. I went down to 3 pounds. They could not figure out what was wrong with me in the hospital. They put me in the bubble. Yeah, I was a baby legit in the bubble. I kept getting worse. They couldn't figure out what was going on with me. They gave me to my mom. They put me in her arms. Doctors literally, word for word, told my mother, take them and let them die at home. My mom hugged me and held me for 2 consecutive months and saved my life with love. Money will not save anybody. Your love and your presence will. Your heart will change somebody's life forever. Just your presence, not wanting anything. Not wanting a damn thing from them. But just hanging out. Putting your differences to the side. That's powerful. That's love. Love is more powerful than all the weapons and all the money and all the greed because it gives itself up and it says, what can I do for you? And that looks a whole lot different than a whole bunch of people with flags and weapons and guns and me first and I got all the bling and disgusting. Don't you think it is? It's not difficult to understand my king when he said, you are in the world, be no part of it. That's what he told me. That was a command to me. He said, yeah, you stuck there, you can't get out of it, but don't be part of it. I didn't want to be part of it. I was good being in my room by myself, going to the woods. I don't need to give nobody nothing for nothing. I'll just wrap up with the animals at night. Just like all of our wonderful stories. But the world needed something that I found. And I said, you can't pay me a dime for it, but I'll give it to you every day of my life. Rosemary, my mother taught me. She gave to me the family formula, secret sauce, family recipe of love. That's what she gave to me when she passed away. That's all I got to give. I value every moment of life I have. And some people, they don't understand that value. They haven't met real loss because they never had real love in the first place. And I get that. I understand that. But my mom never gave up on me for a reason. She knew the kind of good I could give. And after my mom had died and I'm driving home and I had a wife and I had daughters and I had all that life. And God himself put in my mind as I'm driving off from the freeway to go home, completely sober as can be. I was working, I had the suit and all the normal life like you're probably living. And he put inside my mind one picture, one image. My mom had the greatest smile on her face. On that day, that image put in my mind. And I knew at that particular juncture, which was close to the end of her life, she didn't put makeup on that day, which was huge because she always spent like 2 hours putting makeup on. And she was just happy. It was the biggest, greatest smile I ever seen on her face. And he put that image in my head. And he said, look at what you've done for that woman. Now imagine what you can do for others. There was one day when my mom was alive, and we went to the store, and she got a head of lettuce, and then she put it back. No, a head of lettuce, sandwich, She loved lettuce. I said, Mom, why are you putting the lettuce back? She said, oh, it's too expensive. It went up on the cost. I said, Mom, you work every single day, and so do I. You get the lettuce. You want the lettuce? Buy the lettuce. Shit, I don't give a fuck what it costs. Buy it. I don't care. Buy it. She bought the lettuce that day, and it changed how she felt about herself. It changed how she viewed the world. It changed her perception because somebody said, you're good enough for 50 cents more to get what you want. You earned it. That's the kind of world we live in, and that's how much a little act of love can do. Not a random act, just a machine gun fire of kind, loving acts. I'm a pebble of the world in love. because I know I don't even care to stick around to get no appreciation for it. If I did that, I'd be stuck 20 years ago in a ditch. I don't hang out in ditches. I don't do that. My mom taught me before she passed on good nice and long ago not to do that. I saw the other people playing in that ditch, and they are still in that ditch. Oh, they got some shiny things around their life, but I look at their children and I look at their life and I look at how they feel every day with all that strife. And they didn't win nothing but a whole heap of stress and sorrows. Not a one on my back. That's what the life of following your heart's going to do for you. You ain't going to have a regret. Or that guy down the road or lady over there beating themselves up all day long inside worse than you ever could because they know they passed up the best damn thing that ever walked into their life when you left because they treated you with disrespect. You let them sit with that. You do not deserve that. You don't deserve that energy. They do. Karma coming around. You let people that feel like shit, let them feel like shit. They deserve it. You don't. You worked for this peace. Don't let nobody take your happiness from you. Live in your own world. You get to possess your body. You own your body. There ain't nobody's numbers owning your body. You own your body. You can wake up and think whatever you want. Your body might be stuck somewhere, but your mind can go anywhere you desire it to be. You can think about butterflies and rainbows and why you're happy and why the sun shines. You could think about so many things. There's a bajillion things on this planet to think of. You don't have to live in misery. Don't join them in their world of misery. They are creating a gravity well, and guess what? It's going down the drain. Because love and divine wisdom is going to reign this day. And God is going to change this world for all of us into the beautiful Eden that it was always meant to be. 2026 divine wisdom reigns from the heavens above. All you got to do is open your mouth and look up. Jim, if you are here, and I'm sure, yep, boom. Jim, yeah, what my channel, what it's about. I've been living a quite interesting life for a good long while. I wrote a divine love language. I experienced a lot of things. And the one thing that I know people need more than ever is love. They need love. They need real love, not a product, not some fake crap, not something that's just going to spin their wheels. And I've lost too many friends on my journey, and I've lost too many family on my journey. So, as much kindness, as many things as I can share, that I've learned how to stay away from stupid. and pass on the divine wisdom that my mother Rosemary passed imparted into my life. I share everything I can at every moment. And I got a brother. He's a brother that I'm putting together a little shamanic gift box for him. And this is just this channel is me. This channel is it's literally my life. 9 hours a day, I'm opening up the window to share 9 hours of my life. I got books, I got tarot, I got oracle, I got bones, I got feathers, I got hats, I got staffs, I I got boats, I got fire, I got incense. Well, I'm out of incense. We'll have to get some more incense. I got bells, I got gongs. You want to hear the gong? I'll hit the gong. That's noon. Why not? Let's hit the gong. The best thing about life, man, is free. And I love going to school and doing share and tell, right? Show and tell, right? That was the coolest thing ever. And throughout my life, I listened to all the stories of my elders, of my older, the ones I was told, be quiet. You're too young. You shut up and listen to them. And at this point, I got a whole lot of my own stories to share. So I joined the war to set humanity free. What do I mean by that? Y'all remember Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood? I love waking up to Mr. Rogers. I love watching Mr. Rogers. He said, I'm happy you're in the world. And I'm happy you're in the world. I am. Because you're watching. That means you connect with something. It's a heart that connects. Something about my mom that she taught me. I learned from somebody that they taught me. You're learning it right now. And we're passing on our memory, we're passing on the gifts, we're passing on our understanding, our wisdom, our ability to have peace of heart and peace of mind in a world of chaos that exists out there. And I've found it. And so I share that freely. It's the only thing I know how to do. I don't have any family. I got one dude halfway across the world. He's the only real friend I had. I can't say only. I got a couple friends out there, but I say he's number two or three out of a damn good lot. Mr. Rogers, he was a dude, man. That's it, man. And in my own heart, consciously, I said, how do I embody Mr. Rogers for my day and age? Because that's what the world needs right there. It needs a Mr. Rogers 2.0. Mr. Rogers, LeVar Burton, Bill Nye, the Science Guy, a little bit of shaman and magic in there, all love, all with the title of love, all under the love, heaven on earth construct of motivation, kindness, and humanity. And that's what I want to do with my life. That's what I've worked at doing it with my life. And now I'm at a point where, boom, boom. Uh, and so now we play show and tell and open up the window and do this 9 hours a day, every single day, back to back to back. Somebody got me doing it on TikTok. Then I was able to go live on TikTok. Then Instagram popped up. Now we're going live on Instagram. And right now, as well as those two, we're live here on YouTube. And eventually we're going to be dropping somebody or getting another phone, one or the other, and moving up to doing X. I don't know, pay so much a year and you go live on X. You might as well broadcast to the world. On another kind of cool aspect, I wind up doing a lot of channeling, just naturally flows. Just what I do, just my life. And so that's why that's why I pull the cards and do those for people. And and I was channeling a few days ago, and it's a 9-hour live. It is under the live segment of Invisible College on the Central channel there on YouTube. And you can go in there and you can play back that entire 9 hours. I channel uh, divine consciousness, ancestors. No, mom. I channel, connect with intelligence. And you can believe this portion or not. But first contact, if you want to have first contact with the alien civilization, you must understand that it happens telepathically. If you cannot accept that there is a power and an intelligence and a group of mofos that can manipulate the earth and people around you, then you ain't gonna make contact. If you can accept that reality and you can see those anomalies line up like breadcrumbs leading you to a treasure, then they just might hear your thoughts coming back. Then you might just ring a bell to say, heard ya. I'm gonna go warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put some more water in there. Yeah. Ooh, let's do the gong. We'll do the gong. This is called a Damaru drum. A very awesome drum. Something Shiva would carry. You know, like Shiva, he wears a half moon in his cap there. You know, you just have fun with life. And eventually, you find some rhythm. You find it. Real good musicians that are master musicians, they don't create it. They find it. They're tapped in at a quantum level. And just like those wise men going into the mountains, and in their conscious they hear, "Oh." They hear the rhythm, the heartbeat of the planet itself. We can hear that rhythm from air to water to fire and stone and earth. And when we find that rhythm, it's active, happening in the moment, always fluctuating and shifting and changing. And so we literally just hear it for a moment and we copy it. And then that becomes a new part of our tune. That becomes a new part of the song. That becomes a new part of the new flavor, a new part of the drawing. Because that flow of energy was literally perceived, recorded, and replicated. Nobody truly creates anything. We follow the flow of energy, and by specifying our focus of intent, we can create a harmonizing tune and a harmonizing hum that has stability, preservation, growth, and all those wonderful things we associate with heaven and good. We can't control anything. The very first fairy card we pulled today, just let it flow.
You're also very awesome, and thank you for hanging out with us today. I'm gonna fill my coffee up pot right quick, and then maybe we'll read another story or something on that time. I like to change things up and get the flow moving in always positive and good directions. If you are over on Instagram or TikTok, we are live on youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA live. Yeah. I actually got something that you will all enjoy. If you are on Instagram, I am just letting you know my phone is at 1% health and is likely to expire. We are on TikTok and we are on YouTube, youtube.com/Cetra. And unless I can get it charging, it's going to turn off very quickly. So we're about to find out. Let's see. Maybe it stays on. Boom. Yep. Boom. Okay. Solid. Now, I just gotta find papers. They are not too far away from me. There we go. Alrighty. So some very interesting stuff. So many words that wind up connecting with other applications. I say applications with. I was mentioning earlier today how it's interesting when I read words like that are from India, and then I read words that are from like Scandinavia, and yet they have this similarity. They have this exact same message being spoken, the same formula. I really enjoy those aspects. And so what I have to share essentially is the fairy portion of that information, which is actually pretty darn cool. I got it either here or there. But I'm going to pull it out of here, see what it off. Oh. I'm close. I guess that's worth taking out of there. Oh, yeah. Where's that?
well, rather than go searching for it, man, I'll tell you what, this place got a lot of places to hide stuff. I say hide stuff. I can misplace the most important thing in a heartbeat of a moment. Oh, I see where it all is at. Okay, well, then that's going to be something I read tomorrow. I am laughing because what I want to read to you, literally, I have all the phones set up on top of all of this wisdom of information. So I'm going to pull all that out for tomorrow. We're going to save that for tomorrow. Oh, adjustment. Story time? The Fox and the Cat. That sounds fun. There's a few stories about the fox. And this is from Jakob Carl Grimm and Wilhelm Carl Grimm. Two very amazing individuals. Their stories certainly have shared a great amount of enlightenment. It's amazing how much you can think you're doing the correct thing, helping somebody, and really be sealing your own fate in the exact same process. That's good. Yeah. What is our powers? Yeah, we're good. Before I start reading, and I thank you for your patience, I am going to use the bathroom right quick. I think that would be wise before I get to reading. Be right back. Thank you for your patience. We've got the fox and the cat. I conceive. Thank you, Edward. Just like to say thank you very much. can see some comments were removed. I don't know if it was shared or said or whatever the case, but whatever was removed. Thank you for keeping an eye on things. The other day I was not looking at it and couldn't, and well, I don't, and and so there was a lot of bad stuff on there, and I was like, I can't exactly control all that. So I thank you very much, Edward. It's very, very kind of you. And that's like family, friends, things happening in the moment, the spirit and love, they can do that. The flow of energy can happen in a divine capacity through humans when money is not present. If the divine father of creation or mother or any one of the divinities of all the beings that are wanted to shower gifts upon all of humanity, but there is one person being greedy, then nobody gets it unless they pay $5.99 for it. And that is not how divinity, that's not how God works. Thank you, Edward. Thank you for those of you that are out there that are listening, that have that heart and mind like me. You know, in my years, I may look young, but gosh, I'm sounding like Yoda. I ain't even trying. It's just happening. I'm just not fighting it anymore. I'm just going with it. It is what it is. And that's a part of accepting who you are for each person on their own. You don't need to be classified. We're all going through a transformation. We're all seeking something beyond the flesh. I always like to remember my brother's words. That's why it must be called the present, because every moment is a present. The fox and the cat. It happened that the cat met the fox in a forest, and as she thought to herself, he is clever and full of experience and much esteemed in the world. She spoke to him in a friendly way. Good day, Mr. Fox. How are you? How is all with you? How are you getting through this dear season? The fox, full of all kinds of arrogance, looked at the cat from head to foot, and for a long time did not know whether he would give any answer or not. At last he said, O thou wretched beard cleaner, thou peevish fool, thou hungry mouse hunter, what canst thou be thinking of? Dost thou venture to ask how I am getting on? What hast thou learnt? How many arts dost thou understand? I understand but one, replied the cat modestly. What art is that? Asked the fox. When the hounds are following me, I can spring into a tree and save myself. Is that all? Said the fox. I am master of 100 arts, and have into the bargain a sack full of cunning. Thou makest me sorry for thee. Come with me, I will teach thee how people get away from the hounds. Just then came a hunter with 4 dogs. The cat sprang nimbly up a tree and sat down on top of it, where the branches and foliage quite concealed her. Open your sack, Mr. Fox, open your sack, cried the cat to him, but the dogs had already seized him and were holding him fast. Ah, Mr. Fox, cried the cat, you with your 100 arts are left in the lurch. Had you been able to climb like me, you would not have lost your life. The only reason why I'm here sharing everything I'm sharing is because I already made my journey. I already ran that race. I covered that leg. And that's why I could come around and share what I share. Because I got so deep in that hole that I learned that this journey was not about me saving nobody else. It's a personal journey. Ascension, divinity, God, Jesus, Buddha, anything you seek forth as far as divinity itself and the embodiment thereof does not look like the rich man's reward. And it's a solo journey. You ain't there to save people. Not really. You're there to save yourself. Live one vibrational energy. If you solid and stable, then things can become stable around you. You create your presence creates the hum, your energy creates the balance, and then life just works because no one's greedy, no one is in servitude to lust, no one's chasing money before just allowing the divine energetical blessings flow. Just let it flow. Take the stopper out. The stopper is I have to have compensation. That's the stopper. Because compensation is greed. I need more than what you can afford. So I'm taking what you are going to be left imbalanced with. Your life's going to be screwed after I take from you what you cannot afford. That's what the world does. And it's only your resonance that will change that. Because all them other people, they've been screaming for 2,000 years, give me your money, give me your money. Oh, watch out for that. Oh, watch out for that. And yet themselves are burning in the fires of pride, lust, and greed. Oh, they like that. Show up on top. Look at me. I got all the pearls. Stupid human. Don't you think they are? And that's why I just stopped slaving for them. I stopped giving them my time. I said, I'm going to serve my king and I'm going to do what he said because I was told that if I put him first, everything else will be given to me. And that's what I've done. That's what I've done for the past 13 years of my life after my mom died and I lost everything. My whole life crashed. And every day of my life, on page 1223 of that Jehovah's Witness book Bible, I ain't stuck in there no more. Thank God Almighty up above. But on that page, it said you trust in God and everything else will be added to your life. Don't you worry about anything. And I told my mom about that every single day she lived. So when she was dead and gone and I began to worry for the first time in my life, I said, I'm a hypocrite if I don't try this once. So I said, fine. I'm not homeless. I'm on my journey. You said you're going to provide everything. Let's go. You don't provide, I'll go back to working the 9 to 5 and earn money like I know works in the world. Well, somehow I'm still kicking 13 years later. And this is what I got behind me. Just in case you couldn't make that out, that's essentially Saint Michael killing the devil. the dragon of the world. But what hangs at the top of where his arm is striking from holds an ankh. It holds life. I will create life. I will not kill. I will save. I will love. But if I'm going to give anything, it's going to be life and love. I'm going to help that seed grow. I'm not going to hurt it. I'm not going to take out its flow. If somebody needs something and I have it, then I give it. Why? Well, I have what I need and they need something I got. It's going to help them in their life. It's going to help them in their journey. Money, me not doing the deed because of wanting some sort of personal compensation is called greed and pride. Putting myself before somebody else, thinking I'm all high and mighty before someone else. That is wrong. That is not what my king said to do. His greatest command to me said, love your neighbor. He didn't say put yourself first. He said take care of yourself. Sure, yeah. Love your neighbor. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's big. And what are they doing? You got to follow God and get on your knees and do exactly what I tell you to do. And then what happens? They get caught doing something real bad that none of us think is good. Makes us all pretty. I tell you what, these William brothers, man, what geniuses. Geniuses. Masters. David. What did I do before this? I loved my mama. I worked every single day of my life and I give her every single check I ever made except the first two. I took the first 2 or 3 for myself, buy some new clothes. That's what I did with my life. I loved my mother every single day she was alive. Whatever I could physically do to make her life a little bit easier, then I did it. Because I loved her. And when she died, I found the divine mother of creation itself. The divine mother who created the elements from which the divine father himself arose. Believe it or not, but people more than 6,000 years on this world before this body incarnation of existence ever stepped foot here, left carved in stone on multiple continents, under the ocean and on top, said there's a divine mother that showed up and created some elements before this divine father guy showed up. Just in case you didn't know. When I found her, well, I went from loving my mama, who no longer had a body, to loving the divine mother. And that's how I found my brother. It's that guy that everybody's like, Jesus. He says it in Revelation. I want you to be my brother. Come sit at the table and feast with me as an equal.
as a king. That's what he says. Oh, you go read the words yourself. That's all on you. He never wanted you to be a slave. He never wanted you to be subjugated to man. In fact, he said quite the opposite. Another story? Not from the same book. You want a different story. But this one's the three little birds. I want to hear about the three little birds. That sounds like a cool story. What's up, Shells? Nice to have you around. I didn't see if you wanted to throw the toss the shells yesterday, but if you want to today, just let me know. If not, no worries. Nice to see you around. But we got the three little birds here that I opened up to for Yoko, Carl Grimm, and Wilhelm, Wilhelm Grimm. Yep, I was right. Yoko Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm. Yoko. Because there were no J's back in the day. Here's a fun one if you'd like to do. If you have a pen and paper, you could write this out yourself and you kind of see it. Otherwise, you can see it in your mind, but it's actually pretty cool. So, Jesus. J-E-S-U-S. Okay, the J did not exist. It was an H. Yeah, it's an H. Okay, so let's just change the J to the H. And you get H-E-S-U-S. Now, if you separate, we're going to add an apostrophe and make one separation. You got H-E apostrophe S space U-S. And that spells he's us. It's kind of right there plain as day for everybody. Or if you want to throw the Y in instead of an H, you get yes, us. Either way, it's all about us. You, we, not one. Check this saying out. We shall always prevail over I. We shall always prevail over I. I'll say it one more time. We shall always prevail over I. It's really simple. The iPhone, the I this, the I that. I. I wonder what God will have to say about all this I stuff.
Why don't we let the story of the three little birds explain that out if you can't get the answer? About 1,000 or more years ago, there were in this country nothing but small kings, and one of them who lived on the Katarbar was very fond of hunting. Once upon a time, when he was riding forth from his castle with his huntsmen, three girls were watching their cows upon the mountain. And when they saw the king with all his followers, the eldest girl pointed to him and called to the two other girls, "If I do not get that one, I will have none." Then the second girl answered from the other side of the hill and pointed to the one who was on the king's right hand. "Yola, Yola, if I do not get him, I will have no one." These, however, were the two ministers. The king heard all this, and when he had come back from the chase, he caused the three girls to be brought to him and asked them what they had said yesterday on the mountain. This they would not tell him. So the king asked the eldest if she would really take him for her husband. The king said yes, and the two ministers married the two sisters, for they were all three fair and beautiful of face, especially the queen who had hair like flax. But the two sisters had no children, and once when the king was obliged to go from home, he invited them to come to the queen in order to cheer her, for she was about to bear a child. She had a little boy who brought a bright red star into the world with him. Then the two sisters said to each other that they would throw the beautiful boy into the water. When they had thrown him in, I believe it was into the west side, a little bird flew up into the air, which sang, "To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said in the white lily bloom. Brave boy is thy tomb." When the two heard that, they were frightened to death and ran away in great haste. When the king came home, they told him that the queen had been delivered of a dog. Then the king said, "What God does is well done." But a fisherman who dwelt near the water fished the little boy out again while he was still alive. And then his wife had no children, they reared him. When a year had gone by, the king again went away, and the queen had another little boy, whom the false sisters likewise took and threw into the water. Then up flew a little bird again and sang, "To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said in the white lily bloom. Brave boy is thy tomb." When the king came back, they told him that the queen had once more given birth to a dog, and he said again, What God does is well done." The fisherman, however, fished this one also out of the water and reared him. Then the king again journeyed forth, and the queen had a little girl, whom also the false sisters threw into the water. Then again a little bird flew up on high and sang, "To thy death art thou sped, until God's word be said in the white lily bloom. Bonny girl is thy tomb." And when the king came home, they told him that the queen had been delivered of a cat. Then the king grew angry and ordered his wife to be cast into prison, and therein was she shut up for many long years. In the meantime, the children had grown up. Then eldest once went out with some other boys to fish, but the other boys would not have him with them, and said, "Go thy way, foundling." Hereupon he was much troubled, and asked the old fisherman if that was true. The fisherman told him that once when he was fishing he had drawn him out of the water. So the boy said he would go forth and seek his father. The fisherman, however, entreated him to stay, but he would not let himself be hindered, and at last the fisherman consented. Then the boy went on his way and walked for many days, and at last he came to a great piece of water, by the side of which stood an old woman fishing. "Good day, mother," said the boy. "Many thanks," said she.
Thou wilt fish long enough before thou catchest anything, and thou wilt seek long enough before thou findest thy father. How wilt thou get over the water? Said the woman. God knows. Then the old woman took him on her back and carried him through it, and he sought for a long time but could not find his father. When a year had gone by, the second boy set out to seek his brother. He came to the water, and all fared with him just as with his brother, and now there was no one at home but the daughter. And she mourned for her brothers so much that at last she also begged the fisherman to let her set forth, for she wished to go in search of her brothers. Then she likewise came to the great piece of water, and she said to the old woman, "Good day, mother." "Many thanks," replied the old woman. "May God help you with your fishing," said the maiden. When the old woman heard that, she became quite friendly and carried her over the water and gave her a wand and said to her, "Go, my daughter, ever onwards by this road, and when you come to a great black dog, you must pass it silently and boldly without either laughing or looking at it. Then you will come to a great high castle, on the threshold of which you must let the wand fall and go straight through the castle and out again on the other side. There you will see an old fountain out of which a large tree has grown, whereon hangs a bird in a cage which you must take down. Take likewise a glass of water out of the fountain, and with these two things go back by the same way. Pick up the wand again from the threshold and take it with you. And when you again pass by the dog, strike him in the face with it. But you be sure that you hit him, and then just come back here to me." The maiden found everything exactly as the old woman had said, and on her way back she found her two brothers, who had sought each other over half the world. They went together to the place where the black dog was lying on the road. She struck it in the face, and it turned into a handsome prince and went into them to the river. There the old woman was still standing. She rejoiced much to see them again and carried them all over the water. And then she too went away, for now she was free. The others, however, went to the old fisherman, and all were glad that they had found each other again. But they hung the bird on the wall. But the second son could not settle at home and took his crossbow and went a hunting. When he was tired, he took his flute and made music. And the king was hunting too and heard that, and went thither. And when he met the youth, he said, "Who has given thee leave to hunt here?" "Oh, no one." "To whom dost thou belong, then?" "I am the fisherman's son." "But he has no children." "If thou wilt not believe, come with me." That the king did, and questioned the fisherman, who told everything to him. And the little bird on the wall began to sing. The mother sits alone there in the prison small. O king of royal blood, these are thy children all. The sister twain so false, they wrought the children woe. There in the waters deep where the fishermen come and go. Then they were all terrified, and the king took the bird and the fisherman and the three children back with him to the castle and ordered the prison to be opened and brought his wife out again. She had, however, grown quite ill and weak. Then the daughter gave her some of the water of the fountain to drink. She became strong and healthy, but the two false sisters were burnt, and the daughter married the prince. Divine wisdom. This one's even for you, Edward. This is this one's for you, Edward.
Not everybody requires a response. Most people do not require attention. They can learn plenty well enough from right where they observe. Positive actions open doors. Negative actions close doors. That's how I live. It is not a favor system. It is divine law and order. Divinity itself does not interact with the mud. If you are a human and you act with the interest of one of those or any of those seven deadly sins, divinity does not interact with it. Get that out of my mouth right now. I conduct my life exactly as I am instructed by my heart. I know how my king instructed me to do, and therefore I know how my brothers look too. It doesn't matter what color, what clothing, what title, what religion, what country, what banner. It doesn't matter. Actions are actions. They improve everything. Either you're going to support life or you're going to support death. From a comet all the way down to the action from your hand. Patience is part of love. Last time I checked, love is patient. It's going to observe, it's going to look. Something that is full of pride says, me first, tell me exactly what I want to know. Stop what you're doing and pay attention to me. Whoa. Last I checked, that's a 5-year-old bratty child, and I don't even bath. You stay right out of my room. You have no whoever that parent is, you can get that kid away from me. I don't talk to that. I don't interact with that. I don't think about that. I don't care about that. I'll let a dragon rule my life rather than a human. And that dragon got standards. Teach you a real secret. When you look back, every single spirit coming into your presence at that moment. That's what I look back at. Store your treasures where no moth or rust can consume. A sharp memory and paying attention to life or death will tell you everything about who you are surrounding your life with. Who you got? Who'd you bring? Who's around you? Who's influencing you? Did they kick somebody? Did they make somebody? Did they laugh at them? Did they point at them? Because that's someone honoring death. And last I checked, my king, my reigning king, Christ Jesus himself, said the greatest command that he gave me was to love my neighbor. There is no gray on that. I know what that looks like all day long. He invited me to a very splendid table to sit at.
He said, we're going to have a big family. It's going to be a lot of people there. Get the party ready. Because we don't fight. Vengeance belongs to the Lord, he said. Shit. He said, I'm passing that one off to Dad, too. We're not. We grab items to heal people, to save lives, to save the earth, to support the earth and the planet, nature. The phone you're looking at is more magic, because magic is just nature. Everything I learned, every study I done, all the stuff I went says nature. Magic is nature. Everything I studied. Magic is nature. Magic is nature. You could walk out with your phones and that's acceptable. But if I walk out with some sticks tied together with a yarn, you're going to lose your shit. I'm not talking about anybody watching this. I'm talking about the people who you decide to support. You should really look at that and evaluate that, is all I'm kind of saying. Teach their own. Teach their own. I could care less. That's what this channel's about, though. You never know when you're going to get a nice, good message. Because I'm literally sitting inside of a portal of stone. Talismans. We talk about how to create talismans. We talk about how to create your own portals. We talk about nature, what happens when you use elements like a candle, water, wood, some natural fibers, hopefully creating the yarn or twine that you got. Last I checked, that big king everybody says they follow, he just went around praising his dad all the time. So I took a big inspiration and I started praising my mother. Because my dad wasn't around. My mother was. Rosemary. Rosemary loved me. Rosemary transferred her soul into mine by hugging me when all the doctors gave up on me. Rosemary didn't give up. When all the family gave up on me, Rosemary didn't give up. When they all said, we don't know what you're doing, why are you still helping that boy? Rosemary did not give up. She taught me that love does not quit, it does not give up. Love doesn't set expectations. It puts some good water out there, makes sure a proper amount of shade, good amount of sun, and it lets that plant become whatever it's supposed to come. Maybe it's going to be a vine, has all sorts of grapes. Maybe it gets to be a big tall tree. Maybe it just stays nice and soft. Cut and done with, it hardens into something we call wood, the likeness thereof.
World is full of jokes. Want to hear a joke? My ex was 13 years older than me. And she said my life was the saddest story she ever heard in her whole life. Saddest story. Well, I got tired a few months ago. I got tired. I said, my life has been a tragedy. It is time to turn it into a damn comedy. And I'll tell you why I can laugh. Because one time I was crying. The tears were falling. Oh my gosh. Life was hitting hard. And it pops in my noggin. The idea. Oh my goodness. The idea popped up and said, this all you got? This all you can do with me? This kind of pain? That's all you got. You can't take my life. You cannot actually take my life. I started laughing. I lost control laughing. I might have knocked something down and broke something. I lost control laughing. Tears falling out my face, genuinely full of pain, and laughter screaming out my lungs. Oh my gosh. And that's when I learned that enemies got nothing on me. They can just make me feel bad. But I know that I'm a good person. I know I'm a good person because all I want to do is help people. I even thought back to the times when I was in some fights. And before I was laying the person out, hands are up here going on two different occasions, all this going on up here, and I'm looking behind them. I'm looking to see if there's a root on the ground or something. I'm making sure their head's going to lay down okay, no bumps, their spine's going to be okay. Cool. And then I just swipe the feet, push them on their back. You good? I was looking out for their safety while they're trying to attack me out of anger. They're trying to physically harm me. And in that same moment, I'm looking out for them. A person's nature is natural. It is not something that you change. You either support love or you support death, and the people around you, their actions scream all day long and all night long. There is no wondering. There's no, man, I wonder if they meant to do that for the 111th time. Maybe I'll ask them, Johnny, did you mean to do that again? Oh, yeah, don't do that. I don't like that. Thanks. I'll grab me some hot coffee real quick. I started this new meditation sitting thing, whatever. You don't have to do it. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm just sharing the times when I get up, like right now, while I'm just taking a moment and waiting for the feeling to pop back into my foot. But I take the ball of my heel and I sit on it. That's where my bum hole sits on. And the bottom of my foot goes to sleep. I lose feeling. The pain goes because the feeling's gone. I can't tell it's even there. And then all of a sudden, I feel like I got this really nice balanced seat without even trying to balance. It's just like my bell fits on this candle holder. Like it shouldn't work. Like it's for candles, but the bell just sits so well on it. No, I just need to put a face on it. Got a hat, solid silver. Oh, anyways, I think I got the foot. No, ankle's coming back. There it is. But anyways, I lose feeling in that ankle for a while. Oh, yes. Yo, ooh, there it is. There it is. All right, do we get it? Yes. Yes. He's back. He's back. Brosive. Oh, did I lose you? Good. Oh, you can't put it up. Okay. What's up, bro?
Ah, awesome sauce days, as you know, bro. Don't you know? I'll tell you some cool things about the numbers.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
You got like the total numbers in dollars, right? So this is the coolest thing. Okay, so I originally set it up to 1,100 in local currency, so 1100.
Okay.
The total price. The original guy offered 800, and that was what I was excited about because it would technically cover your stuff. And this morning, the guy that was very kind and that I talked was just like, "Whoop, I'm giving the full price, just meet me." And I was like, "Awesome, that's great." And I met him. Now, this is the fun part. He gave me a 50 extra. So it was 1150, and I asked for 1100. Converted into dollars, it was also like an interesting number. Like you saw it, awesome. So that's all for you, and it's like all aligned. And I was so happy because like I expected it to just like cover what you need rest for end, but it's a blessing. We got you more.
This is amazing. Like amazing good news, amazing everything. What generosity. And that's alignment. You didn't wait. I mean, like you didn't wait too long, but at the same token, you didn't rush it. You slept on it. Whereas naturally, you would have acted on it right away. And maybe one thing wouldn't want to work, whatever. But this all happened. The numbers worked out. The alignment looks, and that's what I've been living for like 13 years, man. That's what I've just been living, and I love you.
I love you more, bro, don't you know? And on that note, like we were talking about, like I genuinely feel so happy, and my heart is like much more like perfectly aligned than if I just didn't do this. If I kept just sitting there, which is like normal for me. But you're right. When I think about majority of people, wouldn't you even yourself were like, I don't want to ask you this, but like it's something my heart wants to do, and it's like so happy. I'm like filled with joy right now that I managed to help, because that's all, yeah, from the heart. Awesome.
Like, I've got one of these, and I'm gonna send you. One is connected to the pole here that I have, and then the other one is not. And the one that I don't have as a pole, there it is. This one is gonna be put on my sword. I'm gonna sew that one on my sword. And this one, I do have your bag here. Right. So I'm gonna leave that bag on top of there, on top of the box, until we get a solid box all together for you. And that one belongs to you now.
Awesome. Sauce.
I went to stack something on top of your box, and I was like, nope, I can't do that. I have to, whatever that box is or whatever is on top of that box, that's your stuff, that's going to you. And so that has a different, it's not receiving any new energy. It is memories of information. Quantum science. Quantum science that only the individual with the correct vibration can unlock its information, its frequency, its tune, its hum.
Quantum information of the loving vibration. Yeah, bro.
If you've not been following, there are things that we call the family traits, and there are certain indications of the family traits. There are aspects and traits of somebody's mind working very powerfully. And if you have one of these minds and you're listening, there are ways to express everything that you know and everything that you feel and have in the past been unable to do so effectively. Now, I'll give you two right off the rip, because this is what we do. We drop gold. We ain't trying to sell you anything. We ain't trying to get a customer. It's nothing like that. Just real life. little bro. It's talking about sending him information, sending him things. Okay. Peace in your mind will allow you to hear the universe. Distraction doesn't allow you to hear those things. It doesn't allow you to perceive the alignment that is occurring for you. So if you can tap into that hum, you literally embody the frequency. That means you're not busy trying to buy something or become something. You don't care what anybody else thinks. You're in your room playing. And this dude right here, he figured out all of that.
And it wasn't even hard to figure out. You just followed the heart. Like,
If you didn't hear it, follow your heart.
it was actually the most natural thing I ever did. Not even kidding one bit. I never felt more natural in my life and more fulfilled and happy. Like, literally, this is what nature and humans are supposed to do. Follow your heart. It's not complicated at all.
So I'm looking at these things around, and you've made such progress, bro. And everything I look around, I'm like, I got 2 of those. I can send him one. I got a necklace of that. I could send him a bead. I got all of this here, so I put little stuff in his box of goodies throughout the day. Ooh, that reminds me, I got a tarot deck for you. Might as well grab it right now. I mean, that's what I've been waiting for. Like, okay, so like everybody's like, what do we do? What do we do? So bro, like, V's my bro, and I appreciate every moment with him that we get to hang out. He's in Europe, and I'm in America, and so we don't get to hang out. We never met, and so he loves all this spiritual stuff that we've been talking about that I share with y'all every day. This is what I've been doing with my life beforehand. I share the blessings at the beginning of the day. Then we talk about stuff. I read stories. Bro comes on. We chat with bro. He shares his stories of what he's been up to. And literally we live day. We draw cards and tarot cards, and we play Fairyland and Monsterland and Giant Land and Yggdrasil. Tree is growing up and fucking Jedi's coming out of left field, and every now and then Dragons flying, some stories about those guys come through. And there's some ladies in there for you.
Well, in your own words, you are a master at creating a new destiny, and I am flowing quite lovingly with you, bro. Don't you know? I love when you say that. It's, yeah.
So that would be your first actual tarot book.
Oh, awesome!
I'm not putting in the book yet. Now, some of these cards, like this one's beat up pretty hard, man. Like, you can see some wrinkles up in there. This one's it's been hit, man. But it's a great deck. this guy right here, V, to all the people that are watching. Oh, and we do have a moderator over on YouTube, V. Somebody helped out. Their name's Edward. So, Sir Edward, that's that. You a sir. I'm making you a sir right now. You're knighted. Like, go ahead and take a knee, Edward. Let it be, Sir Edward. Oh, I'm not the Sir Edward. Legit. Because Edward's been taking down problems and making all those kind of things be stuff we don't even think about. And so I haven't been able to worry about the chat or nothing. I just see happy all that's going on. And they just decided to do that. And I just said, you know, they were hanging around making some good comments. I said, you could be a moderator, and they going ham doing what they do. I'm happy as hoot. They happy as hoot. Great. But one interesting thing is that, bro, what a lot of people that are watching don't know about is that I really had my sights on finding that lady. I mean, I made a lot of wrong choices and everything. I mean, even up to recently, I'm 40 some whatever years old, young or whatever, and I still wanted to be with that lady. And I asked him one day, I said, what do you want to do, bro? Whatever you want to do. What do you want to talk about? What do you want to do? And he said, I want to float. That was his words of choice. I want to flow. I had to reevaluate my entire life that night, and he didn't even know it. He didn't even know what he just said. I had to reevaluate. Literally, that hours later, I waited 4 hours or however long I had to wait from your comment to the moment we got off air to start a value. I mean, I already kind of was, but there's a channel flowing through here, so that's kind of busy already. I don't have time for all that unnecessary junk.
Well, I have a good logic behind that. If it's aligned with the flow, the lady shall come. No? And if it's not, the flow shall lead you to something that is meant for you. So just flow. Just flow, bro. Don't you know?
So these 4 cards.
That was like, yeah, awesome.
So these 4 cards pop out separately as I'm looking at them, as I'm trying to count the cards, because I want to make sure the whole deck's there. It's not in this box. I don't have the original box. Maybe I do. It's somewhere. I do have it. I do have that box. Anyways, I might not have all the cards. They're not all in one place right away. Anyways, the Lover's card was part of the group. There's a Page of Wands. Somebody young, they're looking up, they kind of know what they're doing. They can actually look around the world and be like, yeah, people like that over there. Yeah, people like that over there. Where do I want to go? And there's also this card, the Nine of, I believe that's the Nine of Cups, if I'm not mistaken. And so you got like all these cups behind you, and these cups are like different subject materials, like science and astrology and emotions. And you got all these cups, like they mastered. And you're just kind of sitting there like, what do I want to do next? And then there's this Lover's card. And the true love is the divine flow of energy. And like, that's the nectar. That is it. That is the sauce. That is the jam. That is the plug. That is the golden apple at the end of the journey of peace and happiness. And I want to stay in that flow. I want to flow. And so with you, bro, we howl at the moon every single time we get to hang out. Ooh, that's what we do it. All our fun, all our card reading, everything we do and jamming about, because that's what I do with my life every single day. Ooh, to the moon and to the sun. Ooh.
On that note, bro, that's how you woke me up as those dogs in front of my window at 3 a.m. back in the day. They were howling at the moon. That's the word. That's the word. I didn't know the word. Yes, howling at the moon. And some were barking, but it was also like that sound. Ooh. So awesome.
So that
All
was
the way around awesome.
it's beautiful. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Yeah, you know, it's. And I thank you for reminding me every day how awesome life is. Not in your words, but you show up every day. And I ain't talking to myself. You are.
Likewise. Back to you. So I picked up your saying, like, it's so perfect, bro, don't you know? Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, what an awesome childlike innocence, joy, days, and future, and everything. Yes, yes. Yep. Oh, what happens if you like howl at the moon and do that sigh of relief at the same time? It's kind of the same sound if you think about it. They're going, ooh, and we're going, ah. So.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in. You pull me back. It took me that long to get back here, but that is a couple of the family traits for all those people watching on YouTube that are still here. I said I had a couple of golden fruits, and I was chasing that memory down all the way. So I caught you back. I'm right back where I left off there. Okay, look, iceberg. Okay, tip of the iceberg. That's the reality. And so we wind up exploding like a volcano, and we can direct those explosions. So here's the 2 hot tickets. Number 1, family word is when you can't take it, when you understand it all, when you just get it too damn much and you can't explain it to anybody. 2 letters, R A R. There we go. We back. Yeah, we're back. Okay. And so I literally, that energy, that real replication of energy, literally, not replication, that energy, the stewards, I won't react it. I won't, I won't re-embody it again, but R-A, raw. That's all you can do. You can't explain anything to anyone. You can't make it make sense. Yeah, that's all you can do with it. Raw.
I've actually felt like that so many days and everything, especially lately. Like, I just get it so well, but I know if I say it.
You gotta find a correct spot, out in nature or something, and properly release that. It's not any action of the body, it's just those 2 letters put together, sounded out. R-A, raw.
But
and
you said it's a family trait, so the family gets it.
Family gets it. Exactly. And the second family trait that I'll mention to you immediately is
Yeah, that's a good one.
When nothing seems to make sense and it all just seems too much, it's time to go to your room. Send yourself to your room and just there ain't no words to describe it further. No matter where my body is, no matter what's happening outside of me, I can't control it. But within my mind, I can go to my own room that nobody else has access to. Only my family, only those who are wise enough who can create quantum reality space within their mind and live in the 3D and another place and maintain those realities and still be a civilized, good, respectable human to other strangers and even people you know. Woo! Now that's an intelligent quantum motherfucker who I won't be talking with telepathically every moment. It ain't never gonna shut off. We're always connected. Divine wisdom, that's where we started out. Bro, they don't know though. But we pulled practically 6 cards. I would say technically 5. There was 6 involved, but 5 totally screamed divine wisdom. Divine wisdom, and just let it all go with the flow. Go with the flow, divine wisdom, go with the flow. Anyway, yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, like, I was waiting for the guy that I was meeting up with for the laptop, and I was looking at my clock, and he walked up to me at 3:33. I just remember that when you said 6. So yeah, there's it.
Synchronicity is how you know it's divine. If it's not divinely aligned, then there's no synchronicity, and therefore there's rigidity, which is a trait of that humanity living in that 3D.
That's very correct. Because, like, if you're following synchronicities, it feels more aligned, more divine. You're like, yes,
Whoa.
That's the way. And if you don't have that, they're like, oh, you're right. You're onto something very important here. Never thought about it this way, but for sure.
I picked this all up at the age of 5. Just flow with it, man. Just flow. Sometimes that flow is going to bring a bunch of good stuff. Sometimes it brings a whole lot of no. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it goes, go!
I just realized something very interesting. Like, what if water could talk, and if, like, water of life, if we asked it, what do you want to do? I have a feeling it would say flow, because it's like water, right? That's what water does. There too.
This dude's a genius. Can we have more people like this guy, like V, in the world?
Awesome sauce. I told you already. I mean, I didn't tell you. We told each other that they are awesome sauce, even when you woke up.
This is where everybody's really going to be left in the dust. So, bro, just put this into your noggin and just kind of like shake it up a little. You don't even have to blend it. Just kind of just close the lid for a moment. That's all you kind of have to do. Smoke signals and vapor and what you just said.
Yep, that's some quantum work right there. candles. Okay. And the funny part is I never thought about saying this, it just flowed out.
Okay, now bringing all of that up, and for the majority populace, this is how me and my bro flow. Now, this is all a bunch of warm up. I read this earlier today, and so if you were here earlier, but bro, you're gonna get this. So I'm gonna read some major portions, and then I'm gonna move forward rather quickly. Let's see how many pages I'm gonna read actually. That's where it was. Okay, boom. I'm gonna read 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.25 page. This is very important. Quantum computing. This is from Poetic Era.
Oh, I remember and loving hearing what you read from that. I remember. I asked you even for the name of the book. I didn't get it yet, but on the quantum note.
Oh. Get some coffee if you got it.
Good idea. I'm listening though in the background, but I shall go make some coffee. I'm listening. Awesome sauce, bro.
King Gylfi was ruler in what is now called Sweden. Of him it is said that he gave a certain vagrant woman as a reward for his entertainment 1 plough land in his kingdom as much as 4 oxen could plough up in a day and a night. Now this woman was one of the race of Asir. Her name was Gelfi. She took 4 oxen from the north, from Giant Land, the sons of Her and a certain giant, and put them before the plough. But the plough cut so hard and deep that it uprooted the land, and the oxen drew the land out into the sea, and to the west, and halted a certain sound. There Gefun put the land and gave it a name called Zealand. Where the land had been lifted from there remained a lake. This is now called Lake Malar in Sweden, and the inlets in the lake correspond to the headlands in Zealand. Thus says the poet Bragi the Old. Gefun drew from Gylfi glad a deep ring of land, so that from the swift poolers steam rose. Denmark's extension. The oxen wore 8 brow stars as they went hauling their plunder, the wide island of meadows and 4 heads. King Gylfi was clever and skilled in magic. He was quite amazed that the Aesir people had the ability to make everything go in accordance with their will. He wondered whether this could be as a result of their own nature or whether the divine powers they worshipped could be responsible. He set out to Asgard and traveled in secret and assumed the form of an old man and so disguised himself. But the Aesir were the wiser in that they had the gift of prophecy, and they saw his movements before he arrived and prepared deceptive appearances for him. When he got into the city, he saw there was a high hall so that he could scarcely see over it. Its roof was covered with gilded shields like tiles. Theodulf of Hivernia refers thus to Valhall being roofed with shields. On their backs they let shine. They were bombarded with stones. Svafnir's Ordine's hall shingles those sensible men. In the doorway of the hall, Gylfi saw a man juggling with knives, keeping 7 in the air at a time.
This man spoke first and asked him his name. He said it was Gangleri and that he had traveled trackless ways. He requested that he might have a night's lodging there and asked whose hall it was. The man replied that it belonged to their king, and I can take you to him. Then you can ask him his name yourself. And the man turned to head up him into the hall. Gylfi followed, and the door immediately shut on his heels. He saw there many apartments and many people. Some engaged in games, some were drinking, some were armed and were fighting. He looked around and thought many of the things he saw were incredible. Then he said, every doorway before you go through should be peered round, for you cannot know for certain where enemies may be sitting waiting inside. He saw three thrones, one above the other, and there were three men, one sitting in each. Then he asked what the name of their ruler was. The man who had brought him in replied that the one that sat in the lowest throne was king and was called High. Next to him, the one called Justice High, and the one sitting at the top was called Third. Then High asked the newcomer whether he had any further business, though he was welcome to food and drink like everyone else there in the High One's hall. He said that he wished first to find out if there was any learned person in there. High said he would not get out unscathed unless he was more learned, and stand out in front while you ask. He who tells shall sit. Gangleri began his questioning thus. Who is the highest and most ancient of all gods? High said, he is called All-Father in our language, but in old Asgard he had 12 names. One is All-Father, the second Haran, or Harian, the third Nikor or Hinkor, the fourth Nikus or Hinkor, the fifth Fjornir, the sixth Orski, the seventh Ormi, the eighth Bifvirdi or Biflindi, the ninth Vidar, the 10th Vidrir, the 11th Frider, the 12th Iorgor Iork. Then Gangleri asked, where is this god? What power has he, and what great works has he performed? I said, he lives throughout all ages and rules all his kingdom and governs all things great and small. Then Justice High spoke. He made heaven and earth and the skies and everything in them. Then spoke Third. But his greatest work is that he made man and gave him a soul and shall live and never perish, though his body decay to dust or burn to ashes. And all men who are righteous shall live and dwell with him himself in the place called Gimle or Vingolf. But wicked men go to hell, on and on to Niflhel, that is down to the ninth world. Then spoke Gangleri. What was he doing before heaven and earth were made? Then High replied, then he was among the frost giants. Gangleri spoke. What was the beginning and how did things start and what was there before? As it says in the Volspa, it was at the beginning of time when nothing was. Sand was not, nor sea, nor cool waves. Earth did not exist, nor heaven on high. The mighty God was, but no growth. Then spoke Justice High. It was as many ages before the earth was created that Niflheim was made. In its midst lies a spring called Hevergarnir, and from it flow the rivers called Svol, Gumdra, Fjorm, Fimbulthur, Slidor, and Hrig, Sig, and Yerg, Vid, and Lipdar. Giol is next to Hergates. Then spoke Third. But first there was the world in the southern region called Molspiel. It is bright and hot. That area is flaming and burning, and it is impassable for those that are foreigners there and are not native to it. There is one called Shirt,
that is stationed there at the frontier to defend the land. He has a flaming sword, and at the end of the world he will go and wage war and defeat all the gods and burn the whole world with fire. Thus it says in Vospa. Surt travels from the south with the stick destroyer, fire. Shines from his sword, the son of the gods of the slain. Rock cliffs crash and troll wives are abroad. Heroes tread the road of hell, and heaven splits. Gangleri spoke. What were the things like before generations came to be and the human race was multiplied? Then spoke I. These rivers which are called El Vagar, when they had got so far from their source that the poisonous flow that accompanied them began to go hard like the clinker that comes from a furnace, it turned to ice. And when this ice came to a halt and stopped flowing, the vapor that was rising from the poison and stopped flow from the poison froze on the top in the same direction and turned to rime. And this rime increased layer upon layer right across Ginnungagap. Then spoke just as high. Ginnungagap, the part that faces in a northerly direction, was filled with the weight and the heaviness of ice and rime, and there was vapor and a blowing inwards from it. But the southerly part of Ginnungagap cleared up in the face of the sparks and molten particles that came flying out of the world of Molchvale. Then spoke the third. Just as from Niflheim there arose coldness and all things grime, so that there was facing close Molchvale was hot and bright, but Ginnungagap was amid as a windless sky. And when the rime and the blowing of the warmth met, so that it thawed and dripped, there was a quickening from these flowing drops due to the power of the source of the heat, and it became the form of a man, and he was given the name Ymir, but the frost giants call him Orgelmir, and from him are descended the generations of frost giants, as it says in the shorter Vorspa. All sibyls are from Viardor, all wizards from Vilmaid, all sorcerers from Svartholfdi, all giants from Ymir come. And here it is told by the giant Vafthrûdnir, where Orgelmir came from, together with the sons of giants. First, that wise giant, when from Elevgar shot poison drops that grew until from them came a giant in whom our ancestries all converge. Thus, ever too terrible is all this. Then spoke Gangleri. How did generations grow from him? And how did it come about that other people came into being, or do you believe him to be a god whom you have just spoken of? Not at all do we acknowledge him to be a god. He was evil and all his descendants. We call them frost giants, and it is said that when he slept he sweated. Then there grew under his left arm a male and a female, and one of his legs begot a son with the other, and descendants came from them. These are frost giants, the ancient frost giant. Him we call Ymir. Then spoke Gangleri. Where did Ymir live, and what did he live on? The next thing, when the rime dripped, was that there came into being from it a cow called Ordulmala, Odumla, Adumla, Adumla, Adumla. The 4 rivers of milk flowed from its teats, and it fed Ymir. Then spoke Gangleri. Where did the cow feed on? It licked the rhinestones which were salty, And the first day as it licked stones, there came from the stones in the evening a man's hair. The second day, a man's head. The third day, there was a complete man there. His name was Bori. He was beautiful in appearance, big and powerful. He begot a son called Bor. He married a wife called Besla, daughter of the great Bulfor, and they had 3 sons. One was called Ordine, the second Vili, the third Ve. And it is my belief that this Ordine and his brothers must be the rulers of heaven and earth. It is our opinion that this must be what he is called. This is the name of the one who is the greatest and most glorious that we know. And you would do well to agree to call him that too. Then spoke Gangleri. How did they get on together? Which group was the more powerful? Bor's son killed the giant Ymir, and when he fell, so much blood flowed from his wounds that with it they drowned all the race of the frost giants, except that one escaped with his household. Giants call him Bargelmir. He went up on to his ark with his wife and was preserved there, and from them are descended the families of frost giants, as it says here. Countless winters before the earth was created, then was Bargelmir born. That is the first I remember, when that wise giant was laid on a box. Then Gangleri replied, what did Bor's sons do then, if you believe that they are gods? There is not just a little to be told about that. They took Ymir and transported him to the middle of Ginnungagara, and out of him made the earth, and out of his blood the sea and the lakes. The earth was made of the flesh, and the rocks of the bones. Stone and scree they made out of the teeth and molars, and of the bones that had been broken. Out of the blood that came from his wounds and was flowing unconfined, out of this they made the sea with which they encompassed and contained the earth. And they placed the sea in a circle round the outside of it, and it will seem an impossibility to most to get across it. They also took his skull and made out of it the sky and set it up over the earth with 4 points, and under each corner they set a dwarf. Their names are Ostri, Vestri, Nordri, Sudri. Then they took molten particles and sparks that were flying uncontrolled and had shot out of the world of Mospil, and set them in the middle of the firmament of the sky, both above and below, to illuminate heaven and earth. They fixed all the lights, some in the sky, some moved in a wandering course beneath the sky, but they appointed them positions and ordained their courses. Thus as it is said in ancient sources, out by means of them, days were distinguished, and also the count of years, as it says in the Vuspa. The sun did not know where her dwelling was. The moon did not know what power he had. The stars did not know where their places were. That is what it was like above the earth before this took place. This is important information that I've just heard. This is an amazing large construction that's skillfully made. How was the earth arranged? It is circular around the edge, and around it lies the deep sea. And along the shore of the sea, they gave lanes to live into the. And for this, and on account of YouTube, we were having some connection. But on Earth, on the inner side, they made a fortification round the world against the hostility of giants. And for this fortification, they used the giant Ymir's eyelashes. And they called the fortification Midgard. They also took his brains and threw him into the sky and made out of them the clouds, as it says here. From Ymir's flesh was earth created, and from blood, sea, rocks of bone, trees of hair, and from his skull the sky. And from his eyelashes the joyous gods made Midgard for men's sons, and from his brains were those cruel clouds all created.
Oh, I can't wait to get that book, bro.
Oh, I'm not sending that to you. But PDF format. PDF. I don't have this book in PDF format, so you can look up the name of this book.
I didn't mean like I expect you to send it. I just meant like one day. But
No. You're correct. Actually, you were thinking of the PDF book I'm going to send you. That I actually the phone is available, and it jumped off of Instagram. So I'm going to send it to you right now, because while we talk, that's what I've been doing. I've been sending it to you right now in the moment. So I'm going to pull that up. But coming back to the story and the elements, you followed that.
Yep. I'm like so. You said it yourself. Just say "Rah," and when you get something so fully that you cannot express it, like flow, firmament, ice giants. What is ice? It's frozen memory. Everything makes sense, yeah. And it's like,
Well, go ahead and share. I'm writing some notes myself, and so I'm happy to hear what you have to say.
I just think that whole book, and I also remember like it's very interesting how all these like written experiences in a way are very similar to each other, but through a lens of like a different culture. But it's all essentially talking about this very similar experience. I cannot find the right words for it. In your
Yes,
words,
you can.
just say
No, you can't. Actually, this is a shift. Remember, you're not a student anymore.
Oh, fair enough. Well, the key point that I would have to connect with all of this is ice as a preservation of memory. That's like something that I feel is very like important in the history of our planet and the ice giants of it. And like, yeah, they mentioned like different types of specialized humans living, or not humans, but living on different places like Asgard and that kind of stuff. But specifically, I feel like ice giants are very relevant because by their existence, it basically preserved memory for the future. Because ice giants have existed, they are able to make these stories which include them, and therefore the memory is saved for the future generations to read about and implement the lessons and learn.
An ice giant
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that's like a clear quartz, right? And you said that's the thing that takes up memory the best. And it looks like ice. Yeah. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. But now we actually implemented the lessons of the preserved memory and able to implement their lessons to create a new reality, which we already did. But now the lessons of the preserved memory presented through the ice giants are extremely useful for us to know what happened and how to move forward. And we did, and we actually implemented it. And there we are. New future, new destiny, new world, new beautiful everything. Yeah, and as for the rest of the story, just very relatable. In a similar way that you said.
I'm going to interrupt you. Do you have 2 pieces of metal?
I have 2 coins, if that counts. That's like technically 2 pieces of metal, but
Okay.
raw metal, I'm not sure.
In the moment, have those 2 coins ready, and give me a moment to get some filling in my feet. I got those other ones somewhere else.
I have like a power bank that's technically metal, but it has more stuff in it, like magnets and a battery. I have I have definitely interesting pieces of metal. On my laptop that I currently have, it's made out of metal. Oh, that's an interesting symbolic thing. So the laptop that I didn't sell is made out of metal, and that one that I did sell today was made out of plastic.
I'm going to adjust that in a moment. Okay. I'll do it right now. Give me 1 moment. You can keep talking about whatever you want to, bro. Did you hear me, bro?
No, it cut off. What
Share whatever you would like. Go ahead and talk about whatever you would like right now. I'm setting up a picture, but I got more to go on, but share whatever you like.
To be honest, like the most fascinating part of it all is just like that it in a way very is a relatable story to certain experiences that like we had, but it's of course through a filter of a lens of a different culture and a time, but it's all preserved in a way in which it truly is useful for the future generations and whoever is going to read it. And again, your own comment on like when I said what would water of life want to do if you asked it what you want to do, and it said flow, and you said like think about smoke signals and or vapor actually. And what does vapor do technically? It's water that then not recycles, but like makes what's the word for it? Like makes a cycle, I guess, in nature, and that's exactly what also happened with the ice giants and memory. It made a cycle in human memory. I really want the PDF of that book to read the whole thing. The story is very relatable, is all that I'm gonna say, I guess. I don't know what else to say, just rah and ah. Yeah.
Now, on all those words shared, I don't have a PDF copy of that book. You can find one for free online. Write it down. EDDA.
Took a screenshot, got it. No worries. It shall be found.
So you can get that information. It's pretty much digitally available. You can find it. Proper keyword strikes. That's how I found all of my books. I found them digitally well before I ever found the physical copy. And there's plenty of places out there you can get your stuff for free. Let's see here. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. We can adjust this. I think we got like one person on YouTube still. Thank you very much, Edward, for Sir Edward. That is it for me as far as Sir Edward. It is a Sir Edward. Thank you for your good service. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your kindness. We have been using a particular streaming today, which is like on the main thing of YouTube. And so if we have been choppy or not all that smooth, essentially tomorrow we'll go back to using the regular app location that will provide more smooth broadcasting. But anyways, bro, check this out. So I just did that just now. Okay. So you there? You're there with me? So he's back there. I need to go use the bathroom. But you got those 2 coins in your hands?
I do. I have much more than 2 coins in my pocket. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's like different curves.
Just get the 2 coins. It's not about anything else. They're gonna hit them together. That's all. Sound. All right. So I'm gonna do the countdown, and I know that there is about a 2-second delay of time between the sound of my voice, of what you're seeing, of me saying it and you receiving it. So on that little delay, I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1, and as soon as you let's see, because I might be going the wrong direction, but we're gonna try. We're gonna see how this does without thinking. I'm gonna go, and if not, then we'll do the opposite direction. You know, like as far as timing goes. Anyways, if you got the 2 coins available, I'm gonna go 3, 2, 1. You hit as soon as you heard me say 1. Okay? Regardless of hearing what I or seeing me, as soon as I say 3, 2, 1, boom, you go. Okay. Or not yet. You got the.
I had to try to see if it makes a sound. Okay.
But you do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. When I go 3, 2, 1, you go bop, bop, bop 3 times. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Those are yours now.
Oh, both are gold. Look at that. Like
no, they're not gold. No, they're not gold.
I want to say like a color of gold, but yeah, not literal gold.
Remember, you and I talk about purity.
Yeah.
These are brass.
Yeah, and even a 99% is significantly different than 100%. So
these are brass.
What I meant to say was like a color of gold.
I know. These are brass. Here, so you could get a look at them. These were hanging up on the altar, bro. These were up on my altar on the center portion. I have another pair.
Awesome.
They're somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they're hanging, or they're somewhere. I don't know where they are, but I know where these are right now, right this moment. So this pair of brass bells or symbols, those are coming to you. You have one pair, I got one pair, just like I got the brown leather bracelet, and there's the one for you braided up.
I just have to tell you, I mean, the shamanic care package is definitely the most wholesome thing that anyone did for me. Like, I'm or among the most wholesome.
Okay,
things,
you know, well, look, these ones that I'm holding are like, don't you give us away and put us in that box. So then I tell you what, guys, so, no, this is what I'm going to do. They're going to sit over my altar right in front of me. I'm going to stir them at them every day with this bell until I find the other pair. And the moment I see that other pair, I'm going to drop them in the box for you. Okay? So I'm just, these ones are not yours. They don't want to go to you. They're like, oh my God, we don't want to go. They want to go back up on the altar right now. But I'm serious, guys. Like, when I find the next ones, I'll put these ones up there. But and then yours can go in the box. But I got to have something for you to be there. So for the moment, you're a little IOU, but you're not living there. So chill out. Well, then make a deal with somebody else to show the other ones in my face faster, all the faster. Anyways, that's how serious I am about packing your box and getting stuff to you. And that's when it pops into me to do it. Like, look, I got two of these. I'm staring at one right now. It's empty. I got one that's full of all of my pens and all scissors and all sorts of stuff. I'm sending you that one. If I got two of something, you get one. If I got a bunch of something, I'll give you 2 or 3 of it.
You make me so happy, bro.
You literally, you said it. You said it already yourself. I said thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And what did you do? You said I'm just a reflection in the mirror. So this is just reflection, sending the sound back, sending the frequency back.
Your own words of yesterday, echo.
The echo. There you go. Just an echo, 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 echo. There, boom. Love you, bro. Love you, bro.
Don't you know I love you, bro?
All right, I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna send you that email right now with the book that I do have. So you can at least get that right now. Oh, I think that's the wrong account. Wow, that's interesting. I got 67 emails in my inbox. Isn't that funny? All right, fine. I better tattoo it on my forehead or something, because I'll take my phone with me into the other room in 35 minutes and I'll send that email to you, because I've been saying it for 2 days, and darn it silly if I don't send, if I say it a third day. I just might as well fall myself on the floor and hit my own darn face. No, I'm gonna walk out this live and I'll take my phone with me and send that to you.
I gotta tell you something that just popped in my head. You know how we said like we literally did so amazing that we like did the portal thing 24 hours earlier.
Yeah.
Than it was supposed to. Now think about this. Listen to this. So what date is it today? And when is your date for the rent? And how many days earlier did we do it? 3 days earlier, bro. It is 3 days earlier. It's the 12th.
Whoa. all the numbers.
And it's even like not even for rent, just a blessing that's extra, and it's beautifully aligned. We are literally acting ahead of time. This was my experience.
That's some pretty amazing stuff. And I love you because I want to explain this is what I've been after my whole life. Our minds can communicate faster. People are always trying to tell me, no, you should make money on that. You should patent that. You should do whatever on that. And I'm like, no, I'm going forward. I'm seeking something else. That's a great thing. I got the pattern. Shoot, I'll give it to somebody. They could be a millionaire. It's fine. It's proven sold works. It's great. But that I'm not after money. I'm not stopping for money. I'm not stopping to find somebody who's going to understand what I'm talking about. I found them. And now all I want to do is work with you and move forward. I don't care about explaining anything to anybody or trying to get anybody to catch up to me, or you are trying to get anybody on a new wavelength or sell my book or anything. I want to see how much we can create and how much we can do, because like I'll just bring you back up to when I got to the end of this, I just caught you up. I've been stalling for the past 6 hours practically since I read the end of this to everybody else waiting to share it with you. And when I read the last word on here, I said, boom, I got him right where my mind is. Now we can start flowing.
Flow with your bros,
Yo, yo ho, pirates like me.
There it is, bro. Full circle and in a good way. As that said, like you gotta, when you spin around, you gotta end where you started.
And that's it. That's the motion that we already got going. To me, that's fun. To me, that's it. Like, and we got like 30 minutes, 31 minutes to go for the day. And like, again, we hit another one of those. We reached one of those. Oh, this is your bell's already in the thing. So this is what I have to do now. I have to hit my own Liberty bell. Yours is packed away. It's so cool. It's now we get to be bros. Now we get to have fun. I mean, like we got to this point yesterday, but you've been busy. You went on a quest. You had a quest all day long, and you came back like, check out these numbers.
Came back with treasure. It was more treasure than either of us thought would happen. Success. Quest has been accomplished for the day. As usual, nothing new. Praise to Hootie.
Truly indeed, praise indeed. Dude, seriously, I'm pulling from Japanese to fairies in my own deck. Divine wisdom, king, head of the divine wisdom kings. Card after fairy come out. Follow Your Heart was the last card after going with the flow and listening to divine wisdom.
Yes, it's truly fascinating. Like just the idea of divine wisdom and how it's implemented in everyday thinking. It's like a very different type of thinking. I don't know how to put it, but for sure, like for a greater good of alignment thinking.
That's it right there.
Will,
That's it right there. My heart has a lot of fulfillment. A lot of fulfillment with new beginnings. And if you are checking out the channel, if you are on TikTok, I just want to let you know we are live on youtube.com/Setra. SETCHRA, the name at the top of the screen. And we are live there 9 hours a day, just as we are here. So if you do want to check out on an actual platform, we're right over there on YouTube instead of the Me phone for the Wii Ching. There's no disrespect meant. No disrespect meant. All for a good observer process.
I like how you called it the Me phone. Not the iPhone. That's so funny. Or Wii phone, I guess. That's, I don't know.
I say, echo my words back. Echo.
iPhone, Me phone, Wii phone. Me phone. It's a Me phone. Oh, I just realized something fascinating.
The next one? What's the next one?
Okay.
What'd you realize?
So, Me phone, if you flip the first letter, Me is we.
No. God dog it. Echo. Echo isn't changing the sound. You heard what I said the first time. You repeated it all back. Repeat it all back. Echo it back. 3 things.
I have to be honest, bro. I was kind of lagging, so I didn't hear it good.
Get out your pen and paper and then write it down.
Yes. Oh.
Too much pleasure devoids the attention of observation and the ability to record the information. Don't get stuck in pleasure. Don't get stuck in pleasure. That's not for you, bro. That's for everybody else. You tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready, bro. I got my...
Sweet. Okay. Me phone.
Okay.
And the Wii Ching.
Okay. Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it. Oh, I'm slow sometimes.
It's okay. Me too. There's some things I'm moving like molasses on. Everybody else sees it going a million miles an hour in front of me. And I'm like, wow, I didn't see that coming.
Oh, but on that note, isn't it interesting? Like, okay, I'll not say these words, but like, it kind of.
Go ahead, go
If you,
say whatever you want. You got the stuff recorded down. Go say whatever you want.
oh, okay, so the letter M and the letter W. So if you look it upside down, E looks the same. But if you twist the me upside down, it's we.
The heck? You catching up? Are you finally catching up?
Yeah.
How many days I've been doing this?
Yeah.
This is where I am.
Oh, I gotta tell you something. You love it. When you were going over your blessings this morning, I was inclined to make that sign like this with my hand. I just did it.
Boom, 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 boom. That's how fast we move.
I like the beat of that.
So these kind of things, that's what you lock in is like a gear. And then we move faster. We gain traction, we gain momentum. Why? Because we are better aligned.
Divinely aligned. You and I.
You got it.
In the thing that you recently said, me and we.
Mm-hmm.
Me and we. Yeah.
That's what it's about. That's what it's about. When your hands actually put that together, that's look, like, go back. I told people earlier on YouTube today, if they're still hanging around, if you want to have first contact, that's going to happen telepathic. So at the rate that you're learning, more and more alignment, faster and faster, speed increases. Why? Because it's aligned, the frequency, the hum.
Yep, the background hum of the universe.
So, what is the sound of our engines? I just slapped you in the face. You just said it. A rubber band just came right back at you. Same information. Everything you're talking about just slapped you in the conclusion right there. You can speak at all. Go ahead.
Would it be on? Like our engines, or are we talking about like literal engines of like cars?
Do I drive a car?
Good point. No. Some kind of a.
Then
vehicle.
what kind of engines would I be talking about?
The engines of the body. The vehicle of the. Yeah.
Are you living in one
I'm actually
dimension?
not sure.
Are you living in 3D reality? Are you living in only a third dimensional reality? Or are you in 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 with me right now? What is the sound of our engines? It is the background sound of creation itself.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the alignment. That's the love. That's the kindness. to everybody who has no clue what we're talking about. This dude's too busy living it, so all the technical verbiage, he's like, what are you talking about? He does it every day, and ain't even thinking about it. He goes to the bathroom, he's not even thinking about it, and he just follows everything. He's living, breathing. He is the hum. You are the hum. You are the or you are the om of creation.
Chingar.
Yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
Fire 8. You're a master fire 8.
Everybody's supposed to think fire hurts me. They say you're fired. I'm like, oh shucks.
I just realized, like, our relationship to work and money, if somebody told us you're fired, I would be like, great.
I got a brother who eats that stuff.
Yeah, finally, I no longer have to spend my energy on this useless job. I can do a real job now. I'm fire 8, rather.
Oh. So you do have a land animal. Because really, you're evolving. You started out as a penguin. But you came to me the other night and didn't know it. You turned into a skunk. Think about the colors. Think about water to land. Consider evolution and everything we've been talking about on every spectrum.
I never really thought about relating to that animal, but the colors are.
Not about a relationship, it's an evolutional development.
What about a panda?
No. I told you showed up to me.
Oh, like
I didn't say you showed up as a panda.
Okay. Oh, I didn't catch that. I was like, okay, I like.
You're too much fun. Too much good. A lot of good happened. That's fine. Pocket it. But all your fun is causing every item of your brain, of your senses, to not observe every detail around you right now. This is the importance of not being stuck in too much fun. It's good to be the kid. It's good to be the kid, and it's good to be fun. But when you start dancing too much, you knock everything down. So in the same way, be observant. Come on, tell me you're not sorry. Tell me, let me hear it.
I wanted to say understood. I understood, bro.
Okay. You know? I thought I heard a sorry, and I was like, you better not be telling me that. I better hear a sorry, not sorry. But that was my own. I didn't hear that correctly. So cool. Love you. I love you, bro. I love you for real. But that's the importance of not having too much fun in your success. Couldn't get here without that.
Very true. Always got to pay attention to the surroundings and to the details so we can move forward. Fully understood.
But it's okay. You keep having fun. It's a good day for you to have fun. Keep having fun. Don't stop having fun on whatever I said or anything. You keep feeling good because you did a lot of good. You deserve to have fun, and you on a good happy. You did a lot of happy. You did a lot of good, and I thank you so much. And it's a great day. And I'm packing you stuff up, and we're packing stuff up, and boom, noted, right? I even took my notes. I had to write some notes.
You could say we wrote some notes.
And I tell you what, I would have never put together Ice Giants the way you called it. All day long, I read those words once, right over them. I remember reading them before. I read right over it. But with you around, we figured that one out together.
That's the power in your own words of like me being and you being an echo with some space in it, you know, not a literal mirror, but like echo with space, and that's what makes it. Yes.
And wasn't that interesting? Before the earth, before the sand, before the ocean, there was a gap. A gap.
Mm-hmm.
Space, just like you said. So if I'm yelling from over here and you're yelling from over there, then in the middle is a resonance. And if we maintain the same sound long enough, then in between us, that resonance becomes solid matter. Fire and ice bursting and colliding. Indomitably one, forced together.
Bro, and the squared thing. That makes so much sense. Yes. Mm-hmm. And also what I said about like voice, language.
Get your pen. Right now, you're going to forget everything.
That's awesome.
Now you can read it back. Now go ahead and talk all you want. Go ahead.
Okay, so literally what we talked, your thing, you figured out what the 369 was about. I figured out also like 5 squared and 3 squared manifested into physical reality. We managed to get this far, and therefore we are like 2 voices, 2 languages, not exactly mirrored, but talking to each other, therefore making the vibrations interact, therefore literally by vibrating a squared thing, which is in your own words like a creation, but it's also aligned with a circle, which is nature. So we are literally like creating nature. I love it. It's like squaring something puts it into physical reality, and we are able to square our language and ideas, therefore put them into physical reality. Yeah, that's the flow of that one.
Okay, now the universe is known as an egg, a spherical egg, not a straight circle, but an actual spherical egg. So if we create a boundary with focused sound of particular hot and cold temperatures of that pure substance, Then within we have a squared structure that is creating a tri-force energy safely in the middle. Yay or nay?
Yay.
Okay.
Super awesome sauce, yay, actually.
Okay. That's the icing on the cake right there. Sheesh, your class is adjourned.
Oh, I love the flow with you, bro.
I nearly spit out everything. That's what we just pulled. That's what we just created. Our math quantumly is the formula. That's the formula right there that we just clocked. That's what we just figured out. Quantum reality. That's what we just figured out. That's what we're really living in. Two intelligent forces creating a constant flow of energy from both of them to sustain life in a world of motion where it should not exist.
But we did it, it exists.
From the macro to the micro, you're in the echo.
Victoria.
Victoria.
And just when I thought, like, how could this day get like more interesting?
This feather's kind of a shoddy feather, and I kind of want to keep it. I want to keep it. But I like this feather better, even though it kind of has a break in it, so the whole feather could break in half at any moment. But these two feathers were over the altar with the symbols, and so I'm gonna give you. I'll give you that one. Well, technically, you're my big brother, so I'm gonna give you the bigger one. I'm gonna keep the smaller one.
I'm your brother. I'll keep repeating it. We are brothers.
No, listen,
big, no
listen. A quantum reality. If I choose to be smaller, you, by balance and default, become bigger. So I will always call you little brother, when the reality is we know about the other. How about that?
That works.
Okay.
That works.
Okay.
That works. I'll take that one.
All right. Put this one in your cap if you want to. Shit.
If I had the bell, I would drink it.
You will. You will soon enough. I ain't gonna hold on to this box for long. If I gotta send two boxes, I will. Screw it. Just so you can see it for yourself. Boom, boom. Hot diggity dog. Plug that one in.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. 3 times wonder, or 9 times wonder.
Boom, boom. I love you, bro. I love you, bro. I thank you, bro. You already know.
Don't you know?
This is how we move forward. You and me.
Mhm.
TikTok's messing up, so if you could get on early tomorrow, I'll definitely be on 5-10 minutes early at minimum, and we can try to work it out within those few minutes or whatever beforehand.
That's the aligned move, bro. I got the
It's
laptop covered, so I got the other one, so I'll install the program for it. You just send me the link on the mail.
okay, cool.
It's gonna be perfect.
Okay, cool. And we'll see how it works and all that stuff, and work on that. It'll smooth out when it smooths out, and until then, we'll keep doing what we're doing. Is whatnot. We got what, 3 minutes here? Wow, how time has what? Maybe we were the ones who flew time.
Maybe, bro. Don't you know?
I mean, right? If the guy's called Father Time, then time didn't fly by; he flew by.
In the sky. Yeah.
9 hours a day. This is what we do every single day. A little bit longer on YouTube. A little bit shorter everywhere else. No, today or tomorrow, we thank you for hanging around. We thank you for being part of the broadcast. We thank you for your time. We thank you for all the good stuff. Bro, man, bro. Somebody was asking, who is God over on YouTube? You are. You are. That Bible says it right there. It said, you are all gods. Jesus, at the end of Revelation, said, I want you to be a king with me. Not my slave, not my servant, not my preacher. He said, I want you to be a king. I want you to be my brother and sit at this fine table and enjoy this feast with me. He didn't say to go fight somebody and kill them. Who is God?
That's a very good answer. Like, you all can be.
Now, rather than say the words at the end of the day, could you imagine? I'm going to leave you, bro, with the question. Maybe you'll have a proper answer tomorrow. Not right now. It's a thinker. It's a doozy of a thinker. Do you remember when the whole world was full of people just like us? With giants walking around? I do. It was nice. I didn't have to pick up anything. I'd be like, I need some help. They'd be like, down de Guay until we catch you next time.
Donna de Guay, love you infinity, everyone.
I gotta make sure and end this live stream on YouTube correctly, because when I don't, it leaves it running as if somebody's still there. Ooh, there's the button, end stream. Thank you for everybody that was here. Let's see, YouTube gets a little special treatment, I guess, here. Let's read through some of these comments. Thanks for the hearts. Thanks for the comments. Thanks, elevated minds. Like that one. We are here 9 hours a day. from whatever time is locally for you. Count back 9 hours. That's when we start every single day. For me, it's a local 6 a.m. to a 3 p.m. We go live and we share whatever comes across the ways, share terrors and all that good stuff, just like I've experienced today. And it will be available on replay. Much love. Time to take away. Till we see you next time. Thanks again, Sir Edward.